It is time to kick off a brand new season for Star Wars Unlimited competitive play. We've crowned a brand new galactic champion, but that means we get to do it all over again. Good morning and welcome to the first sector qualifier for season 2 of Star Wars Unlimited. We are live from Berlin, Germany, and by we, I mean myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, and joining me for the first time on the caster's desk, one of the top finishers from the season 1 leaderboard in Star Wars Unlimited, none other than Ray Tan. Very good morning, Ray.
Good morning to you too, Ben.
Wow, it is going to be a great opportunity and a great start to this weekend here to kick off and really kickstart season 2 of the Star Wars Unlimited competitive circuit. Let's take a little bit of a look into how this weekend is going to work for those that are maybe just joining into the world of Star Wars Unlimited competitive play for the first time. We're going to go 2 days today and across this weekend. Today, we'll be playing 8 rounds of Swiss. We have over 500 players that are kicking us off with round 1 this morning, and that magic number that they are looking for, 18 points to make it into day 2 tomorrow, where we will play 4 more rounds of Swiss and then cut to a top 8 single elimination to determine our first sector qualifier champion of the season. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So what do you think that those players will be looking out for to get the positive start here this weekend, Ray?
Well, I think one of the most important things players are looking for is to avoid draws, because since day 1, you need to end at 6 wins essentially or better. A draw is tantamount to a loss on day 1. So you're going to see players, picking up the pace if they take too long in game 1. They may even make that decision before they even sit down the tournament with which deck they choose to play.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of decks being chosen to play, let's have a little look and see a little peek into the format right now and what we are potentially looking at with this Season 2 format. We are in Ashes of the Empire, and our predictions, well, seem relatively unanimous. Mattia's going a little bit off to the wayside with the call for Lando, but myself and you, Ray, we're both locking in Cad Bane Vigilance.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, everybody recognizes this is a format with a clear tier 0 deck. And, a lot of the best players in the room are going to be on Cad Blue. It's a deck that has had a target on its back, but has still shown the resilience and the flexibility to just power through everything.
Yeah, being able to dive into that already really powerful aspect combination of aggression, villainy, which has been really, really strong in the past, obviously with things like the pilot boba from Jump to Light Speed, add in the vigilance villainy package as well with all of the hard removal options. You've got the new tools as well from Ashes of the Empire, things like the Previsla, the Chimera, some really big, scary closer units to finish off the game. And of course, the biggest thing to give that deck credence is that it won the Galactic Championships.
For sure. You can see how pretty much the rest of the meta has had to warp itself to address CAD. One great example, actually, is Mattia's prediction of Lando Colossus. For much of the last set meta before Ashes, Lando was a tempo deck. It was Lando Lake. It relied on the cunning aspect and a lot of bounce and exhaust. And what you'll see is that the top end in the Cad Blue deck is all when played, like Ninth Sister, let me do some damage, let me discard a card from your hand. Previsla, when played, I'm going to destroy these units. Chimera, when played, is going to defeat these units. And so if you find yourself bouncing these cards, they are going to just come down right back the next turn and impact the board state again. So you can see that even decks like Lando have had to kind of alter their game plan into more of the blue top end or more of the vigilance top end that can also come down and impact the board state instead of just bouncing.
Yeah, absolutely. Lando as well being the only heroism deck that made it into the top 8 of the Galactic Championships with this new Vigilance kind of supplement to it. And that's what we're going to see in the first round feature match as well this weekend. We are going to see the last regional champion from Premier, Oliver Simons, one of the top players from the UK, doing battle against Daniel Holman, who's bringing Admiral Piet, but with a vigilance base.
Yeah, so Oliver is a terrific player. He won the Prague regionals with, I believe it was Akbar Datavolt. So in a sea full of lake countries, he managed to take down the event with a very spicy pick.
Yeah, it's a deck that I'm familiar with seeing Ollie Simons playing. Admiral Akbar with Data Vault. He played it at a couple community style events throughout season 1 and even throughout sort of the late stages of season 0 as well. So we'll see now how he's going to do to kick off season 2. We are underway after seeing the fist bump. We have Ollie on the we have Daniel on the Lando Vigilance deck, or on the Admiral Piet deck, so we'll get that switched around and organized in just a moment. Ollie is playing the Lando deck, and he has got that Owen Lars on the board up against a AT Attention Safety Droid.
Yeah, and you can see already Oliver is off to a great start in the Lando blue decks, the Lando Vigilance decks. They really don't have very powerful turn 1 plays if they want to make that credit token, and they definitely want to make that credit token because they can enable a turn 2 Kanan that will just, when played, bounce your turn 1 play. So it's a huge tempo swing, but there's not a whole lot of one resource play. So for him to have both the Owen and the be able to make the credit, I think is a great turn 1 for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, for those that need reminding for any reason, Lando Calrissian works by having the ability to call an aspect from the top of your deck, discard that card from the top of the deck, and if you get it right, create a credit token. So that's why you used to see it with Lake Country and make it a complete cunning version. But now we're dipping into the vigilance aspect. There is that Kanan that you mentioned coming down here, Ray, to bounce back the Imperial droid, the Imperial Dark Trooper getting sent back into the hand, and then Owen Lars looking like it's running itself into that safety droid just to get a little bit of early damage to get ready for that when defeated ability.
Yes, and you can see that Kanan Jarrus quickly has an expiration date in this matchup where these capital ships coming down from Piet, they are not in range of being bounced by Kanan. So definitely, this is about as good of a start as you can get from Lando Blue here. So let's see if we can keep it up.
Yeah, absolutely. We've obviously expended the credit token on that previous action phase as well. Here comes Lando, the Kanan Jarrus going into the base here for 3. Would also have the opportunity to restore 1, but we've not got any damage on our base at the moment. Now here comes the first activation of the Piet leader action, being able to reduce a capital ship down by 1. Being able to play out this Corvus.
Yeah, so Piet is all about cheating these early capital ships, and he doesn't have too many options very early on. Corvus, MC30, these are a few of the cards. So while the start could have been better from the Piet on the ground, I think the GNK droid immediately threatening an early ship is possibly one of the best plays, and he got his turn 2 Imperial Dark Trooper bounced. He's got a capital ship on the board, and I think Daniel can try and snowball from the space side.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Daniel here crashing that Owen Lars in, getting the when defeated ability. It looks like it was another Kanan that was picked up from the search here, but it's going to be Koska Reeves that we will go for. We will play and get the Mandalorian token because we had a friendly unit that was defeated in this phase. And of course, while we control a token unit, Koska becomes a Sentinel as well.
Yes, and just spying in Oliver's hand, he seems to have direct hit, so as well as Lost and Forgotten. So he has some answers for the first couple ships that come down from Piet. And so on the Piet side, He may also be trying to, maybe play a few bait ships before he gets into um, any of the particularly valuable capital ships he's going to want to stick and keep.
Mm-hmm. So it's Ollie just deciding about what to take with this first action. It is just going to be the attack with the Cosca Reeves, get the 4 damage in nice and early. And what will Daniel's response be here on this Piet Vigilance? We've already had our leader deployed, and we are holding on to another capital ship already in the hand.
Yeah, and Piet, the leader deploy, is very tricky for the opponent. You place this 2/7 leader on the board, and you immediately threaten playing a 7 cost, 7 resource capital ship on his deploy turn with the 2 discount. And your opponent has a decision. Do they attack your base or do they attack the Piet? If they make a concentrated effort to go after your leader, essentially you are playing with a 37 health base. So that's a big decision for your opponents. And it looks like
absolutely.
Oliver
Having
is
that 7
committing to go to
HP.
base.
Yeah, having that 7 HP on the leader unit is just so annoying for something that just gives so much constant cumulative value with that 2 reduction. And we're seeing it here now with the Chimera coming down in this action phase. So when played, we're going to choose a friendly unit. It's going to be our safety droid, and we will be able to force an enemy non-leader unit to be defeated. That will clear the way of the Cosca Reeves Sentinel. There is that direct hit that you were pointing out, though, earlier, to be able to answer that Chimera next action.
Yeah, cashing in that at-in safety droid is about the best you could hope for it. I believe it reduces all hits on base to no more than 4, but given the board at the time, Oliver only had a bunch of guys swinging for 4 and maybe less. So just cashing it in from the Chimera, being able to kill some, defeat a unit, heal some damage on base. There's not much more you can ask for from a end game threat like Chimera.
Yeah, absolutely. It's why it's been one of the biggest cards that players have looked to include as a part of the newest set, Ashes of the Empire, and why Vigilance Villainy has continued to drive up in popularity. We go into the new regroup phase. So Admiral Piet leader unit and that Corvus still on the board at the moment for Daniel. And then for Ollie, we've got that Mandalorian token, and we have the Kanan Jarrus as well, as we get ready to go into what looks like our 6th resource action phase.
Yeah, so just spying in Daniel's hands, it looks like he has the kind of curve he's looking for. He's got a Craving Power, he's got I believe a Turbo Laser Salvo, an Annihilator, and just a Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser as well. So just this King's Ransom of top end that you want to see in Piet. I believe next turn he's going to be able to Turbo Laser. This turn he may be looking to either establish a second capital ship, just backup for your Turbo Laser, or potentially use that Craving Power in hand and just, turn his 1 capital ship into an even larger capital ship. Although I would imagine that he wants to deploy and establish a second body this turn, but we'll see what he does. He's not under a ton of pressure from Oliver right now.
Well, we're just going to see a couple of early attacks going in first, just burning some actions maybe as well, forcing one of the opponents and one of the other players to blink first. I think I see in Ollie's hand, there's the Lost and Forgotten in hand, a Chimera of his own, looks like even Bo-Katan, as well as you mentioned, that Hyperspace Disaster to be a really big answer for any of these capital ships if Daniel wants to try and deploy multiple of them. Here comes the Lando leader deploy first and foremost, though.
Yes, and this is the most powerful thing Lando can do. If you've ever watched a chess match, that advantage meter just shoots up for Lando when he turns 1 credit token into 3, and now he can play a 9-cost card this turn, and that includes the Chimera that is in Oliver's hand that he can play off aspect. So we have this 7-resource villainy vigilance payoff that essentially Lando can play on his deploy turn.
Yeah, we see here the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser coming down for Daniel, disclosing the necessary aspects to stop that Lando Calrissian from being able to attack on this action phase and potentially multiple action phases as well if the Cantwell Arrester Cruiser does manage to stay in play. So that kind of creates a situation here for Ollie about whether he wants this Lando leader unit around and attacking, so hyperspace disaster maybe being the call, or if he does want to end up developing something a little bit more dangerous like that Chimera, like even the potential for a Bo-Katan if that is in hand.
Right, right. I think there are some terrific options from the Lando Vigilance's side, and it looks like he's choosing hyperspace disaster, just getting that 2-for-1, making it so there's no ship that can turbo laser him next turn. So I think he's in a very good position right now, but we shall see
Yeah,
what Fiat Blue plays this turn.
Yeah, very, very strong potential position here for Ollie Simons. It means that that Lando leader unit is going to be able to ready up and be able to put 4 damage into the base of Daniel at the moment. It's 11 plays 8 in terms of the damage, both playing 30 HP bases as well, so no initial damage differential between the two. And we are just going to start off with the Corvus once again for Daniel on play. It would be able to attach a friendly pilot unit or upgrade onto this unit. But in this deck, for the most part, it's just a 3 cost 4/5 restore 2 when the leader's out.
Right, and it looks like Daniel is electing to take this turn to rebuild his board, just get some more capital ships. And it looks like Oliver has pivoted his strategy too, whereas once he was going straight at base, now it looks like he has an eye towards finishing off the Piet leader while he can, while he has some bigger bodies on board that can profitably attack into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Got 5 damage on the Admiral Piet leader unit already, so we can just go ahead and trade the Mandalorian token in here if we want to get rid of that Piet. We do lose our Mandalorian in the process, but at least that means that our Lando leader unit stays undamaged. What else do we have available for Ollie to potentially even generate a -2/-2 or something like that? Card like Make an Opening from formats gone by would have been beautiful in this situation here. We are going to exhaust out, it looks like, and spend all our credits. Is this maybe Chimera time for Ollie? No, it is. It looks like going to be that Bo-Katan that we were hinting on being in the hand. There is that reduction going on to defeat the Piet leader unit and keep our Mando token.
Yes, and you can see Oliver recognizes that Daniel has spent all of his resources. He can't make any more plays other than these 2 capital ships. And he's elected to protect his precious clock on his opponent, rather than losing the Mandalorian token, rather than wasting a swing from Lando into the Piet to finish it off. He chooses to use Bo-Katan's ability just to kill the Piet so that he can keep his board intact. He can buff the Lando and crucially have the Lando swing at base, giving Daniel as few turns as possible to try and, claw back into this game.
Yeah, 18 damage already on the base for Daniel, and with that huge 8 power of the Bo-Katan, there's a very real possibility that Ollie is just straight up presenting game on board in the ground arena. So there might be a forced position here for Daniel to fire off something like this turbo laser salvo and just chew away at least one of those units on Ollie's ground arena. The question here is, though, Ray, is whether that's actually even going to be enough.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. A turbo laser salvo would take out 2 of the weakest units, but it looks like even with just the Lando and Bo-Katan, like you said, he is still presenting lethal. So it looks like he has a Palace Droid in hand that can buy a temporary respite. It's a unit that would either demand one of Oliver's premium swings or trade, but it looks like he's going with Craving Power.
Yeah, Craving Power here, so we're going to boost up the MC-30 Assault Frigate, so that's going to make it into a 7/7, and putting the 7 damage from the effect into the Bo-Katan, so not immediately answering it, but maybe just trying to set up for something else on this turn. As you mentioned, we've got that Palace Chef Droid that's going to try and cook up a little bit of defense for Daniel here. But Ollie seeing, okay, I've got this heavily damaged Bo-Katan. There's the possibility it's not living for the rest of this phase. Let me just punch in 8 damage while we can.
Right. He got his damage in with the Bo-Katan. As far as this turn is concerned, she's done her job.
She absolutely has done. We're going to see the Corvus attack in here. Of course, remember, that does have Restore, so we are going to heal a little bit of damage from our base here, but we are at 24. The Lando swing with a +1/+1 gets us to 29, and then it is literally either the Mandalorian token or the Kanan that will be able to do it here. And there is just the 5 damage swing, forcing out what will be this Sentinel, you'd have to imagine, from Daniel's side of the board.
Yeah, so I think Daniel's pinned all his hopes on the Palace droid, but they can only stop. Yeah, it looks
it's
like
not going to stop enough, though. There is the handshake. There is the concession. So Daniel will be taken down from game 1. Ollie will win game 1 on this Lando Calrissian Vigilance deck. The one that many are pinning their hopes on to try and topple Cad Bane this weekend. Already off to a good start.
Yeah, for sure. Oliver could not have asked for a better turn 1, Owen Lars, and create a credit into turn 2 Kanan. But this time, we're going to see Daniel going first, and hopefully he has a better start than Atin Safety Droid into getting his Dark Trooper bounced. If he can start turn 1 GNK Droid, and then turn 2 he can get that swing in, Piet, that's where Piet is scariest. That is the ace draw from Piet, where he can just play that Corvus or MC30 on the second turn. And now you're demanding that maybe the Lando deck needs to direct hit. It needs to, because the Kanan can no longer bounce these mid-game threats from Piet that are already coming out in the early game. Mm-hmm. So let's see if he can get a better draw.
Yeah. Absolutely. It also gives our opportunity for our players to go into the sideboards as well and try and pull out any extra cards that they've brought along. A 10-card sideboard as a little bit of a toolbox to help you out in maybe some more of your unfavored matchups, or just a couple of things that you're maybe teching out for. What kind of things are you expecting to be brought in from sideboards at this point? We've not really seen too many upgrades, so some upgrade removal maybe not super necessary right now, but some token destruction maybe. We've got those credits on Lando's side of the board.
Yeah, so unfortunately Piet doesn't really have access to some of the more common ways to deal with credits. You have Galen Urso that can name credits, right? You have Arvel Skiing, which is commonly used by the red decks. It's aspect agnostic. Both Villainy and Heroic decks can play Arvel. And I believe in Vigilance we have the Credit Scrapper too, but that's a Heroic locked card. So Piet Blue is a little limited in his credit hate, but it's also a deck that doesn't really care, I'd say, about credit hate, because when the opposing deck's trying to ramp, Piet deck is an inherent ramp deck, right? It is inherently trying to play its things early as well. And because it's locked into playing capital ships as its payoff, it gets the 2 reduction from the leader deploy. And it's saying, look, my Piet comes out on 5, your Lando flips on 6. I think Daniel really needs to use the surge he gets from his Piet deploy turn on 5 resources before the Lando can even dream about coming out, and just get ahead. He needs to get ahead and fast, and he could do that with pressure right out of the gate instead of getting tempoed like he did in game 1. So I think sideboarding wise from the Piet, not too much, and we haven't seen the deck lists yet, but I think we can see a lot more polarized hate coming from the Lando side actually.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting. Obviously, we've got the Vigilance aspect, which is typically known for its hard removal. We already saw the glimpse of the Hyperspace Disaster in Game 1, the Lost and Forgottens as well. I imagine if the Hyperspace Disasters aren't at a max 3 of in the main list, then the extra copies very well could be coming in from the side deck to try and deal with those capital ships. It even helps out. I mean, generally, Hyperspace Disaster, we've seen a little bit of Pilot Vader running around in the format as well during the Galactic Championship. So a card like that could be very, very useful in those sorts of matchups as well.
For sure, for sure. We see more and more players are main decking the hyperspace disaster and just resourcing it when faced with another ground assault deck.
Well, it looks like we are getting ourselves prepared ahead of game number 2. We are already underway. In fact, we've got Anakin that is being condemned in the early game here. Pilot Anakin, or the Anakin that is in the pod racer, that has the ability when a friendly unit's attack ends. If no other units have attacked this phase, you can bounce it to its owner's hand. If you do, heal 2 damage from the base.
Yeah, this new Anakin pilot that came out, I believe in set 7, is a very interesting card because, like I mentioned before, Lando Lake used to be a tempo deck. It has evolved now into a blue deck that essentially has all of these when played abilities, and those when played abilities get more and more powerful. Right, this deck goes up to Chimera, even pre Vizsla off aspect, very potent when plays. And for Anakin, you can use those units to swing, return them to hand, and play them again while healing too from your base to just continuously abuse those when played effects in the end game.
Mm-hmm. So next action phase was just playing down this Barriss Offie, one of the few cards that do have the cunning aspect on them, like the Anakin Skywalker. So still showing that there is a little bit of a cunning identity in the deck. But Barriss Offie with just a vanilla 3/4 at this stage, no ability to heal 2 damage from a unit because there's no damage on the Anakin, attempting the swing in, just checking if Daniel has the opportunity to pay the condemned disclosure cost, which he did. And now we're going to see our first leader action of game 2. It is going to be for the Corvus again, like it was in game 1.
Yeah, and it looks like I believe Daniel must have mulliganed his hand into a hand that had no turn on play because I believe there was no turn on play from Daniel, and Oliver played the Anakin Pod Racer, and then the second turn the Anakin got condemned by the Piet because I don't see any other cards on his side of the field up into the Corvus this turn. So this is unfortunately a not the kind of draw that Daniel wants, but we'll see if Oliver punishes that because I believe direct hit is the only thing Oliver could play to try and get this Corvus off the board. So we'll see how the game
Yeah,
progresses from here.
and I've got bad news for Oliver on the direct hit front. One of them's just been discarded away from the Lando effect. So that's one less copy of direct hit that's going to be available for Ollie in this game too. Some of that earlier and cheaper vehicle unit removal. So we'll have to see if Ollie can find them later on or find some other ways to remove those vehicles later on in this game too. For now, though, we're just going through the regroup phase, resourcing a card if we want to, very necessary in the early game to get to that leader unit deployment. And we are just going to see the Corvus crash in for 4, restoring 2 from Daniel's side of the board. So while Ollie has the early numbers advantage, Daniel certainly has the power advantage at the moment.
Right, right. And with the condemned, this Anakin will sadly not swing for very much at all. You can see a Cantwell being disclosed. But I see a card in Oliver's hand. I believe it's the Finn unit, the 6/5 ambush for 6.
Ooh.
And this is a card that if you remember just how much Oliver prized his clock, prized swinging at base as much as possible, this Finn allows him to efficiently take off the Piet, deal that 7 damage with the ambush, so he's not wasting a swing on base.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he's gone ahead and done here with this Finn. It looks like it's a card that's come in from the sideboard as well to get an opportunity to deal with this Piet on its deployment. And now all of a sudden, that big advantage engine that you generate with that Piet leader unit being deployed is now gone for the game for Daniel. He has played down that Cantwell Arrester Cruiser that he disclosed earlier on to the Condemned, though. So an opportunity for Daniel to still try and swarm out in the skies. And Ollie with this Finn unit on the board with that Barriss Offie still available and that Anakin, who, as we mentioned, is probably not going to be getting in for any damage for the remainder of this game.
Right, right. And Daniel's got to hope here that Oliver doesn't have hyperspace disaster, although he can take respite in the fact that it cannot be played this turn. Oliver burned his credit token to play that Finn on the 5 resource turn, so um, Oliver would have to take several actions to generate a credit, deploy the Lando, turn 1 credit into 3, and then be able to hyperspace disaster. So he can at least get in with these 2 ships this turn.
Yeah, that's exactly what he goes ahead and does, swinging in with the Corvus, then swinging in with the Catwell Arrestor Cruiser. So that's 10 damage already piled extra into the base. It's going to be an attack from Barriss Offee here from Ollie. Just both players trading and burning actions back and forth, and forcing the other to be the first to blink, the first to contribute resources into a new action and a new play. And it looks like Daniel is going to be the one to blink first and take that bait. We are going to see the activation of the Admiral Piet leader unit here as well. And it looks like it's going to be the invisible hand that we are going to play. So we're looking for a 2 cost or less droid to play for free. And we find one in the Palace Chef droid.
Yes, the Invisible Hand is the value engine of this deck. Every attack, and when it's played, it gets to either draw a card to your hand, or you get to play that droid. And the Palace Chef droid is a phenomenal pick for this turn, because you can see Oliver has already made his 2 attacks, and that's going to get to stop the Lando, and hopefully buy him some more time in this racing situation.
Yeah, we do see, however, I think I spotted the Anakin Skywalker, Champion of Mortis, in hand, and we've got the villainy aspect in the discard now, thanks to that Chimera that's been put there. The question is going to be, do we have the heroic aspect? It doesn't look like we do, because we're just going straight in with the Lando Calrissian into the Palace Chef droid. We are going all out with our resources, and it's going to be a home 1 that's going to come down, a 7/10 Sentinel for 8 that says, heal everything from each friendly unit. So Ollie putting a soft reset button on his ground arena and maybe just trying to start engaging in a race here.
Yeah, you can see that this home 1 is kind of the new space endgame of these Lando decks, changing over from Liberty, and it's a very powerful when play, and that when played is probably more useful in the Cad Bang matchups, where Cad Bang is just trying to ping all these units, right? And you can just instantly heal them. But hey, against this Piet, getting some heals can take units outside of the range of Turbo Laser Salvo, so it is not without its uses. And of course, the Sentinel body is just the best thing you can ask for in the space arena. But it looks like he has the Turbo Laser Salvo, and he's able to take out everybody but the Lando leader.
I was just about to say, you spoke it right into existence there, Ray, with the Turbo Laser Salvo, getting rid of everything but the Lando Calrissian leader unit, who's just hanging on with 1 HP at the moment. So it's going to be a case of, is this home 1 Sentinel going to be enough for Ollie to try and help crash through for the remainder of this game 2? We see Corvus going in for a swing here, dealing some damage into that home 1 Sentinel, and of course restoring some of that damage that we've just put on. And now here is the Champion of Mortis, Anakin, the Turbo Laser Salvo, put the heroic aspect card into the discard, so it's going to be both activations of the when played for Anakin. And now we've got an empty space arena, and Ollie is the only one with units left standing.
Yes. Oh, Daniel elected to trade his entire spaceport into that home 1, and that kind of tells you he doesn't have the craving power, because that would have been a great pick to use to defeat that unit while at least keeping some board presence. So it's looking like with 12 more base life, Daniel might be in a bit of a trouble.
Yeah, at the moment there is 9 power represented on Ollie's side of the board across the 2 units. So not presenting game on board in this action phase at the moment. But if Ollie has any kind of damage modification, any kind of upgrades maybe that he's snuck in, we've already obviously seen the Bo-Katan in game one as well as an option to try and give some experience tokens around. But it'll be Daniel's action first here with plenty of resources available. It's going to start off with the payment at 5. It's going to be the no glory only results that we are going to go for just to remove that Anakin. We will still take 4, though, from the Lando, putting us up to 22.
It looks like Daniel has a Moff Gideon to follow it up with, which is, I believe Moff Gideon can get back the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser. I believe that is Imperial, but it looks like Oliver has Finn. Yeah, it looks like the Gideon was killed, and he gets the Cantwell back. So at least he can grab back a very playable ship for the next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. You can take the initiative here, play that Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser down, disclose the necessary icons, the double vigilance and villainy to stop at least either the Finn or the Lando from being able to attack for the remainder of this game and the remainder of the time that Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser is on board. But as we've mentioned already, something like a direct hit would be a very, very nice and easy answer for Ollie in this situation if the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser does come down, to at least try and buy Daniel a little bit of time just deciding on this resource here. Ollie is ready to go in this next action phase. You can taste and smell the 1-0 start for this first sector qualifier of Star Wars Unlimited Season 2. And he just looks so calm and so content in doing so. He just looks relaxed up there.
Yes, I'm sure Oliver has played this matchup many times, and he's really showing us, he's putting on a masterclass of why Finn really earns his spot in the deck. You can see Finn made some of the most impactful plays in this game, being able to wipe out the Piet leader in almost one hit, and then coming down and taking care of this Moff Gideon that Daniel was hoping to hide behind as well, or at least have that trade into that wounded Lando leader.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, we are going to see the Palace Chef droid come down, which does buy us an action phase. And here is the Lawbringer instead coming down. It's not going to be the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser, because we're going to choose an aspect. We're going to declare Cunning and give each enemy unit with that aspect -2/-2 for this phase. So actually, what's even better than just trying to lock down a unit, just flat out getting rid of it and establishing a 7-power body. We have the Lost and Forgotten, though, as the immediate answer, defeats the Lawbringer and heals 3 from our base.
Yes, this Lawbringer was an incredible answer. It just took out 2 of the biggest headaches for Daniel on the ground, reset the board position, and even though Oliver had the Lost and Forgotten, now we're in a position where Oliver has essentially taken his foot off the gas pedal for a moment, and if Daniel can get in the pattern of just slamming a ship and Oliver being on the back foot and needing to respond to that ship, then Daniel can easily get back in this game.
Well, it's going to be Daniel with the initiative once again to start off this next action phase. It's not going to be a ship that we are going to contribute here, though. It's going to be a unit over into the ground arena. Ryder Azadi coming down.
I wonder if we can get to see what the Ryder named.
Yeah, because when played, you name a card while Ryder is in play. Opponents can't play cards with that name, so potentially preemptively try to name something like Hyperspace Disaster just to insulate his capital ships. We do see Moff Gideon come down as well to flush out the ground arena, be a sentinel there as well. The Admiral Piet leader action is being activated at the moment, and Daniel, I think, just considering what to play, or was it just a burden action here? And we are going to now see Chimera come down, so it looks like we didn't name Chimera with Ryder, and Ollie now deciding what to defeat with the Chimera. Ollie can as well get that search going on with the Owen Lars, which he is going to activate now as well with the when defeated.
Yeah, so it looks like both players are searching. Looks like the Daniel is looking through his discard with Moff Gideon. Ollie's looking to see if he can get a Force unit, and looks like he has hit one. He has hit the Pod Racer Anakin Skywalker.
And now Condemn coming down on the Chimera. Ollie is going to be able to wrestle control of the initiative token for the first time in a while. Maybe even the first time in this game, with Daniel starting with the initiative in game 2 as well. And it was almost like we're kind of back to square one again as well. We do have a second Chimera in hand for Ollie, though, so we could play this new one down if we have either the resources or if we can generate a credit token to help us out with it. First things first, though, a check of the hand. Do you have the necessary disclosure requirements? The answer is yes. And Ryder now just chipping in for 2, restoring 1 away from our base as well.
Right. I really wonder what the writer has named at this point, but it looks like it looks like Ollie is going to play the Anakin, and I don't believe that the Chimera with the Condemn on it can bounce itself back to hand after it completes an attack. I believe it loses the ability.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to double check on that ruling as we see Ollie now just taking the pivot into space. B-Wing Rearguard coming down. And now Daniel's own Chimera making its way into the space arena, saying, yeah, you can have that conditional sentinel, but not around for long. So we'll get rid of our safety droid and take out that B-Wing Rearguard, which did have the sentinel keyword because we had a ground unit in play.
Yes, it looks like I just got word that actually you can bounce your own condemned unit with the Anakin ability, because the ability is coming from the Anakin Skywalker instead of from the unit being condemned itself, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So over with Ollie, and it is going to be the direct hit to answer Daniel's Chimera. We'll take a little bit of damage here with the residual effects, and then the claim of the initiative from Daniel's side, and then just a credit token generated, calling, unsurprisingly, Vigilance once again, and passing to the next action phase. And we are in a really intriguing back and forth state here. Ollie had that moment earlier on in the game where it looked like he was going to start to run away with it, but then that Lawbringer coming down. And now instead, it's going to be a huge command capital ship that's going to make its way down. The Ravager, 810 restore 2. And when you play a unit, you may have it deal damage equal to its power to the unit in the same arena. So I think it was Strike True that had a similar style of effect, of sort of a fight style effect, that and Haymaker as well. But this time on an 810 space unit.
Yes, and this investment in Ravager is going to pretty much make sure every follow-up unit gets a strike true ability added to its when played. So if he can stabilize from here, and it looks like Oliver's immediately going to target that Ravager.
Yeah, not going to happen, unfortunately, here for Daniel. That extra Chimera, patience being showed from Ollie instead of just playing a fresh one down to defeat the previous one that was already condemned. Playing that new one, getting rid of the 810 Ravager, and back to the regroup phase that we go. Daniel still looking like he's pretty keen and content on resourcing, I suppose, with the hefty amount of capital ships that you run in Admiral Piet. What's better than playing 1 a turn than being able to play 2 per turn, and one of them getting that Piet reduction? And Daniel just counting up his resources. Looks like about 9 or 10 that Daniel has resourced up to manually, and Ollie obviously generating those sort of temporary resources consistently with these credit tokens. And this is maybe what we were gearing up to, the big 11 cost Annihilator that's going to get an entire look through Ollie's hand and deck for any more Chimeras.
Yes, this has been a great game, very back and forth. You can see Oliver is almost wrestling the title of the better capital ship deck away from Daniel with these chimeras over and over. A home one capital ship. Maybe Lando forgot for a moment that he's not the capital ship leader, but this Annihilator is really looking to really looking to slam the door here, taking out the last copy of Chimera if there is one, which I'm not sure if there is, but also seeing that there is a hyperspace disaster in Oliver's hand because you do get to check your opponent's hand with the Annihilator when defeat when played effect, and it looks like hyperspace disaster was not the name off Ryder either. So I'm very curious
Yeah.
what the choice for Ryder was, but Oliver happy to trade one for one hyperspace disaster into Annihilator, especially when he doesn't have the Costco Reeves out yet.
And there is the Costco Reeves being played down as the last action for the phase, bringing along the Mandalorian token for it as well. And of course, we control a token unit. So Koska is now a Sentinel. So this ground arena unit for Daniel, this Ryder Azadi, isn't going to be able to just constantly chip away for a couple of damage like it has been freely into Ollie's base for the last couple of action phases. And now for Daniel, where does he go from here? Does he try and rely on another Annihilator to get rid of the Koska Reeves and go searching through Ollie's hand and deck again? Of course, can't go looking through the resource row with the Annihilator. So any of those cards are still private information, technically, but with everything that you do gain from Annihilator, you can kind of make that deduction what's in the resources for your opponent.
Right, and it looks like I see a Cantwell in the hand of Daniel, but I also see a second copy of Hyperspace Disaster off the top
Ooh.
for Oliver, presumably this turn. So it may be a while before Daniel can stick another space unit, but it looks like he's electing to challenge on the ground now as well.
Yep, just firing this Koska Reeves in to the base, putting Daniel up to 23 on base, so just 7 damage away. And that Mandalorian token represents 2 more of it, so Ollie just needs to find 5 more damage in some way, shape, or form. Also looks like there's a fleet interdictor in hand here for Daniel, would just represent a 6/6 space sentinel at the moment, but with the Piet leader action, can at least play it out for 6. Just be burning an action here, though, for Daniel using Piet. There is that 2 damage from the Mandalorian token, as expected. And the Rider now is just going to have to force its way into the Koska Reeves and half its health down.
Right, and I can see a second copy of Ryder in Daniel's hand. Ryder is an incredible card. It's got Restore, it's got a very on-rate body for 3 and a potent effect. One of its downsides, if you want to call it that, is that it is a unique unit, unlike Regional Governor from set 1. Regional Governor, you could play as many as you wanted and just start naming off all the things you don't want to see from your opponent. Ryder, I don't know how long that second copy has been rotting in his hands, but he cannot play it until the first Rider has been defeated.
No, absolutely
And there we
not.
see the
In fact,
Rider and
Ollie's going
the
to be Fleet Interdictor being disclosed for Catwell Arrester Cruiser to, looks like, potentially stop this Mandalorian legendary from being able to ready, because that is the 5 power in and of itself that we need. And if damage will be dealt to another friendly unit, you can defeat a shield on that Mandalorian as well. So a little bit of protection for that Koska Reeves that is on board and still a Sentinel. So a really nice little pickup for Ollie here, who is more than representing game on board at the moment. It's just about how committed that Ollie wants to be littering units either onto the ground or try and jump up into space.
Right, and Oliver still has that hyperspace disaster in hand, so he may not want to get into space just yet until the storm has blown over, if you will. The Mandalorian, though, for sure, that card, even if you exhaust it with the shield, it's demonstrating how powerful it is with the shield. It's protecting Casca, even though it's not involved in the fight. So
Absolutely. Well, now we're going to see Galen Urso come down here. When played, we name a card while it's in play. Each non-leader card an opponent owns with that name, including those not in play, loses all its abilities. And now here comes the Kanan down as well to bounce the Imperial Dark Trooper away. So just completely committing to the ground arena, 5 wide, more than presenting enough for game on board. At the moment, it would have to be in 2 actions, though. We don't have the immediate 1 action defeat of Daniel in game 1 at the moment, unless we've got some way to modify damage and attack in 1 action. Daniel has the initiative first, though. Do we have something like the Palace Chef droid to at least buy ourselves another action and gum up the ground arena a little bit more? That fleet interdictor that Daniel's looking at isn't going to do much. It's a Space Sentinel.
Yes, and I think we can see a bit of contrast here as well. Ryder and Galen are both hate cards, if you will, hate units. They come down and they can hate something out of your opponent's hand out that they can't play either this turn or a future turn.
And that's just going to be the concession. Daniel has seen enough. He doesn't have an answer to Ollie's overwhelming ground presence. So Oliver Simons, who won the last regional in Europe of Season 1 in the Premier format, is picking up right where he left off, starting with a 1-0 lead and a 1-0 record here in the Berlin Sector Qualifier.
Yes, congratulations to him. Looks like, are we going to the backup stream, I think?
Yeah, we might be going to have a little bit of time for our backup feature match. We're going to be joining it live in action as we go through. It's going to be a really interesting one that we've picked out as well. We have Lando Calrissian again with Colossus, but we also have Jabba with a splash base going on.
Yeah, so this is a really cool deck we saw. Might be the only one in the room, I believe. The Jabba the Hutt with the Daimyo's Palace splash base. And this looks like a game that has gone very long.
Yeah, we are already into game 2 at the moment. In fact, we see the fist bump coming through there as well. So the game is already over as we've joined it in progress here. And it's a win for Lando. So a quick 2-0 win as well as we've joined it in progress at the very least. Lando this time being played with the Colossus base as opposed to a traditional 30 HP Vigilance base, taking a win against Jabba with that splash base. So unfortunately, we didn't get to see a little bit more action from that backup feature match there, but it does give us a little bit of some interesting talking points around the common leader that we saw between both those 2 decks and both those 2 games. In Lando Calrissian, the decision about a vanilla 30 HP Vigilance base or the 35 HP with Colossus.
Yeah, I think both variants are very valid. 35 health is a colossal, if you will, mountain to climb for your opponent when they're trying to race you, and gives you the time to get to even just playing Chimera for 9, Pre-Vizsla for 10. Just these costs that seem astronomical are not too out of reach when your opponent needs to deal 35 damage to your base. Whereas the 30 health is going to give you that extra card. It's going to make your draws and your games a bit more consistent because you get much more information seeing before you resource and before you make that turn 1 play.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've got a little look and to take a little further dive and breakdown into the Lando Calrissian Vigilance deck as well. As mentioned at the top of round 1, it was the only heroism deck that made it into top 8 in the Galactic Championships last month. And it has one that has changed up in its identity a little bit, obviously playing with Vigilance bases instead of the Lake Country to give you that 4 starting extra HP and the consistency to make sure you're always landing with that Lando Calrissian leader action. But when you've got cards that have multiple primary aspects on them, like the Anakin Skywalker, you can still hit consistency with the Lando.
Right, right. I believe the version of the deck that was played at Galactics had almost no misses in it, so it was remarkably consistent. Although there are some silver bullet cards like Blue Ace, for example, the 4 cost 4/5 ambush in space. That is a cunning vigilant card, a cunning heroic card. You are allowed a few misses in there, but for the most part, this deck is about as consistent as it can get, hitting that credit token generation.
Yeah, absolutely is. And of course, now the top end pieces of the deck have changed up a little bit as well. You've got the opportunity to include things like this Bo-Katan, which put in a little bit of work for Ollie in feature match 1 as well, being able to be a possible pseudo board wipe if there's a lot of damage littered around on the board, or a load of sort of low HP and power boosted units as well, giving some experience tokens around to help try and close out the game. And then a card that undoubtedly we are going to be seeing a lot of this weekend, one of the big impact cards from Ashes of the Empire, the 7-cost Chimera Capital Ship.
Right. And we also saw the power of Bo Katan being able to pump up existing units. She put that experience counter onto the Lando leader. It's one of the very few ways you can do some burst damage in the heroic colors, the heroic blue colors at least. So if your opponent, for example, plays a massive Pre-Vizsla, they have 2, maybe even 3 Mandalorian tokens on board, you can respond with a Bo Katan, wipe out every Mandalorian token, and put that many experience counters on an existing unit and swing for some damage your opponent may not have expected.
Yeah, you absolutely can. Well, at the moment, from round 1's feature match at the very minutes, our co-caster Mattia, who we'll be seeing in the next round, is looking like he's had a pretty good out there prediction with saying that Lando Vigilance is going to be the one to take down this weekend's tournament, with this weekend kicking off one of 4 sector qualifiers for the Ashes of the Empire format around the world as well. Here are the dates and times remaining for those other events: Indianapolis, Indiana next weekend, and then Fort Worth, Texas at the start of next month. And then back here in Europe, we are over in Italy on the 19th and 20th for the final sector qualifier of the Ashes of the Empire format. I think you were mentioning off camera, Ray, that you're going to be heading to one of these in the not too distant future.
I will actually be heading to 2 of them. Next week is the Indianapolis sector, which is basically a local for me. I can get there in a 3-hour drive. And then I will be hopping on a plane to head to the Turin sector too. So I think that's a
Amazing.
great opportunity to play some limited. And then after that, I believe Fanfinity has also talked about the Utrecht, Netherlands regional qualifier too, which is now a European exclusive event. It's October 30th. So we've got a great slate of competitive events coming up, and hopefully I'll be at that one too.
Amazing. Yeah, it's going to be a really, really great time to go into this second season of Star Wars Unlimited competitive play, where, of course, there have been a few things that have changed around as well. Primarily, one of the biggest aspects that has changed is the points distribution and the points breakdown for sector qualifiers. The champion would typically walk away last season with 250 points. Now, though, in season 2, that number has doubled. So a huge 500 points going to the winner of this weekend's sector qualifier. 450 for the runner-up, 400 for those remaining last 2 in the top 4, then 300, 200, 100 for those that make it to top 32. And if you just make it into day 2, that's 50 points on the leaderboard for you already.
Yes, I think the points structure has shifted to one that rewards performance at major events a lot more than planetary qualifiers, and I think that's very valid since you look at the stream. There's what 500. It's a sold out event. You couldn't get tickets for weeks. Sold out event, 500 plus people. If you are making day 2, if you are top 64, you should definitely be getting some a significant boost to your points. And this is going to matter to players who finished in the top 32 of the leaderboard, such as Oliver, which we saw round 1. So I know a lot of these players will be chasing these major events, following them around the globe just to get these points, because you make a top finish at one of them, you are in striking distance of top 32, if not secured. This is doubly so
Yeah.
since I believe they announced Galactics for 2027 is only in 8 months. So it's actually a shortened season too to try and get points. Shorter than 1 year.
Yeah, yeah, it absolutely is going to be held in Disneyland, California, which, if there's one Galactics event that I've been looking and itching to attend to, if I haven't already been looking to go and attend to one of them, this is definitely going to be the cream of the crop and the pinnacle of doing so. But the players have got to get there as well. We are not too far away from our second round of Star Wars Unlimited action here at the Sector Qualifier in Berlin. So we're going to go away for just a moment, but don't go too far, because when we come back, we'll have round 2 live from Berlin. Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage for Star Wars Unlimited Sector Qualifier in Berlin, the first Sector Qualifier of the season. Ben Fitzpatrick here with you again and bringing Mattia Mariotti here for this feature match round. Mattia, good morning to you. How are you feeling about your prediction, first and foremost, for the weekend? Double
Look
Lando
at that.
wins.
Yes, look at that. I mean, I brought good omens, I guess, or maybe now they lose all the games, but I think at least they made round two, so it's great, right? Yeah, very
Yeah,
nice. Thank you for having
absolutely.
me.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to have you here and to be able to get your insight as well, along with Ray this weekend in a format that looks relatively solved, with Cad Bane Vigilance and Lando Vigilance as well being two very, very highly competitive decks. But there are still a couple of interesting and great picks that are in and around there. We saw obviously things like Pilot Vader do pretty well at the Galactics. Pilot Boba as well is a deck that has been running around for eternity. It feels like that deck just won't go away. What other kind of leaders and bases are you maybe expecting this weekend, Mattia?
I mean, like when you mentioned pilots, we can't finish off the Trinity without Luke, pilot. I think is very strong, obviously. The other Luke, surprisingly, may see some play just because his ability is innately a counter to Cad Bane. So Luke 8, the one that comes on 7. I'm expecting to see Ahsoka. So I think she doesn't have maybe the best positioning in the meta, but it's a very cool, very fun deck that a lot of people are becoming very, very good with. So, I mean, the meta is just shaped up. So if you're confident in a deck and you're going to a sector, you probably bring that deck. So I will see a lot of Ahsokas. And what else? I mean, I expect some spice all over the place. I think there is still room for spice, even in times where things look solved. The solution is always some undercover within it.
Yeah, absolutely. It always tends to be the way with Star Wars Unlimited. There's those one or two leaders and decks that just start to sort of sneak through a little bit. I remember back in Season 0 in Lille, there was an Admiral Trench that made it all the way to day 2 with its recyclability with Vigilance and just churning through your entire deck. And we brought that onto the feature match, and it was one heck of a display. But will we see something similar? Will we see something similar here this weekend?
I mean, I'm sure it's possible. Admiral Trench sadly doesn't have a restock, so it's very hard for the deck to continuously cycle itself. But there's plenty of I'm sure, this is the best spot in the day when some of the most underplayed decks have won their first round and start getting into that feel good space, and maybe we can spot some that I don't know, may won the first game and are looking to win more. I think there can be outliers for us.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we were having a little look around in the results and things like that. We saw that there was an Ezra Bridger. A couple of Ezra Bridgers looked like had taken a win early on. Some of those Ahsokas that you mentioned earlier as well. A couple of those getting some early wins, as well as the Armorer. Now, I've seen a little bit of discussion about the Armorer and some people saying that this is the true answer to the format. What do you expect from the Armorer? Because it's a leader that doesn't have a heroic or villainy aspect. It's command and vigilance. So what kind of tricks could we maybe expect from a deck like the Armorer?
This is really interesting. So generally speaking, the strongest cards have either the vigilance or the evil. No, sorry, the either the heroism or the villain aspect. And so I mean, maybe it's not casual. That's not random that I slip vigilance because vigilance is so strong. But most cards, if they're really good, they're generally either heroism or villainy. But the thing is, the Armor doesn't need to play a top end. The Armor is a very tricky deck that can basically bypass the biggest downside for playing upgrades by not emptying your hand, but playing them from the resources. So you can keep a very low curve, and there are quite a few, I would say, slightly, toxic cards, or toxic cards that are, if not answered, can run away with the game. And the Armor is packing all of those, the Dark Saber, the Improvised Identity. and they can bring a little out of surprise. Like, they can create monsters that your opponent just doesn't have the capability to solve. And I think the armor has some of the coolest ways to win a game that any deck has at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of giving all of your upgrades smuggle in a way,
Right.
and we know how powerful that the DL44 Hotshot Blaster was in the previous format, playing that out from smuggle. So being to have that kind of semi-smuggle capability now that the keyword is for the most part gone from the format as well is a really interesting way to construct a deck.
And the interesting thing is that the vigilance aspect that is inherent to the armorer allows you to run cards like Reforge or Reader Azadi, which counter other people's counters to the armor. So in a way, it's truly embodying the spirit of vigilance in the sense that it's defending your units from others people interaction. So it can make for even harder puzzles to solve for the opponent.
Yeah, it absolutely could do. Well, hopefully, I think we're actually getting an Armorer deck on the stream for round number 2. So the conversation isn't an accident. It's by design that we're highlighting a deck like the Armorer, and it looks like it's going to be going up, if it is the match that we have confirmed, against Director Krennic.
Very interesting. Yeah, I have no idea how this is going to end up. Like, I think both decks are doing extremely unfair things, and the question is, who is doing the most unfair things? It's going to really come down to how both decks are built. I think it's really interesting because Director Krennic is also another deck that became big this set with all the vigilance upgrades. I have actually tested this matchup, now I remember, as Director Krennic, and there are certain things that Director Krennic cannot answer from the Armorer, but there are other scenarios where if the Director Krennic has something the Armorer can't answer, the Director Krennic is probably going to run away for the game. So very, very interesting.
Yeah, is indeed. It's going to be Krennic Vigilance up against the Armorer with Cunning as its third aspect. Lucas Townsend from the UK and Lars Muller as well on this Director Krennic, which, if you've been paying attention to some of the home worlds card reveals and spoilers as well, this deck looks really scary next set, but that's a time for next time. We are underway in game 1 in round 2. It's going to be Director Krennic, and I know somewhere Ross is very, very happy. Babu Frick hitting the ground arena alongside Han Solo.
Very interesting start. Like that Han Solo, whenever you can compare it with like another 1-drop or some sort of value on turn 1, it's really, really insane. And Babu Frick, I don't think there are many droids in this deck, but as a 1/4 vanilla unique Underworld unit, it does a lot for this deck.
Yeah, absolutely can do. And that Han Solo as well, really cool unit, because on attack, it gets an experience token, and that happens before damage calculation as well. So it will swing in effectively for 2 when it attacks on this action phase. We see Onyx Squadron Brute coming down for Lars, and our first upgrade of the game as well. Looks like it's Mastery that's being slid underneath that Han Solo there. So it's now going to get a +3/+3 boost.
So yeah, I can see the armor player here smelling the blood, like seeing that the opponent went under 3 resources, so he can't condemn the unit. He can't play any Sentinel unless it's a Chef Droid or something. So that Han Solo is very likely swinging for 2, if or at least is demanding some immediate answer from the Krennic player.
Yeah, it is indeed. We see that Laz is just going to trade shields here with our 2-cost Krennic and the Han Solo, who is currently at the moment a 5/5 on the board thanks to the experience token that was generated on attack and the +3/+3 that was gained from Mastery. Lucas here just debating on whether to attack in with the Babu Frick or claim the initiative. It is going to be the swing with the Babu Frick. There is the Krennic leader action to defeat a friendly unit and get ourselves a credit token.
Yes, very interesting play from both players. So what I'm thinking, so Lucas is trying his chances with the extra damage from Babu Frick instead of immediately claiming to secure another 6 to the base. And on the other end, Lars is saying that he's probably not going to play a Sentinel in the next round, or anyways, he's probably looking to ramp to find some answer to that unsolo, maybe a no glory on the results, or maybe something bigger yet. We'll see. The problem is now
needs to find.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, like you said, the problem is if we can't find an answer for this Han Solo, then it's just going to constantly get bigger and bigger and bigger with all of these on attack abilities. It is going to be Lucas though with the initiative, and we are going to get to see the Reforge that you were mentioning earlier in the pre-game breakdown, Mattia. We defeat a friendly upgrade on a unit. If we do, search the top 8 cards of the deck for an upgrade that can attach to a unit, reveal it, and play it. And it costs 4 less as well.
This is a very interesting play. So Reforge is a nightmare for control decks because it's a very, very clean. I mean, it's a devastating answer for Condemns. But at the same time, there is a possibility that Reforge could have picked the Darth Saber, making the Han Solo unit, a leader unit, making any removal kind of pretty bad. But that didn't happen. So the No Glory, it's a lot of value there.
It does indeed get a lot of value. Now we are going to see the improvised identity attached onto the Babu Frick. Now that Babu Frick gets the action to search the top 3 cards of the deck for a ground unit and discard it. Then you can attack with the Babu Frick. For this attack, it gains the discarded unit's abilities. So looking for some pretty good either on attack abilities or when attack ends abilities, like something like a legendary maul, perhaps.
Yeah, this is one of the funniest things about this deck, that all of a sudden that 1/7 monstrous Babu Frick can take the abilities of whatever you want in the ground arena, provided you put that card in your deck and it happens to be in the top 3 cards of your deck. And I mean, the bad scenario, as we can see here, is a mode where you don't really use any ability, but at least you're filtering for some cards that you might not have wanted to draw, like that Gambit dude, what's his name? Master Code Breaker, which in a way is not a card he's going to draw. So still doing the job. Now we have a Babu Freak leader. I mean, what do you want from a stream if not this? Like
absolutely. round 2, Babu Frick leader unit, which is now what, a 5/9 at the moment with all of the boosts that's going on. It also gains the Mandalorian trait and means that while we're paying costs, this unit provides all the aspect icons as well. So we've got some serious stuff happening already.
He could play double cannon cards if he wanted. Like now, like we can see the Krennic player trying to, like, you know, ignore the Babu Freak and doing something just as toxic with his own units. So trying to ramp maybe into something big and huge. And the Babu Freak is trying to transform into something with his improvised identity. Flavor-wise, like I would love to see this bit of the movie where the Babu Freak with the Dark Saber tries to transform into other things. Like what is going on here? But game-wise, like, you know, that unit is a bit of a nightmare to deal with. Look at that, Babu Freak with the Dark Saber transmogrifies into Darth Maul. Like, I don't know, and maybe he's gonna ramp as well.
It's turned into Maul, so the Maul ability, when attack ends, if this unit dealt combat damage to a player's base, you may take control of a non-leader unit that players control, and when it leaves play, the unit's owner takes control of it back. So we're going to steal the expendable mercenary, stop Laz from being able to defeat it with Krennic leader to get it as a resource and ramp as well. So really, really strong stuff here from Lucas. And on top of that, we're swinging him for a huge number of damage.
Gaining the overwhelm as well from Maul. And mind you, like that armor hasn't, like the leader armor hasn't even come out yet. So there's more where those cards came from. Very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The Armorer is a 5 deployer leader unit. It's a 4/6 that says when attack ends, you may play an upgrade from your resources on a friendly unit. If you do, resource the top card of your deck. So still so much possibility. I don't think we've actually even seen an activation of the Armorer leader action yet in this game from Lucas. It's just been Turbo Babu Frick.
Yeah, because the armor, the only restriction is before she deploys, she can only play upgrades on units that have been played on that round. So what actually the armor player did was playing most units on the first round, and then she never had a chance to shine. But now I think she'll have plenty of time to shine. And I mean, that Babu Freak is super interesting because now I think he's searching the archives with the event that looks for upgrades, absolutely fitting for this deck, trying to find kind of whatever he wants for the scenario. But
and
that Babu Freak,
the third copy of Mastery.
Yeah, more masteries. Why not? Like that Babu Freak is technically near. Like it's very hard to answer. Like there aren't many cards in the game that answer that Babu Freak cleanly. Like if you try to go for damage, that's a lot of health you need to chuck through. If you're trying to condemn the Babu Freak, this deck is running Reforge, and if you're trying to put Sentinels in front of that Babu Freak, this deck runs Ascension Cables. So I think the Three Remembers is the best answer that Krennic could have to the Babu Freak, but I mean, not everyone ran that card in their main deck. So
yeah, absolutely, because as you mentioned rightly before, quite a lot of the removal pieces specify non-leader units, so we can't know glory-only results to deal with the Babu Frick. As you mentioned, it is pretty much exclusively the Tree Remembers that is going to have to be the answer here. We do see Resupply Carrier come down, so that is going to get us that ramp. Krennic, of course, a 7 resource deploy leader, which it looks like with that ramp from Resupply Carrier, we have now gotten ourselves up to. So Krennic deployment is live in this action phase.
Very interesting. So I think Lucas is doing the math to see, if his Babu Freak can tank a Krennic, dealing 4 damage to it, plus an attack from the leader. And I'm not that good at math, but we're going to find out very soon. The thing is, technically, no matter where the damage goes, the armor can just going to provide new weapons for whatever unit is going to be damaged. So probably increasing the health of that unit and making it even more toxic to deal with. Or, I mean, even the Mastery could probably do it here.
Mm-hmm. And it's instead going to be a Lobot that's going to come down.
More
so
trolling.
Why worry about playing?
Yeah,
it's just going to be the scoop from Lars.
Yeah.
We are losing to a leader Babu Frick with a Darksaber in game 1. Lucas Townsend takes it quickly and cleanly with the Armorer.
But yes, I mean, as soon as that mole, like the Krennic deck is an amazing deck. I think it's like a genius design. So is the armor, to be honest. But the Krennic deck really suffers from like a very few nasty counters. And once the ramp was stolen, it's really hard to climb that wall. Now, probably Krennic bringing all the hate it can for provided the player put that in their sideboard. But I'm curious to see what the armor would take. Maybe they can even have credit disruption, Termin Barcona. That would be extremely nasty as well to add to the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, with so much credits and so many credit generators that are running around in the format at the moment. Obviously, Lando being the prime example and the prime one to worry about. But as you mentioned, obviously, we've seen here with things like Krennic running around, we do have to worry about those credit tokens. So we'll see what gets brought into the sideboard from both players. But I think you're completely right that Krennic is the one that's going to have to really focus on their sideboard choices here for removals that can target leaders as well as non-leaders, and some upgrade removal as well. Maybe bringing in some things like out of aspect, outer rim constable, or the DRK1 probe droid as some opportunities just to be safe from these upgrades.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know if the thing is, like, it's not like like you need to have brought these cards in your sideboard. So, unless you've like, this is the good thing about rogue decks. Probably the Krennic player yesterday night wasn't going like, oh, what if I find the armor? Let me put 10 cards of hate, like, and so there you go. Like, if the opponent isn't ready, they're just not ready. And the good thing is that the armor most likely is more ready. and they can even play Ryder Azadi to call some of these very few answers and make the Krennic's player life even harder. Like, if they know the deck, they have played the matchup. It's going to be an interesting battle. Yeah, very, very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And especially with the information that was gathered from game one as well, to be able to, like you say, use something like Ryder Azadi to call the tree remembers, so it turns off so much of those limited leader targetable removals that you are able to play. So it'll be really, really intriguing to see how these players will adapt throughout into game two. We'll have Krennic likely with the initiative as well in game two. So can he also find some more of those early ramp pieces to get up to that hefty 7 resource deployment for the Krennic leader unit?
Right. I mean, if the Krennic can put together some of its most insane combos, like playing Previzsla, which is like one of the strongest bomb in the game on turn 3, like the Armorer doesn't have a lot of comeback mechanisms. I mean, technically they could steal the Previzsla with a made-up mole that enters the soul of Babu Frick, but like barring that, anything insane, like, there are a lot of situations the Armorer can't come back from, but we'll see. It really depends on how the earlier turns pave out. I think here Krennic needs to be a bit greedy, because I don't think this is a game that necessarily is easily won by playing fair and square. And I would be curious to see, there are some cards that really punish the armor that some Krennic lists might run. One that comes to my mind is I can't recall the name of the card, but it's a 2/5 vehicle, blue villainy in space, that says when played, each player sacrifices a unit, basically. So it's another one of these removals that go around the restriction of not being able to hit leaders. And it's a card that some Krennic decks run, because it's an Imperial non-unique card that can be brought back by Moff Gideon, which is another card that is very popular in these colors. So maybe he's been lucky enough, he brought some of those from the sideboard, and and they can do the trick for him. But like, who knows? Very, very interesting matchup for us to watch.
Yep. Yeah, we will find out very, very soon ahead of game number 2 in the Star Wars Unlimited Berlin sector qualifier. Lucas Townsend on the Armorer from the UK is going to mulligan their opening 6-card hand. So maybe looking for that double 1-drop start like they found in game 1. Some of those early upgrades. Lars isn't happy either. Initially had 2 resources set, but then thinks, let me think better of it. Maybe in fear of that Babu Frick combo like he did in game 1.
Babu Frick appearing in a few nightmares tonight, I'm sure. Yeah, it's really interesting. The Krennic deck can have like insane starts, but I mean, I don't know the specific build that our player is playing here, but it can have very greedy curves, and like depending on how the deck is built, it's a deck that it's really punishing if you don't start well, because sometimes missing your turn 1 play, it means missing your turn 2 play as well, since generally you don't play on curve. You build your deck in a way that often skips turns, so you really need to start on with that credit generation, and at the same time, given the matchup, you need to find your anti-armor tools, which you need to hope to have seen.
Absolutely. Well, Lucas is set with their 2 resources. Lars has got themselves set ready as well. We see the motion and we are underway in game number 2. We see a 1-drop and an immediate sacrifice and defeat of it by the Krennic effect. We have Babu Frick back for Lucas Townsend in action phase 1. He is back, and Lars now up to what will effectively be 4 resources in this action phase, thanks to the credit that was generated.
The hero of the last match is back on his own this time, so a little bit scarier times for him in the galaxy when you don't have Han Solo to back you up. But I think he can still become a scary leader of the Mandalorians if he wields a Darksaber. He's going to find a cable for himself. Very interesting.
I was going to say, first he's going to start flying with an ascension cable. So that's going to give him +1, +3, and Saboteur as well. So any of those Sentinels that Laz can maybe look for in this early game portion to stave off some of the aggression, that's not going to work anymore. Here's Lazrazi, an Eternal All-Star in the format, getting the experience token and putting 3 damage into the Babu Frick.
That's very interesting because the Krennic deck plays a decent amount of like damage-based control with like Craving Powers or Lazrazi, but good luck killing that Babu Freak, which is currently standing at a 2/7 stat line, which is pretty monstrous for like your turn 2 play. Like now he went down to 1 health, so arguably not the best start ever, to use a euphemism for the armor deck, but still, you know, all these dirty tricks are still there to be played.
Yeah, absolutely. And Babu Frick being strong enough to take down Lazrazi and survive as well in the exchange, still hanging on for dear life at the moment. So can Laz find an answer to it? We've got Koska Reeves here to start off with, which doesn't create the Mandalorian token, unfortunately, so isn't going to gain Sentinel. Not that it matters with the Ascension cable attached, but it's an extra unit that Laz isn't generating on that action.
Yeah, very interesting. Like, I wonder, like, what made the Krennic play start with this play, because it's basically saying to the armor player, like, you know, you do whatever you want for this turn. Now I have a 4/4 that can swing into that Babu Freak, but we'll see how this plays out. The armor player doesn't seem hyper excited as well. 2/2 base.
Yeah, maybe it was a case of we just didn't really have much else to do on this action phase. I think maybe I saw a glimpse of a copy of the Tree Remembers there in the hand for Laz, which probably holding on to in fear of Babu Frick getting the Darksaber again in like it did in game 1. Initiative looks like it's been claimed by Laz. And so Lucas here looking at, there's a Hondo Anaka in hand. Wow. There is also this upgrade that's coming up, the Preparation, to give +2/+1 as well to the Babu Frick.
Like, Hondo Naka is a whole other level of play. Hondo Naka can move upgrade, so I guess it's a decent target for Condemned. The only problem is it's a double blue card, so it's going to come down for 7 as a 3/5 shielded against this deck. I think it's actually a mirror breaker for the armorer, but like it's very interesting to see it here. And now the problem is that Babu Freak, because he was brave enough to challenge Lazrazi to a duel, it can be killed by the Koska Reeves. The only thing is now, thanks to his preparation, he's going to at least trade with the Koska Reeves. So there's that.
Yeah.
So,
and that's exactly what's going to happen with the first action for Laz.
Not the start you want to see as the armorer, but yeah, the leader needs to come out still, and there's plenty of tricks.
Yeah, leader is eligible to deploy on this action phase. The armorer is a 5-resource leader for its epic action. And the downside about playing all of these heavy upgrade packages and upgrade cards is that sometimes you run so many of them that you don't actually end up having enough units to back that up in your hand sometimes. We are going to see Scour the Archives come through to look for yet another upgrade here for Lucas. Which one are we going to go for? Unlike the Reforge, this doesn't have to be an upgrade that attaches to a unit. It is going to be the Darksaber, though. So Laz will be very happy that he took the chance to trade with Babu Frick when he did.
Yes, very good. And like just as a reminder, the Tree Remembers is very good against Darksabers, but it can't do anything if the Darksaber is put on a unit that costs 4 or more. So now that Darksaber can transform anything into a pretty hefty, challenging body.
It can indeed. We are going to see the Ant Droid come down and then immediately get defeated with the Krennic effect to draw ourselves a card. And are we just going to give the Armor of the Darksaber? We are indeed just really boost up this leader unit. So it's +4/+2. Here comes Moff Gideon to at least sit in the ground arena for 1 or 2 action phases. It will only be 1 as the armorer crashes straight in. We're going to look into the discard pile. We don't have a non-unique Imperial unit to revive.
Yeah, sadly, the Empire hasn't recruited those droid ants yet, so they cannot picked up by Moff Gideon as of yet. But an extremely thematic moment with this armor, and I'm seeing a card in Luke's hand, which hasn't seen a lot of play, but it can be great with the armor. It's the 1/3 that gives grit to a unit with support from the new set. So the more the more the Krennic player Lars is trying to damage that armor without killing it, the more any sort of way to give it grit becomes really, really scary.
Mm-hmm. So what will Lucas go for here? A check of the resources first to have a look and see what we can potentially attach onto this armor. I think I see there's like been an ascension cable in the resources there as a possible target for the armorer. Of course, that ability happens when the attack ends. So whenever or whatever power modifications get added to that unit will not take effect for the damage calculation of that attack.
I think that's a fair safety valve from the devs, like to prevent the armor from going completely off the racks. And there you see the grid coming on handy.
Yeah, there is the Mos Eisley modifier, the card that you were mentioning, 1/4 with support. When you play this unit, you may attack with another, and it gains this unit's other abilities for this attack. So the armor getting 2 grit stacks going through on that swing, putting Lars up to 12. And now, Lucas, it looks like maybe having a look in the resources for this when attack ends trigger of the armor to see if we do want to play an upgrade onto either the armorer or even the Mos Eisley modifier as well to make sure that it sticks around a little bit more. It is going to be preparation that is going to go onto the armorer.
It's very interesting. So presumably, like the Krennic eventually is gonna trade into that armor. The question is, how fast can that happen? Because if I'm not, if I believe like the player is currently on 7 resources, the Krennic player. So technically, that like the armor could die now, or at least that armor could take 8 damage. But how much health does it have? It has currently 7.
So 6, 7, 8 plus the extra from the preparation, which would be 9 minus 2 would be 7. So yeah, you're spot on. 7 damage left. See, your maths isn't that bad, Mattia. No, stop worrying.
Yeah. And then there's Solo coming through as well. Very interesting. So yeah. I believe that, like, I understand why I'm a bit slow, sorry, why the armor player made that play. So basically, he wanted to make sure that, okay, if the Director Krennic is gonna come and kill my armor, the Director Krennic is gonna die for his sins, like, and it's gonna trade positively, because I believe the Director Krennic is a 4/9. So effectively, he was trying to bring his armor to 10 attack, or at least more than 8 to be able to kill the Krennic on the backswing. But interestingly enough, none of these happened because the Krennic player decided to take the initiative to go for probably a different play.
Yeah, to start off with, it is going to be an activation and deployment of Krennic. It looks like there's going to be a plot coming out. That's why we've waited. It's the first light that's coming through. So the 5/7 ambush, when this unit attacks and defeats a unit, you may draw a card. Not going to get any ambushing here with nothing in space for Lucas, but at the very least, it's a 5/7 body and a Jar Jar as well in the plot and in the resources coming through on that deployment.
Yeah, actually, the Jar Jar Binks is key. Like, not every Krennic list is running it, but it's really, really handy to make sure you get the right amount of damage, to make sure you kill what you want to kill. Like, if Jar Jar Binks hadn't been there, can you imagine, like, putting this awkward 5 damage on the armorer, possibly opening yourself up to another grit swing from some other random card, and the Jar Jar being there, really earning his job as a gatekeeper in the galaxy. And now the armor needs to find some tool to fight this board with only 13 damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Hisa proposed that armorer get immediately dealt with on that action phase, and all of a sudden Lars is almost in a pretty comfortable position. It looks like he's 4 wide with units, 2 on each arena. We see the mastery get attached to this Han Solo, which is going to be able to attack on this action phase and get a little bit extra damage in with its on attack ability. But now Lars has entered into this awkward sort of this strong spot where Villainy Vigilance command decks have traditionally liked to live. High resources and just get ready to answer one for one anything that Lucas tries to put down.
And as a reminder, like, that 3 remembers that was in the Krennic's player hand earlier, I don't think has gone anywhere. So unless Lars resourced it, Lucas can build like a very hefty Han Solo here, but no matter what, that Han Solo is going to be answered pretty easily. And on the other hand, I don't know how many answers the Armor deck has for this kind of board.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't imagine that the Armorer plays too heavily into the space arena either, because of all of the upgrades that are being played in this deck. You've got so many upgrades in the game that can only attach onto ground units or onto non-vehicles. So it would be really interesting to see if Lucas has any way to contend with that resupply carrier and first light that Lars has available to him. Here comes a swing with the Han Solo with a second mastery attached as well off of the Reforge. That's a very, very wizened map Han Solo.
Yeah, I mean, let's just as a reminder that's technically lethal on the next attack. Like, if this wasn't like a vigilance deck and happened not to have any answer for that Han Solo out of nowhere could push what was that, 17 damages in 2 actions. So yeah.
We'll see what Lars can do here with the initiative. I think I do spy no glory only results in hand. So if the Tree Remembers did get resourced away in the preceding action phases, in fact, it's going to be even better. It's going to be Chimera that's going to come down here to remove the Han Solo. We sacrifice our Jar Jar Binks. He has done his duty for the Galactic Republic, and now he's doing it for the Empire as well, and a 6/6 body alongside it as well.
I mean, it might be funny, but if the undisputed hero of the previous battle was certainly Babu Frick, I think the undisputed hero of this battle was Jar Jar Binks. Like, with the +2 that was key to kill the armor, now sacrificing itself for the galaxy. Really MVP there.
Yeah. Absolutely, and Lucas is now going to hope to rely on Axe Woves, another eternal masterpiece in that format with the likes of Gar Saxon, a card that gets +1/+1 for each upgrade on him. So he's now going to get an extra +1 boost with this Ascension cable that is going to attach on. And this is just the explanation quickly of the Armorer's leader action. The Axe Woves did enter play on this phase, so we can cheat that Ascension cable into play on this phase. But if Laz is really worried and threatened by this, it can just be a case of claim the initiative, first action, no glory to take out this Axe Woves.
Yeah, right. I don't think, like, I don't know how many cards in hand our friend Lucas has, but I don't think even an aggressive negotiation could really threaten lethal from that spot. So he might want to close the game out just to make sure that he has enough time to play his third game happily in case should he win this game and push that damage on the base. But yeah, technically, this is like a pretty rough spot for any aggro deck to be in when your opponent, your vigilance villainy opponent, has a fleet in the sky, plenty of removal in the hand, and the Chimera on board. You're really fighting against the tide.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to go into the next regroup phase here, that aggressive negotiation maths you were talking about as well there, Mattia, at the moment. Axe Woves has 2 power at base, gets the +1 from the shield, gets the extra +1, I believe, from the Ascension cable. Yes, that's 4. Add another one on top because of the boost with it being an upgrade. That's 5. And then with 4 cards in hand, burning the aggressive negotiations would be a +3 boost, so it wouldn't be enough, as you said, and as you assumed, to go 1 actions and win the game with an aggressive negotiations. It's going to be Arcana Star map that's going to come down on this Axe Woves, though, to try and help protect it from any extra damage and attack defeation. +3 defense, and if you would search a number of cards from your deck, you search twice that number instead. Problem is, we've got the Tree Remembers, and that's going to be the scoop up from Lucas. We are going to go to Game 3, Krennic holding it down.
Yeah, very, very interesting. I mean, honestly, it was kind of a predictable outcome given the first two rounds of the armor sadly weren't like where you really want to be as the armor, like not the best draws for Lucas here, even if Babu Freak did touch the ground. But very interesting battle, especially with that very, very clutch use of the plot cards from Lars in order to find a clean answer to the armor, which in many other ways would have been very hard to defeat with 7 health and a lot of power, a lot of things going on.
Yeah, really inventive and smart use of the organization and ordering of all of the triggers and all of the when played activations and things like that to at least just have the stronger and bigger body out on board first and foremost with the first light, then the Jar Jar Binks to boost the first light's power up to that 7 power requisite, and then the Krennic seeing that first light in the skies and says, yep, that'll do. We'll beam down and fire on that armorer and get rid of it and send us to game 3. We've got about over 20 minutes for this game 3 to go underway with. The biggest fear and the biggest threat, though, I think, for Lars in this game 3, Lucas is going to start with the initiative.
Yeah, I mean, like it's often the Krennic's deck like to durdle in the first rounds, killing their ants or their units to make credits. So it's not so much as it would be like a battle between a race between two aggro decks, like Shinati against I don't know someone else, and where the initiative really matters. But it's a lot is going to come down to the quality of the cards that are going to be played in these first rounds, like and. How much each player can do something that cannot be disrupted and how much disruption they have for what the other player is doing. So Han Solo, I mean, I love Babu Frick. I can tell our viewers that I have a mat with Babu Frick. It's my favorite mat. But technically speaking, the Han Solo is slightly more threatening for the opponent on round 1, just because it has a shield, which the Krennic deck doesn't have particularly clean ways to deal with unless they are running the Krennic shuttle, which is very unlikely. And at the same time, it keeps growing, and it just costs 1. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see what kind of star we see.
That's the biggest differentiation, isn't it? Is just that constant incremental growth and value that the Han Solo provides with its on-attack ability to just give it more experience tokens, boost it up more and more and more. Will we see that to kick off game 3, though? Or will it be a different story? Will the Empire triumph? Or will the Mandalorians rise? We are in to game number 3. It is the Han Solo start for Lucas, and we're going to have an upgrade with it straight away, the Arcana Star Path. What a start this is for Lucas up against the Krennic of Lars.
Yeah, very, very. I mean, this is a pretty good start for Krennic calling Krennic, but this is just about one of the best starts Lucas could play with Han Solo, putting on an upgrade, looking at the stars in this case. And now he needs to face a Moff Gideon, and let's see how much of a hassle that Moff Gideon's supposed to be. But the Han Solo has got currently 4 health, looking to become 5, and a shield. So, it can tank a few hits.
It can tank a few hits, but with it being a 1-1 as well, it doesn't necessarily deal as much damage as you would like it to. Not going to be able to get through that Moff Gideon in one action unless we attach an Ascension cable. Then we can get around the Moff Gideon and start to cause some carnage into the base early. Lucas deciding on potentially Master Codebreaker here, but he's going to change his mind. It's going to be the Reforge. And of course, thanks to Arcana Star Path, we're going to do this twice.
So yes, he could pick a lot of different things over here. That's an interesting choice. He's opening himself up to kind of risking an attack from the Krennic here, because just in case he gave up on his shield, but he took a dark saber as an exchange. So all in all, not the worst of the trades, I would say. So technically, also
absolutely not.
The Krennic player has 1 resource open. I don't think they're planning to use it, but Moff Gideon is a 1 defeated, so they could have paid 2 for that, I believe. I don't think it's going to be relevant here. But.
Yeah, it is a very good point, though. Yeah, when defeated, obviously, with that 2-cost Krennic out, your first when defeated unit that you play each phase can cost 1 less resource. But we are just going to see the attack from the Han Solo into the Moff Gideon. And here was me thinking, Mattia, that we were gone with the days of Han Solo leader units in Premiere with the rotation. But we've got it straight back and we're right into our old school formats.
Yes, very much like a leader that comes out early. Yeah, sounds familiar with Han Solo. Very, 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 very good indeed. Very interesting here. See the Krennic playing a bit more fair, like, and needs to respect the Han Solo. And here it's trying to ramp. So now probably deciding to play a little bit less fair because it looks like he doesn't have an immediate answer to that. Han Solo, like 5 resources or 4 resources are the same because that Han Solo is a leader, so there's no glory or results that can kill it. And maybe this is a chance for Lucas to smell the blood and make it even bigger and better.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to start off instead by going with a couple of extra units. It's going to be the Master Codebreaker, which will search the top 16 cards of the deck for a Gambit. And we're going to get Improvised Identity. It's an upgrade, but it also does have the Gambit trait. So we're going to be able to keep an eye out for either Han Solo or the Master Codebreaker to look to turn into something scary later on in this game.
I mean, this is a thing of beauty. Like the Master Codebreaker, this casino player trying to help out the Han Solo, who I think in that specific card just escaped some sort of prison and is wielding a dark saber, is looking for the help of the sky, and now can transform into anything. Like, hello, wow! Is actually paying 1 for that because of the discount from the Codebreaker. Absolutely beautiful. And using the Codebreaker with the Arcana Star map, what a combo! Babu Frick hitting the ground as well.
Here he
just
is.
Because why not?
Yeah. Babu Frick making its way down onto the ground. We're doing some more searching going on here as well. Having a little look through. We've got a Lobot there. And just having a look and seeing. I think this is going to be the improvised identity that's happening here.
That Lobot is going to give grit to this Han Solo. So luckily the players are going to do the math for us, but this is going to be a hell of a swing down to that base.
Yeah, so this is what? 1, 2, 6 from the Darksaber. The improvised identity gives no extra power. So I think it's 10 all up there. 11 with the amount of damage that is on the base. Insane.
Yeah, the experience from the Han Solo, I don't know if it was featured in your count. Mm-hmm. And now, okay, so what? Oh, I see. Well, sad end of the party. What our Krennic player was waiting for was a retaliation, which was actually nearly impossible to play around. I mean, I guess the Krennic player passed a lot of times. Maybe the Armor player could read that, but I mean, even if he couldn't, that's 11 damage. That's 10 damage. That's 11 damage. Okay, but so still.
Well, and at least the Han Solo is now dealt with that tree remembers, and Lucas now up to 5 resources is going to be able to deploy the armorer on this action phase. Little look into the resources to check for anything, any tools that might make their way out of the box and out of the resource row. But instead, it's going to be another Darksaber given to the Master Codebreaker this time. So no leader Babu Frick for game 3, but a leader Master Codebreaker. There's no glory to take out the Babu Frick. Laz is really, really worried about that. And improvised identity as well. Wow. Oh, no.
One Mandalorian leader is dead, and hooray, a new one comes. And it's the Master Codebreaker, ladies and gentlemen, which as well is trying to transmogrify into something into the galaxy. Now, sadly, without the Arcana Star map, the stars can't help anymore, so you can only look at 3 cards. But boy, oh boy, like that's another big threat. And not counting the fact that, yes, Lucas is still a leader to deploy, and a 4/6 for 5, which is like one of the most aggressive rates you get in this game. So... yeah. No board for Krennic, 20 damage on the base.
Yeah, and not even worried about the fact that we missed from the improvised identity. We found no units to be able to copy with that upgrade. Instead, just putting Laz on essentially possibly a one action clock if we find something strong here with either an extra upgrade, a good improvised identity as well. So Laz is going to have to take some serious evasive action here. It's going to be the resupply carrier, which will boost us up to Krennic being able to deploy this phase. Is that going to be enough?
Well, I mean, remember, like the resource row is all an extra hand with the armor in play, and this time the downside of the armor being playing the upgrade at the end of the attack is not really there because the upgrade can be played on the leader of the Mandalorian, the Master Codebreaker. So that's a lot of damage already, but any small thing would do it. Like, let's see, this mastery, for example, I think it's enough to close the game, I believe.
I think that mastery will be exactly enough right now with the +3/+3 that it gives. You've got 4, 5, 6, 7, I think 8 currently. That will be enough for Laz at the very least to extend the fist bump and say, I don't have a way to answer this Master Codebreaker. I've got no extra copies of the Tree Remembers. So Lucas Townsend on the Armorer is going to take the win and go to 2-0 in Berlin. What a game.
Very, very impressive. Yeah, the Armorer showed no mercy this game. It's a deck that when it rolls like this, I believe it doesn't really allow the opponent to have like turns where it's just like, it can have a weak turn where you are forced to no glory Babu Freak. It was absolutely relentless and unforgiving. 3 leaders deployed in this game, each of those more bonkers than the other. And what are you going to do?
Yeah, absolutely. It was an unbelievable game to be able to get to see in a deck that hasn't necessarily been seen too much in the form. I think it's had a few planetary qualifier representations here and there, but being able to get it seen in the next level up in the competitive ladder in the sector qualifier, taking the victory for Mandalore as well. We're going to get an opportunity, though, to switch over to our second feature match and see what is going on over there with a couple of other decks. We're going to find out in just a moment what we've got cooking up for you all. I think we've got Ezra in the second feature match area.
Very nice. Against Darth Vader, the pilot Vader. So it looks like the first game went to the Vader player, which I recognize from the game. It's probably Sobek, isn't he? Like, he's a very well-known, very strong player. And the other player, I don't know, but is bringing us a deck that looks very interesting. So Ezra, but with blue and with who knows what other colors, since he's playing the splash base, the Daimyo's Palace.
Yeah, Daimyo's Palace being able to use its epic action to let you to play one of any of the cards from the primary aspects, ignoring its aspect penalties, but it's mashed up against Team Enigma player Jakub Subkowiak, who is with this Darth Vader pilot in Cunning. We are underway for game number 2. Karis Nemec to start off with for Dennis, and Jakub, as expected, already starting off into the skies with this Black Sun Patroller.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Like, I don't think, I don't know, anything could be in the Ezra deck, but my guess would be that it's not a deck that is trying to control the space, especially against a deck like Vader that creates an amount of space presence out of nowhere, which is extremely impressive. But I think this color combination has a few tools to raise Vader pretty effectively in the form of Era Syndulla, maybe Honna, possibly even a suited up Ezra leader. I believe we could see Mastery's lightsabers. So let's see. I believe this is a fair race. I don't think it's necessarily a game which is lost to start with by any of the players.
Yep. Well, to start off with here, we saw an attempt to go into the space arena for Dennis, but Jakub immediately shutting that down with the eager escort fighter, the 4-1 ambusher. And of course, we've attacked with a fighter during that phase with the Black Sun Patroller, so we will get our first TIE Fighter token being seen, a Galactics TIE Fighter token as well, if you don't mind. And Dennis, with the initiative, I do see that Hera Syndulla in hand, and it's going to come down now.
Yeah, this is probably the one card that you really don't want to see as Vader. Like, it's not a pleasant card to race, especially when you are using Ezra's ability and possibly giving it advantage tokens all over the place to increase that sort of lifelink effect for the people who know Magic the Gathering. But we also see a ginormous clone combat squadron in the sky for Vader.
Yeah, this is and has typically been the big finisher and closer for these Pilot Vader decks, the Clone Combat Squadron that get an extra +1/+1 boost for each other space unit that is joining it in the swarm. And if there's one thing that this Pilot Vader deck can do, it is swarm effectively and make that Combat Squadron absolutely huge, but it even gets the chance, the possibility to deploy and jump up into it.
Yeah,
So Ezra,
I mean, it will all depend on the kind of answers that the Ezra has for that clones combat. But that clones combat, when it's unanswered, tends to really run away with the game very, very quickly. And from the look of it, the Ezra player is not answering that immediately. He's probably trying to do something else at the moment. But we see the Namek exhausted.
yeah, it's going to be exhausted by the Death Space Skirmisher. We absolutely control another space unit, so we're going to exhaust the Karis Nemec, stop it from being able to attack in with the advantage token as well that was switched over from Harrisindler after it used it over to the Ezra with the leader action. And now over to Dennis with 5 resources. What on earth is he going to be able to do to answer this 5 wide space presence?
Well, it's very interesting. I mean, technically, this is the big moment for Ezra to deploy. So it could suit up the Ezra with a saber, and now, like, I mean, a mastery would mean something like 7 damage, which, unless Jakub here takes initiative very soon, could become 14 damage extremely fast. So I think the best shot that Ezra player has, instead of trying to control this board that looks impossible to control given his hand, is probably trying to race the other deck with the enormous Ezra that will demand an answer pretty soon.
And that's exactly what's going to happen. We're going to give it the mastery and the lightsaber as well. The heirloom saber going to come through. So we're going to hit for a ton of damage here. 3, 6, 7, 8, I believe, if I've done my maths right. 3 power from the Ezra, the +3 from the mastery, and then the +2 from the heirloom lightsaber. All of a sudden putting Jakub all the way up to, it looks like, 18 damage on the base in just one swing.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Now that one is going to hit for a big amount as well. Like this, so we'll see. I think there's 18 damage on the base. So our Sobek is just one short from dying from an aggressive negotiation hit. But the problem is that the Ezra player is very close to dying from a big hit from the squadron as well. So whoever can find some effective disruption this turn is probably going to go away with the game. But we see an Ezra Bridger, Kanan Jarrus in the hand of the Ezra Bridger player. So that squadron, like no matter how big it is, it's still a cost 4 units. So maybe bouncing that can save a lot of damage. Might be just about enough for the Ezra player.
Yeah, absolutely. We control an aggression unit, so we're able to bounce back an extra number of cost for that Kanan Jarrus to be able to get a 4 or less as opposed to a 2 cost or less when just played normally without that extra little bit of boost. We've also highlighted the constructed lightsaber that looks like it's found its way into hand for Jakub Sobkowiak, so maybe we could see Darth Vader deploying onto the ground.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think I saw a constable in the hand of the Ezra player. I'm not sure if the Ezra player resourced in a way that he could have Kanan and the constable in the same round. But the constructed lightsaber is certainly a card you don't expect to see in a Darth Vader pilot deck, which could take many, many, many opponents out of surprise. I don't know if this is the case because it seems like the space is extremely safe. But yeah, we'll see.
We will indeed. It's going to be Dennis with the first action, with Ezra, Karis, and the Harrisindula on board. Karis and Harrisindula look like they've both got advantage tokens at the moment as well. So Dennis just trying to figure out here. We are going to use our Daimyo's Palace to play an out of aspect card. It is going to be the Kanan Jarrus because it is a cunning card. There is the deployment of the Darth Vader pilot. We're going to see double plot getting activated here. I think that's the lurking snub fighter, the snub fighter squadron, I beg your pardon, coming through here with the plot.
Now that's not good
units
to see from the point of view of our dear friend Ezra here, because I believe that if Jakub has little on board, and given the nature of the splash base, it's very likely that he has. Like right now, it's got 40. It's got 4 there. It's got 14 damage, so it's got exactly little on board, and he's denying all the restore capabilities from. So he doesn't even need the saber to close this one out, because I think if the Ezra had any chance whatsoever to swing one attack and then claim the initiative, the Ezra probably can finish off the game with one swing. But it's going to come down to the single tie token, I believe, if my math was right, which probably wasn't, but you know.
Well, it is always skewed off, as you mentioned, because of that Daimyo's Palace. The trade-off for that epic action means that you start with 27 health on your base. And I think even Dennis is having a little look at the maths himself and figuring out, okay, I've got 2 open resources. What can I do, if anything, to stop some of this extra damage coming through? I think just motioning again there that you might just have exactly enough, even with us bouncing away that clone combat squadron, to be able to take this game and take the round by 2-0. We're going to continue on, though. Karis Nemec is going to fire 4 damage into the base, thanks to the advantage token that was previously on it. Ezra will give it to the Harrisindula. Here comes Vader crashing in for 5.
Yeah, like importantly, by deploying on the ground, Vader basically nullified the Constable, which was the only piece of interaction that the Ezra deck had available for this round. Like anything else, like even like, I don't know, a kill switch, a nimble prowess,
and that's going to do it.
Heal effect would have made it, but yeah.
The claim of the initiative from Dennis. Jakub extends the fist bump out, saying, I've got more than enough. The Outer Rim Constable and Honor, the last card in hand, not going to be able to help out, not going to be able to do anything. So Pilot Vader wins by 2-0 against Ezra. A really intriguing deck with the use of the advantage tokens.
Yeah, very, very interesting and nice. I think the Vader matchup might have been one of the worst Pilot matchup, because it's one of these decks that is not only very hard to control, but very hard to race by the fact that like he's running Cunning, so he's running a lot of exhaust effects, as many as he wants actually, and he's running the Palpatine plot as well, which would have been just as devastating in that scenario. So very, very, very interesting, but yes, actually close game.
Yeah, it's always great as well with Pilot Vader, because it is one of those decks that you constantly have to respect that is in the format. The space aggression, the space swarm that it can generate. Obviously, being a pilot and an upgrade leader that can attach on, you've got to account for those upgrade removal cards like the Outer Rim Constable, and just making sure that you have, if not in your main deck, at least considerably in your side deck, some kind of significant answer to the engine.
Right. Yeah, it's a deck that, like, you know, you could tech your deck to like have an 80% matchup against Vader, no matter your leader. The problem is, like, you're going to lose to any other deck if you do that. So that's why Vader keeps taking decks by surprise. And it's a very interesting pilot, because I think it's the only major pilot that doesn't have the aggression aspect. So it has less explosiveness. But sacrificing that, it has 2 aspects, the cunning one and the command one in villainy, which allow it to come back from its ashes multiple and multiple times. Like, can't even count the amount of times I played against the Vader and I thought I had won, and then like the Phoenix, the Vader came back deploying, and all of a sudden a single token is a 6/6 unkillable in the space, which makes other tokens. Now they have new tools. They have Elzerma, like, that color combinations offers you so many cheeky evil tricks that really, really, really help you when you have already a very consistent and powerful game plan in your leader, making a free token every turn, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. So, unfortunately, one of the lesser played leaders in Ezra falling down in our second feature match, but one taking a very, very strong game and set in our first feature match with the Armorer. I'm just going to have a quick look here around as well to see if I can find any other intriguing decks and leaders that are winning in the early stages. It looks like I've seen that a Luke Skywalker, I can save him with Data Vault. There's a couple that have already taken an early 2-0 start, so a bit of a throwback to the days of Vigilance, Heroism, and Data Vault. But let's talk about Luke Skywalker in a pilot version here with Luke Data Vault.
It's very, very interesting deck as well. It's another pilot deck. Now, out of all the pilot decks, it's one of the ones that is most linear, in the sense that it's generally playing like 1, sometimes 2 units per round. It's in a way, it's fair in its development of the game plan, but at the same time, it's another deck that is hard to race because it's running a 33 HP base, and it's running a lot of tools to interact. Like the leader pings every round. They have air superiority, which is an extremely effective force of removal. They have red fire, we're seeing here, which is a monster. And the Luke Skywalker leader, when deployed, it's an absolute monster in that it deals 3 damage to any unit, provided that it's on a fighter, and combined with an effect like Red 5, it can just like kill units out of nowhere. And remarkably, it can't be killed by upgrade hate. So you need specifically to have like, very, very specific answers. And when it deploys, it's asking big questions from its opponent, because if they don't have one of these answers, probably the Luke Skywalker just won the game. And interestingly now, I think it's one of the reasons it's mentioned is because it gained a pretty potent legendary this game in the form of Admiral Akbar, a 5 mana 6/6, that 5 resources 6/6, which that's already pretty good. But on top of that, as the selfless admiral he is, he can sacrifice itself and tutor for any specific combination of ships. So patching one of the big weaknesses of Luke Skywalker, which is consistency. And you can basically take whatever you want, 1 ship, 2 ships. And it's a very, very, very powerful turn 5 play that allows this deck to come back from its ashes.
Yeah, absolutely. And you combine that with the already powerful Keller and Beck as well, with a potential option even to give yourself access in command to something like a big turbo laser salvo play as well, if the loop does get attached up onto a pilot and onto a unit in the space arena. It's definitely one that a lot of players are going to have to look out for, with its innate protection to that upgrade removal and the already powerful and potent command and heroism upgrade and aspect combination. Will we see more of them, and will we see some throughout the day's play? Well, for that, you're just going to have to stay tuned to our coverage here this weekend of the Berlin Sector Qualifier. If you could pick a leader, Mattia, what one would you want to see for round 3?
For round 3, that's very interesting. I mean, I would guess another off-meta leader in the same style as the Armorer. You choose which one, but like, some along the same lines. It doesn't need to be new, but new to the meta. Yes, I would love it. Like, there are about 40 we can choose from. Like, I'm sure we'd find one.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to take a quick moment to go away and have a look for some of those leaders. But don't go too far, because when we come back, we will have our round 3 feature match. We'll find some sort of diamond in the rough somewhere out in the halls of Berlin. So be sure to stick around for it. Stay tuned.
See you later. And I believe that we are back, yes, for round 3. Now with me and Raytan. How have you been this long time? We haven't seen you.
Yes, yes. Well, I hope to be there in person next time. But that was a phenomenal match we just watched on stream. I was excited too. The armor yellow with the
It's very, very
Babo Freak
interesting.
hero of the store.
Yeah, very, very interesting couple of rounds, and we saw the armor at the its best power. I think the armor player, correct me if I'm wrong, deployed like what 6 leader in 3 matches, 7, like thanks to the Dark Sabers. So
Yes,
you
yes.
don't see every day of the week, and yeah, making some extremely clutch wins, and even the other game was really interesting. Like I wish we had more time on that, but I think it's an interesting matchup. 2 interesting decks. Unique take on Vader with lightsabers against another lightsabers deck. So battles of the Jedi versus the Sith with space on the side and Eros and Duel on the other. Very interesting. Kind of thematic
Yeah,
decks
the
as well.
constructed saber is a very interesting pick. Given that I believe Vader is the only one that can carry it. I don't think that Victor Mauler pilot is a force.
Yeah, well, that would be interesting. But like, yeah, I believe so too. Like some decks are running Elzerman, which is also helping with that as a reminder that Vader is a force unit after all. But a very interesting choice. Not particularly relevant in that matchup, but very, 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 very interesting. I'm very curious to
Right? It
see
goes
what we're
well
going to
with
see.
the I was going to say it goes
Yes.
well with the plot deploy turn too. So many times Vader wants to plot the lurking snub fighter and the Palpatine unit, both of which are 3s. So you can go 3+3 very easily with a saber plus a Vader deploy plot.
Yeah, it's very important. And I was corrected earlier. Like, I think I made a mistake. So the plot betting wouldn't have been enough because Ezra is saboteur. So actually, in that game that we watched, I think that specific lineup was probably just the one only thing that could save the the Vader player. But yeah, very, very
Right.
interesting.
Yeah, I also love the Jar Jar out of the Krennic deck. I think you brought that
Mhm.
up during the match, but that Jar Jar is key since Krennic doesn't always need to deploy on 7, especially if there's only like one big threat he's facing down. So being able to delay and deploy both the Jar Jar and the body to get pumped and deal the hit, I think that was a very cool play, very cool addition.
Yeah, I think that the pump is really good. Like, I mean, you often have a couple of resources which you can spare. And another thing that is to be taken into account is that Jar Jar Binks fits in the idea that Krennic is using his 2 drops as a fodder. So, sometimes you want to have a starter to make it, to transform it into a Krennic, into a credit. So whether it's Jar Jar or someone else, it matters only so much. It's not using its turn 1 play to gain the bird. Like anyone is going to transform into a credit, so it might as well be a Jar Jar, which is relevant later. So very
Very good point.
interesting.
I
I'm
think
really curious to
next
see.
round, yeah.
Do you know what we're seeing next round? I'm really curious to see what decks are
I think
succeeding at the
it's
moment.
Thrawn Yellow. I think
From
it's Thrawn
yellow,
Yellow.
oh,
So
I
we
see.
can, yeah, we can start to talk a little bit about it. Thrawn Yellow is a card that has access to a lot of these vigilance villainy control tools, this top end,
Hmm.
but it's also one of the most proactive abilities on a more controlling focused leader. And we also have the legacy run, which we can't not talk about.
Yeah, it's really interesting because the throne ability is a pretty neutral ability. Like it doesn't say a lot about how you're gonna play your game. It just says that your when defeated are gonna give you extra value. So somehow you should be a deck that is interested in having your units defeated. Now it just so happens that yellow allows you to give you access to one of the strongest when defeated in the game. Like, the legacy run is a free in space, which is very thematic. A transport that when it is defeated, it deals 6 damage spread around wherever you want. Like you're gonna make the legacy run explode. And with the throne, this is 12 damage spread around everywhere. So it's a very, very potent swing, considering that you have cards like the old Chimera, which can trigger the when defeated at whims. You have the new Chimera, which can trigger the when defeated and gain value from that when defeated, healing as well for each unit you defeated with the the debrief, so to speak, with the debris from the legacy run. So it's going to allow for insane healing swings. And you have an extremely interesting card from the new set in the black, I believe, black villainy card. It's a free cost, and it's called
one
You Must
must
Destroy to Create.
create to
One must
destroy,
destroy to
yeah,
create.
yeah.
One must create to destroy. Sorry, I got my priorities wrong. But
No,
it's an
you're right.
interesting
You're right.
card.
It is one must destroy to create. Yeah.
I think there's some creation and some destruction going along with that card,
Yes,
which is
yes.
all that matters. Because it's obviously, it allows you to defeat a unit and then replay it immediately, so triggering all the when defeated and all the when played, and it's extremely clutch, especially when you're running Previslas or Chimeras, which have insane when played abilities, which can, out of nowhere, be triggered for just the cost of free resources. So very, very interesting.
Speaking of out of nowhere, the Thrawn Yellow gained a tool from this current set called Hellgate. Dooku is a visionary. And that's a card that can allow Thrawn to turn the corner on an absolute dime, especially if you pair it with that card you just talked about, the one must create to destroy, and all of a sudden you're putting 12 advantage tokens, 6+6, onto something and then swinging for a huge chunk of damage.
Yeah, I mean, the mimiest thing you can do, I believe, is when your Elgate has got 6 power, you can find a way, for example, with something like a Chimera to give itself 12 advantage tokens, and then you can really abuse the when defeated with Throne Leader by deploying it in the same turn, and technically now you're going to look at a unit which is going to give 36 advantage tokens to another unit. Now, I don't think you need to do that, but like that's an option just to tell you how insane that card is in a vacuum.
Right.
Now, I believe
it really shows the power of Thrawn. I think doubling anytime you double and then double the double, it starts to grow exponentially. So,
yeah, like there is a card like No Glory on the results in the game that is kind of mitigating these snowbally effects. But I'm really curious to see our pairing is looking like here. And
Luke Pilot Data Vault.
Luke Pilot Data Vault. That is very interesting against Throne Yellow. So we were mentioning Luke Pilot Data Vault earlier, and just about one of the best starts the Throne deck can hope for. Wow! Followed up by another extremely strong start in the space. Not many decks run that card in the main, but that's certainly a card you don't really want to see when you just started your game plan with a 1/3 in the space.
Right, you could not ask for a better start, I think, out of the Thrawn. Just cap it off with a legacy run, and that's going to be the board state right there.
Yeah, one of the problems that some Throne decks find is that there aren't extremely efficient anti-space units for free in these colors. There are just like Sentinels, which are a bit passive. But in this scenario, that Sentinel did a lot of work, and finding it is just about the best thing that the Throne player could ask for. Very, very good.
Right. That's a really good point. A lot of Luke's units are very poorly statted from an offense standpoint, right? 1/3s, 2/3 black 1. Not all of them trade or into the 3/3 Sentinel very well.
Yeah, extremely good. And just to back it up, an Oni Squadron, which when it will die, if it will die at some point, I presume, unless it stays there all the game, it could potentially heal the Throne base for 4 as well.
Right.
So we see an interesting, slightly different play from the Luke Data Vault deck, going for a double drop on turn 3. Now with Data Vault, it's really kind of risky, tricky to have a double drop in the same turn. But in a case like this, especially when you can back it up maybe with an Admiral Akbar on turn 5, it becomes a real possibility, which is now putting a little bit more pressure on the space arena. Even if,
right. I think the Luke Pilot deck, he just has to win space. I mean, this is not a deck you're going to be happy deploying Luke on the ground. He has to win the space arena at some point or another.
Yeah, just as a reminder, in these colors, there is the Stranger as well, which is not a card you probably keep in your hand against Luke, but if you want, that Stranger is going to one-shot the Luke Pilot, should the Luke Pilot decide to deploy on the ground. So very interesting. We see, I believe it's red
and it looks
5.
like just we get this AT hauler from Jan, and that's just body after body in space. So this is a terrific space focused draw for him. Perfect for challenging Luke.
Yeah, and I mean it's a terrific space focus for the deck overall. Just as a reminder, this is the main board, and like not many Throne lists have that amount of space in the main board. So a very interesting list, which is really working super well right now for the Throne player, for Jan.
Yeah, and I think this is why we see Jan sitting comfortably at 2-0. That's a space heavy start, allows him not only to challenge other pilot decks, but also lane dodge CAD, which is, I think, is a good position to be in at this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, also, I don't know about late dodge because CAD is playing a lot of space, but at least it allows to be where the party is happening, to challenge CAD in the same space arena, but which CAD often uses to not only control other pilot decks, but to aggro out other control decks. So very interesting.
And here we see an Admiral Akbar being played by Adam.
Yeah, legend versus legend at the moment. Stolen Hauler versus Admiral Akbar. Like technically, that Admiral Akbar could play a 1-drop and a 4-drop to deal 2 damage.
Right. What's it called? Blue Squadron leader, I believe.
Yes, Blue Squadron, something along these lines, and that would be devastating for the Stolen Hauler. But it's a very specific combination of cards. One part of it is there.
He almost
almost got there. So this is
because
still nasty.
Not too many 1-drops to pair with the resistance. Oh yeah.
Yeah, there are very few in these colors, and this is a bit of a conundrum for the Throne player still, because that red 5 is potentially able to swing base and kill the Hauler as the first action. Possibly, since we are going to 6 resources, it could even have Luke deploy into that with the Chinta cards, like a humongous amount of damage to base and steal the Stolen Hauler. Or not. But what is most important is that the Luke player is presenting 2 units. So it's very unlikely that, barring specific cards, the Throne player is going to be able to solve both right now.
And it looks like it's the Hellgate we talked about. Dooku is a visionary. So Thrawn may be trying to set up a racing scenario.
Very interesting. So, I mean, there is a scenario where Luke plays extremely controlly and kills both of these units on the swing, but that would demand a Cinta card to be played from the resources. And if that doesn't happen, that Dooku was a visionary guy, the Hellgate, is going to be a pretty gnarly unit to deal with for the Luke deck, in the sense that it can kill it, but it can't really kill it in a way where it can avoid the advantage tokens to be put somewhere.
Right. You really need a ground unit to swing into the advantaged unit to be able to soak those damage counters, the advantage counters.
Now for 6, we might see a Chimera. That's a very likely thing, but no, the Chimera tried to arrive, but it's not.
Yeah, and it looks like this Luke player is playing very cautious. He instead of deploying, instead of scinting, he just made the attack.
So now we are going to see, that's very interesting.
Wow,
a big amount of advantage tokens, I believe. So this is exactly what you don't want to see if you're an aggro player, out of nowhere. And what is that?
So this is really cool. This is really cool. So I think I think the first instance of the when defeat puts 6 advantage tokens on it, and then the second one actually puts 12, which puts a total of 18 because it's two separate instances of the advantage tokens.
This correct.
Is actually really cool.
So possibly I got my calculations wrong. You could, if you now somehow kill that unit with your Throne, you could have even more advantages. But I think like bringing that to 25 attack, it's good enough, because now
yes, and I think they're explaining that
24
with the judge call right now. Yes.
So the interesting thing is that Luke out of all decks has one of the most efficient ways to kill that Hellgate in the form of air superiority. Just one of that would be able to defeat it completely. The other thing is that those advantage tokens are not going to go anywhere. So they're probably very likely going to be moved on the Chimera. should that Elgate die, which would become a 30 attack unit. And now killing that 30 attack unit is going to be harder. So one of the things that the Luke could do would be to swing into it with his vehicle. But in that case, it would mean the Luke would not deploy on a ready vehicle this turn. And so no matter what, considering that probably the Throne deck has a decent late game, this turn is going to, at the very, very best case scenario, waste a lot of time for the Luke player. And in the best case scenario for the Throne player, this is just going to win the game on the spot.
Right. It's a very, very ballsy play, but it demands an immediate answer. So it looks like he's cashing in those advantage tokens right here, right now. That is 24 on base, taking him to 9 left. Yes.
Like there's that scenario as well where the Luke player doesn't have the immediate answer in the form of a blue leader or an air superiority. He just needs to play his fair game plan. He wasn't planning to deal with a 24-4 this round, and so it takes 24 to base.
Right, and the Thrawn leader can still deploy this turn, putting 4 more on base, making the Hellgate.
I don't even know if you need that, but like sure. I mean, the thing is, leader is not a deck that is. Luke is a very good aggressive deck, but it's got decent control tools, but it's not a deck
on
that
the
has
back
the tools
foot,
to
right? It can't fight from the
to
back
completely swing the game from a ultra losing position. So we see another ship, and now a couple
sometimes
of wings
Lukes
from
do run
any
Captain
unit.
Typho on the ground, but that's definitely out of the sideboard.
It could be in the main board, but the thing is, like Captain Typho is gonna procrastinate your problems, but now you are very, 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 very behind as the Luke player, and Throne is not a super aggressive deck. Like it has no problems going for the long game, and it's just extremely ahead right now. So the Luke needs to do. It's not in the spot it would like to be in.
Right. And even those Chimera when defeat TIE Fighter tokens got doubled. So now there's four additional bodies in space to peck away.
Yeah, and as a reminder, like, the Luke player needs to deal with the Hellgate in some way. But at the same time, that Hellgate is going to distribute 6 advantages wherever it wants with 4 bodies to choose from. So, yeah, there you go.
Right.
It was just a situation.
And Jan just indicating he can kill. Right, he can kill with the Hellgate on the following turn.
So very, very interesting take on a Throne with a very aggressive list that has extremely decent micromanagement tools in the space. Our player also drew most of them. Notably, it didn't even need the legacy run. It used the which usually is one of the best cards in this kind of matchups. It just used the Throne ability in a different way, which put such a big pressure on Luke's base that it worked as a board wipe. Instead of wiping the board, it wiped the base. Like boom.
Honestly, I think it really shows the flexibility. It really shows the flexibility of the Thrawn Yellow list, where it has defensive options like a legacy run and being able to double the trigger to wipe the opponent's board. But also, when you turn the corner that quickly with the Hellgate into Chimera, sometimes the best defense is offense, right? For him to have put Luke on the back foot so quickly created a situation where now Luke's control tools are rendered very inert.
Yes, absolutely. Very, very, very true. I agree with you. Luke didn't even have the time to come back from the amount of damage it was dealt. And sure, true, like the Luke deck could have had answers, but the fun thing is, whenever you are in a spot where you can put an aggressive deck in a place where they need answers to contest your board and control you, then as the slower deck, you're already in a fine position. Like, this is something that you might see maybe later. We didn't have the time to see it with the armor. But with Director Krennic, sometimes it works in the same way. Like you're ramping into something so big that now all of a sudden the aggro deck needs to control what you're doing. And if the aggro deck needs to control what you're doing, it means they're not attacking your base. It means you're gaining time. It means your game plan is going well. So very, very interesting approach here.
Right. I think it's a very high bar for an aggro deck to have controlling tools. I think one such tool was ECL Wrecker from the pre-rotation. That was one. Like it's a very rare case though where you have tools that are so powerful they can play control, defense, and of course offense. But certainly
I
not with the
think.
Luke deck. It's a lot more fair.
Well, I mean, I think the aggro decks that we are talking about now, like Luke, the Vader, Boba, to some extent, even Ahsoka, even though a lot less, they all have ways to interact, which are sometimes extremely efficient. Like I've played for a long time the client as a leader, and actually, like most control decks couldn't deal with my client with a mastery, and Luke Datavolt can very easily because he's got upgrade removal and like air superiorities. But the thing is, like, no matter how good the control tools are, like they're always limited to what the color can offer. And the green red hero is one of the fairest color combinations when it comes to interfering with opponent game plans. So they have a lot of cards that
Right.
make opponents' defenses meaningless, like Chewbacca, Rey, Skywalker, or upgrade removal. But they don't have the nastiest trick in the book.
Well, you do bring up a good point. Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite is one heck of a card for Luke in those situations because it can just take all the advantage tokens and defeat them.
It would have been another pretty impressive answer, but again, like Kit Fisto Ether Sprite in that scenario would have meant that the opponent wasn't playing a Chinta, like had to react to what we were doing. It wasn't really solving the problem forever because the Elgate was still going to be there. So certainly the Luke deck could have answers, but this is probably another one of the downsides of Data Vault. Like you don't need just to have answers in your deck; you need to have them in your hand when the problem arises, and sometimes that's just not the case.
So now Adam has the initiative, and we'll see if Jan has as strong of a space start as last game.
Yes, well, Hyun is starting with Krennic, which is not a bad start for Throne. Like it can lead up to some pretty nasty plays earlier, like a legacy run on turn 3 with 4 resources. But it's also not a unit that is doing a lot because between pings and damage effects, it can be dealt with by Luke relatively easily.
Right, but for Adam, for these 1/3 indirect damage in space, this is a pretty good place to start where it kind of just can swing unmolested into base turn and turn again. But it looks like a rider is coming down now.
I'm curious to see what the rider would call. There would be a few options depending on the head that the Luke player, that the Throne player has. But rider is certainly an amazing card that can stop some of the nastiest things that the Luke deck can play and can protect your combos. Like we mentioned the scenarios earlier. Reader Azadi could have at least made sure that one of these answers that we were talking about was neutral. But yeah, certainly a less ideal start for Throne.
Yeah, we can see what the hopefully find out what the rider named, but it looks like I spy 2 copies of Legacy Run in the hand of Jan. So I can definitely see why he kept this hand. A Krennic into Legacy Run into Legacy Run. It's going to be very hard to rebuild from for Adam, even with Admiral Akbar. So let's see how this next one
we are
shakes out.
post board right now, so probably like I assume that it's very likely that the Throne deck brought more anti-space tools, and it's possible that like the Luke deck brought more anti-control tools. So in a way, the Throne deck needs to be ready to maybe answer Array, or maybe answer like some Kelleran backs in the ground. But starting off with the Legacy run on turn 4, backed up by another Legacy run in the hand, that's pretty good. Like now,
right, and you have to imagine that Jan played the rider knowing he had 2 Legacy runs in hand. So the name for rider was very likely to try and protect the Legacy run.
Yeah,
or at least extend the impact.
Yeah, I don't think out of all the decks, there isn't a lot that Luke can do for the Legacy run. There are very specific cards, which I would be very, very, very surprised to see here. I don't even remember the name of the card, but there is a card that allows you to cancel all the abilities of a unit you're attacking.
One way out, +1/+0 with the red-white. Yes, that you'll see that sometimes, but I don't know if Adam is running that. But we do see a hotshot maneuver from Adam on the Sabines masterpiece. So let's talk about that card real quick. Hotshot Maneuver.
Offshore Maneuver is a extremely nasty card. So it's a very hard card to run because it's a one cost. So it basically forces you to play two cards in the same turn with a Data Vault base. But at the same time, it's very, very good in this Luke deck, which is plenty of on attacks, and it can act as an extra source of damage to finish off trades. So as you can see here, a 2/2 shielded on the ground might not be easy to deal with for many decks, but this Luke deck just ate it for one resource, so very efficient there. The problem still stands for that legacy run, because at some point the Luke deck will need to deal with it. So it's always a pretty ugly conundrum. Like, do you kill your units now to prevent the legacy run from running away with value and defeating your old board against a somewhat controlly deck? Or do you just let the legacy run wipe you later and give insane value anyways? It's a very ugly spot to be in.
Right, and it looks like Adam's going to elect to lose his board this turn and hopefully rebuild the next turn. I don't know if he knows about the legacy run in hand, the second copy, or just can't afford to play around it anymore. But it's tough. It's tough. You've traded basically 3 units into that legacy run.
Yeah, and I think honestly, this is a good play from the Luke player, from Adam, in the sense that that's kind of the best thing you can do against a legacy run, and it's still really bad for you. But like, what you gonna do? Now, supposing that, well, this is exactly what you don't want to see, like as
right, with nothing on your side of the field, and it looks like we do see that Captain Typho on the ground.
Because I think a single legacy run is sort of manageable for Luke, but because imagine there was no legacy run and there was an Akbar on this turn, this would be pretty good for Luke. But 2 legacy runs, right, and God knows what other form of like hatred for space decks coming out in the future makes it pretty hard for Luke, which now we're seeing going into the ploy turn with a lonely Captain Typho facing a Reader Azadi in the ground. It's not bad, but it's not the ideal spot you want to find yourself in if you're Luke and there is a legacy run flying in the sky facing your face.
Right, and we see Jan didn't even bother swinging with the rider, not wanting to trade that unit and wanting initiative for this turn. So let's see what he has in store for maybe cashing in on that legacy run, or it looks like just to swing the base.
Pretty aggressive move, but like in a way, it kind of knows that, like, this legacy run, might as well do free to base. Like, I think one of the best things that the Luke deck could do is play maybe a blue leader or some sort of answer to the legacy run, and try to forget about everything that happened so far and start to rebuild the board from now. But not a lot of pressure in this game for the Luke player. We see an all-in play. Well, this is
Cinta from hand. Very interesting.
Cinta from hand to attack on the 6 deploy on the 6 resource turn. Very interesting to attack base with Captain Typho. Again, not a play that gives you nightmares if you're thrown, but also scary because it's so unusual that you might think, what is the Luke player cooking?
Well, I think the Luke player might be saying that, hey, I'm just going to not give you an opportunity to crash your legacy run into one of my space units. Now, of course, Jan, the Thrawn Yellow deck, has many, many ways to cash in on the legacy run without needing to crash into a space unit, but it could be one possible line of thinking. Just completely lane dodge it.
No, I don't mind the lane dodge it, but like, well, there you go.
It looks yes. There are plenty of ways in Thrawn Yellow to cash in on you when defeated.
Yeah, I think like this was like a god draw from Yellow, which, I mean, like, these are all cards he put in his deck. Like, I think it built the deck in such a way that is like very, very potent against Luke. Like, because last game he didn't even need the legacy run, and now he sees 2. So there are many angles by which the Thrawn Yellow deck can attack the Luke deck. It's very interesting for me, the fact that the Chinta cards was not played from the resources, assuming, like, it could have always been resource this turn. But there might be some other plan. This, if I were a player and I saw that play, this would be what scares me. Like, what the hell is there another Shintaka in my way? What is in those resources that made that play become viable?
And we did see the Thrawn deploy with a plotted Garandon just to kind of check out his hand, as you mentioned, and it looks like last hand was an aggressive negotiations and a hotshot blaster in hand. So Adam electing to keep some tools as opposed to, resourcing the Cinta maybe.
I see. Yeah, it's very interesting. Like, it's. I would love to see a Luke coming back from this, but it looks like nightmare card after nightmare card for Luke, and even a permanent restore. Luke now finally is coming down to the ground and being immediately met by the anger of Reader Azadi. And now
Ryder sacrificing himself to hit the Luke means that this Thrawn is pretty much planning on killing this Luke. And Jan might feel confident enough that he no longer needs the prison effect from the Ryder. Maybe he says, look, the card I named from Ryder might just not be relevant anymore at this stage in the game.
This is really interesting. Yeah, I'm not even sure I would have traded Luke, but like, just to be safe, he gains an extra healing from that trade. And it has a pretty potent Sky. Now, it's true that the Throne deck is not the fastest. I mean, barring something like what we saw last game, where you can bring 24 damage out of nowhere. But now we are in a stage where the Luke deck is very, very much behind, with a big liability on the board as well. And
right, Jan is firmly in the driver's seat, but
yeah.
Adam, the Luke deck sometimes run Keller and Bex, right? Because a very potent line is to go Keller and back into Admiral Akbar. Sometimes you use the Akbar effect, but he can build ground presence quite quickly if he has sideboarded into those.
Yeah, I mean, you can, like, look, it's even gonna heal to the throne with this Akbar sacrificing himself.
Yes, that is
the thing is, like, no matter
traps.
what is playing, like, no matter how many stats is getting into here, supposing that the throne player just goes base, like, this is not a race that I see that the Luke deck is gonna win anytime soon. Like, he might even play Keller and Beck and Ray, but like, just it's gonna take 9 per turn, and he needs to deal like 24 before he takes 17 with no board, and with constant healing and disruption from Throne. It just all came down to a very, very, very punishing set of plays from Throne in the mid game, which made this game nearly impossible looking for Luke.
Right. The double legacy run, there's very, very few decks that can come back from that. And honestly, he hasn't even lost the second legacy run yet.
Yeah, the second legacy run is just there to troll, but I would not be surprised. I mean, it could even decide to just wipe his board and heal for basically all the damage, 6. But I'm not even sure that that's the best line, as opposed to just going base. We see
and the board presence,
more units and more threats,
more and restore from the Jabba. Yes,
even Jabba the Hutt restoring, and potentially that's a good answer from the sideboard, or who knows, maybe even from the main board. And now Luke really truly needs a miracle to pull some out of aspect card, which, like, out of aspect no glory for 9 probably might help him in this scenario. I'm not sure that would be enough, but he does really need a big, big, big impactful play here, which I don't currently see, as far as I'm aware of the current card pool, in those colors for those amount of resources.
Right. Even if he gets the Chimera off the board, there's far too much board presence at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, even supposing that he wipes the whole board this round, which is extremely unlikely, then he's still really losing this race against a deck that is technically a much better looking late game. But who knows? Maybe. No, sadly.
Yeah, and there's the handshake. Yes, Jan's showing the power of Thrawn Yellow. Very well crafted deck, very well piloted too. Just seems more than capable of handling anything people throw at you in space.
Yes, absolute nightmare for a pilot deck to face with so many angles to attack the weaknesses of the pilot decks. Like it's attacking, like the first game we saw, it was attacking the lack of interaction, and the second game it was attacking the reliance on having a spaceport that the space aggro deck
Or any board in
displayed.
general. Luke went to the ground
Any board,
and
yeah, any
the
board,
next
yeah,
run
yeah.
go chased them down there and wiped both
Yeah, but
units.
the funniest thing is that the legacy run didn't like sometimes ground decks require a bit more of effort in order to allow you to find ways to kill your own legacy run, whereas space decks generally like either they don't play anything or they play a space unit, so they make your legacy
Yes.
run sacrifice even freer. So very, very interesting. Yes, very interesting list.
Yeah, terrific trick.
Now, I'm curious to see. I think this was very quick, so we should have plenty of time and room left to see the backup matchup. If I am correct, do you believe so?
Yes, I believe feature match 2 is possibly the starter deck Luke. What is it called? Luke from Ashes. I can still save him.
Haha, against Boba Fett. Very interesting. So it looks like in our absence, Luke from Ashes took down one game, and we are just at the beginning of game 2. So another very interesting matchup, like against a deck that I think has been. I don't know how to say. Like, it hasn't been played a lot. It's been like underestimated a little bit, but that has a strong leader with a very strong deploy and a very interesting ability, showcasing the best of what Blue Hero Data Vault grinds can do with Luke Skywalker from the
Yes.
Spotlight.
I believe our mutual friend Holmes actually took down the largest North America PQ in Louisville, Kentucky last weekend with this deck. So this is
very
its
interesting.
stock is definitely climbing.
Very, very good. And like, funnily enough, the ability that Luke is saying, when a friendly unit's attack ends, you can heal 1 damage from that unit, seems to have perfect synergy to counter exactly what Boba Fett is trying to do, which is putting indirect damage on your units, which,
right, as well as Cad Bane. So it's a terrific choice in this meta right now.
As well as Cad Bane. Yeah, Cad Bane is trying to ping your units, but like, so maybe Cad Bane has a bit more agency on where the damage goes, but Boba Fett has 0 agency, so you can just like put it wherever you want and freely do whatever you wish with it.
Right.
Which
so
is
it looks like
which obviously
Andre has found a terrific starting unit turn 1 play, the Silver Angel. Now, the Luke Data Vault deck is not a deck that plays a lot of turn 1 plays, right? You have your Gunjis, you have your Yados on the ground. You don't have a lot of Silver Angels, typically only 1 to 2 copies. So I would assume Andres is very happy to see this in this matchup.
Silver Angel is an absolute masterpiece in this deck, especially in this matchup. So Silver Angel allows you to transform your healing powers into pings to other space units. It's very nasty into other space decks. And at the same time, of course, the Luke ability allows you to heal on attack. So it effectively works as a free when attacks, and sometimes even better because you can put the ping somewhere else. Now we see Reader Azadi. Again, we don't know.
Is very interesting. The Boba deck is very telegraphed in what it plays on each turn, right? It's playing some of the most powerful units you can possibly imagine on each point in the curve in those colors. But I would imagine that maybe it's a 50-50 guess to stop the IG-2000 or the Fet's Fire Spray, or potentially a preemptive name on top of the Summit.
Yeah, right? I personally like if I like, it depends on the deck you're playing. I would personally call one of the plots either Chinta cards or Topple the Summit, because these are plays that that the deck has to do, whereas they can have any for drop, and if you just don't guess the right one, it kind of feels meh. Whereas if you know exactly which of the plot options your deck is going to suffer from, you can really punish the Boba deck, which needs to rely on that plot to get ahead into the matchup. Now, I don't have enough experience to the deck to know whether Chinta cards or Topple the Summits is worse for this Luke deck, and but Andre knows, so that's
right. And it looks like we see an Ezra Bridger coming down from the Luke deck. That is a very powerful unit. It's 5 toughness and it heals. So in a meta where people are trying to ping, people are trying to put indirect damage on you. The heal is a very useful ability for Ezra.
Very interesting. At the moment, I think we're seeing relatively even board states, and the Boba player using the fact that Timo, using the fact that the Luke player has already used his Luke ability. Yeah, you see, and if he wants to get value from the Luke ability on the Silver Angel, it needs a new turn and a new instance of the Luke ability. So smelling the blood to play that EG2000 right in there. So the board looks fairly even right now. I wouldn't be able to say who's ahead. As it's predictable, Luke's more into the ground, the Boba more into the space, but they both have ways to interact with the others in the other arena. So very open game so far.
Agreed. And it looks like there is a Galen Urso in the hand of the Luke player. So Luke also a deck that gets to play multiple prison pieces, right? The Galen Ursos, the Riders. You can play a Galen naming Topo and have the Rider name, the Cinta, and essentially lock your Boba opponent out of being able to plot. But it looks like the BT is going to go into the Rider.
What I really like about the rider is going to BT, so effectively protecting the rider, saying like the BT is gonna deal 1 damage to the rider as opposed to 3 damage to the rider, which would kill the rider.
Right,
so now the Boba player needs to find some other cunning ways to make sure that it's gonna kill the
shoot down. BT. That's an interesting addition from the Boba, and also interesting that you usually don't get much value for shoot down in against Luke. So very rare to claim that value in this particular matchup.
Yeah, and as a reminder, we are in game 2, so either that card was brought in from the sideboard against Luke or stayed from the main board against Luke. But here it's proved to be very, very effective. And it can be used as a sacrifice tool as well sometimes to push some extra damage for Boba. So
here
I really like
what Luke is going to play. Yeah. The Boba has 2 space units, so even if you have a removal spell in hand for the Luke, it may not be profitable to try and only kill one of the space units, leaving the other. And it looks like the Galen's coming down, and maybe like we talked about, maybe he has Rider naming Topo and the Galen's going to name Cinta or some combination thereof. And we should find out what they are actually named on.
Galen is really interesting because it's giving like an evil twist on this otherwise extremely like fair Power of Friendships deck in these colors, like blue, green hero. It's all about defending your friends. Even the name of Luke Skywalker, I can save him, and green nonetheless. But all of a sudden, this sturdy game plan, when it's matched with some of the best intels, the most annoying cards to deal with, it can become very, very effective. So we see, I think, an hyperspace disaster in the hands of the Luke player and a 3 remembers, just to be sure, as well as a second Reader Azadi. So it's going to be interesting. And the Saber. I think it's a wise decision.
And I believe Mastery was the resource for the turn. So we see Mastery getting resourced, and it looks like he wants to keep the Luke Saber for the Luke on the deploy turn next turn, and this turn, although next turn could also be a hyperspace disaster turn, so we'll have to see how Andre decides to thread his responses this turn.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, if he had a double free, that would have been a really nice play for this turn. I didn't see the mastery. If he didn't have a double free to do for this turn, it probably makes sense to resource the mastery just because he can't play it right away. But I can see also the Reader Azadi is being threatened by the Cyril Karn there in the ground. Another very, very, very nasty unit the Boba deck can play, which is a nightmare to deal with.
Okay, so I'm getting, let's see. I'm getting something from the judges. Looks like the Rider named Fire Spray. So it was a 50-50 guess on the 4 resource turn, or going into the 4 resource turn. The Galen has named Topo the Summit. And it looks like
I think it's fair enough.
Yeah, Topo is definitely the scarier card, especially once you've established some of these prison pieces, and you don't want to lose your Ezra, lose your Galen just for free right off of Topo.
So the Galen is particularly evil here because it's deleting the plot keyword on the top of the summit. So even if Boba could technically kill the Galen on the flip, it cannot plot I believe, or maybe I'm wrong, but like it might no, it probably could still plot the top of the summit. I'm not sure. That is a judge rule, but like so technically. Depending on how the ruling works, there is a scenario where the Galen can die off the Boba trigger, and basically top of the summit can be still played. Or if that can't happen, then the call is extremely solid. Regardless, this is all irrelevant because now a Chintakaz was played from the resources.
Yes, it looks like the Boba player is wisely splitting his board presence between the ground and space arena, perhaps in anticipation of a coming hyperspace disaster.
And now this is a lot of damage we are seeing because we are looking at 22 damage. But yes, the key thing is that
right? Oh, Tree remembers, yeah.
The Tree remembers, which for some reason left the unit still there, which shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
But so the Boba player, the only mistake that the Boba player made was deploying his unit on a free cost, deploying his Boba on a free cost unit. And that opened the gates for the Tree to remember.
It looks like they caught it.
The
Tree remembers definitely kills the unit. Just not. It does not say remove target upgrade.
And but should add the Boba deployed on the 4-cost unit, then this would have been an extremely awkward turn for the Luke deck, which is not safe yet, but is gonna add an aura of restore 2 to each unit in its board from the next round with the Luke leader, and that can buy a lot of time. So looking forward to see.
Right. So hopefully that doesn't come back to bite him, not deploying the Boba on the 4-cost unit as opposed to the 3. But this is a big stabilization term for the Luke. This is representing, I believe, 6 restore on base this turn if Teemo doesn't interact with Andre's board state.
And I mean, even if it does, the problem is like anything that is interaction with your board is not damage going to your base, or not an aggressive unit that is being played to threaten even more damage to your base. So, in a way, it's a win-win for the Luke player if he made it that far. Yes. But the Boba player can kill you from anywhere at any point, so you can't ever...
Right, 4 life remaining on base, and I believe there could be an aggressive negotiations in the hand of Teemo for the unit, for the IG-2000.
Right. So in that case, that's probably threatening lethal. I don't know how many cards the Teemo has in his hand.
It looks like he has a decent grip. I saw a Devastator in there as well. So
I mean, you just need a couple if you're missing 4 damage. So
yes.
But yeah, probably the best bet by the Luke player is to play it safe.
Oh, a Sentinel in space. This is very interesting.
Kinda does it. I mean, it doesn't prevent the burn, but it stops the aggression now, and it allows you at least to deploy and start getting insane restore value.
Start healing, right?
Or healing your units if you so wish. But and now we see the Luke deploying in its showcase form, as angry as ever, keen to restore a lot of damage, and now we see
Hunting Aggressor.
Unit.
This card is
anti-aggressive.
Yes, it is 6 toughness, which is very rare for a space unit to have 6 toughness.
Yes.
Also a relevant power stat line of 3, and an ability that synergizes with Boba. So this is another one of those 4-cost ships, mostly for Cat, I believe, both to apply more pressure with your indirect damage as well as to increase your survivability. So you have a ship going into your leader deploy turn, but any ship's good right now. The ground seems very clogged up now that the Luke is deployed.
Well, it's not a typical place. Like it's not the spot where you usually see this ship. But like as a reminder, with a Devastator in hand, this means like the next round, the Devastator could hit, I believe, for 7 damage to base, or 7 damage wherever it wants.
Yeah, so each instance of indirect damage gets bumped, right? So the 4 from the Devastator becomes 5, and then the 1 bonus becomes a 2, right, from Boba?
So now, all of a sudden, you're looking at a burn for 7 that comes attached to a 9/6 body in space. Hello? So yeah, a lot of pressure from the Boba player. But the Luke...
Right, and now the Luke's going to heal as much as he can this turn.
Is an extremely meditative character, and I'm sure can find the inner calmness to make sure he breathes and still deals with his board. Look at how much restore. He's already gone back to 24. Like many other decks would have died pretty badly here.
You
And
see
now
Andre
a new Reader
wisely
Azadi
hanging on to
coming.
the new rider. Right, right. He's paid off now for hanging on to that rider for quite a few turns now. It's going to be likely he
And
names
now,
Devastator here.
yeah, I mean, you're going into 8 resources against a Boba deck that has a big aura effect that is going to increase your indirect. This is one of the problems of the Boba deck. Like, it has Devastating top end, but it doesn't have a lot of variety. So if you call Devastator, you're probably happy. Even aggressive
Right.
negotiations would be a fair bet, but I think Devastator is kind of worse in this spot, given that the Luke has a Sentinel in the space anyways.
Yeah, and this Luke is undamaged. It's going to be very very difficult to see how Boba Lake gets that off the board.
Yeah, even in the combination of things or an absolute blunder from the Luke, if he plays a Night Sister and all of a sudden the Luke player has only like 7 costs in hand. But the thing is that Boba is a threatening presence. Still going, attacking the Sentinel, still threatening a lot of damage with every single unit, a lot of reach for this deck. But I have to say, the Luke managed to keep calm and walk out of extremely dangerous waters there, and is playing it super safe as well.
Yes, this is just an oppressive amount of life gain. Just every swing, the Lost and Forgotten. And it looks like
very, very close.
BT. Right. So I'd assume the second rider's on Devastator, and it looks like, knowing that Teemo has a Devastator in hand, this BT is desperately trying to get this rider off the board so the Devastator can come out. I think that's a big,
but that's
big
the funny
telegraph
thing
when
about
you swing your one ground unit into rider.
The thing is, the Luke leader doesn't force you to use your units to restore the base. They can even restore themselves. So technically speaking,
Right.
no matter that Reader Azadi can still restore 1 damage to the base and heal 2 damage from itself, making it even trickier and even more awkward for the Boba player to actually finish it off. And that's what Andre is doing, like making it sturdier. They saying like, if you want to kill this Reader Azadi, you've got work to do, my friend.
Yeah,
So
it's a very smart
very
play.
interesting.
Restoring 2 means it has 4 remaining toughness, which means the BT alone would not have killed it. You can see all the resources from Teemo coming out, just all hands on deck, collateral damage, trying just desperately to kill that rider.
Saving like the rider from a collateral damage that would have been fatal for him. And now all of a sudden, thanks to this uncanny amount of restore, the Luke deck has won the race. I believe there's 23 to 19. Yes. Now it's the Boba deck that needs to be. I mean, I don't think the Luke deck has any reach, but the more healing there is, the more the Boba deck has a bit of a trouble making good use of
reach.
Its
is very interesting because that you mentioned it. I believe we looked at Andre's list and he had 2 Mascanadas. There was a Luke that was playing Mascanadas, given the preponderance of force units up and down the curve. So that could be a rare piece of burst damage, but it's not common to see that in this archetype. They don't have a lot of options in blue hero and blue green hero.
I think Mascanata makes a lot of sense. Like, it can give you some free wins every now and then when you start with a force unit and trade into the opponent starter unit. That's going to feel very good. So it would make sense to run it here, and then you can finish off games that you wouldn't win otherwise.
Yeah, but looking at the hand of Andres, it looks like was it an embarrassment of riches, just lost and forgotten, direct hit, kill switch, and is that nothing left to fear in hand? Just a grip full of premium removal?
Yeah, and again, I mean, making sure that Reader Azadi is forcing every possible answer in the galaxy whilst restoring the base and whilst keeping the Devastator as a known option. And now I think we are looking at 25 damages on the Boba base, so a couple of Luke swings would be enough, I believe, yes. So the timer is running on Boba 2. Now we see the punishing one trying to squeeze as much damage as possible from its ability.
Yeah, but using the damage, or pushing damage on base is a bit of a moot point at this point with Luke Skywalker being able to restore so much.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think like you've got to try as the Boba player. Like, you know, Boba can also like push like very very big amounts of damage out of nowhere, and you kind of hope that the Luke has break the hand. So I think that's the correct play, but it all
So I
comes
would
down
say
to
maybe
how many
the
answers
BT
the
needs
Luke
to
has.
get the rider off the board first, and then you establish a Devastator, and then you pray that the 4 cards in your opponent's hand are completely dead, and that you draw and play Planetary Bombardment the following turn, putting all that damage straight on Luke. There
Yeah,
are
you
very
could do
few
that.
lines that can lead
I
Timo out of this. All of them
I
include Andres just
don't
having a brick of a hand.
I don't know if you have time to do that even. I believe right now
Yeah, it looks like
because
he's going
yeah,
for an
like the
aggressive
Luke is little.
play.
So I think we are past trying to
Yes.
kill the Azadi. Like he's just trying to deal with that Luke. Probably topple the summit here would be a decent like lifeline to survive. Topple the summit from the hand. Not the play you want to make as Boba in turn like 12, but it it can get you out of this kind of this amount of healing. It can get you back into the game. So it'll be interesting to
Right, and
see.
it looks like the saber that Andrej held onto was gone, and that was one card that could have kept the Luke out of range of. And just as you said, the top of the summit
Yeah,
resets the board
topple the
state.
summit. So now the Devastator can come in handily, and now I think if there was one way for Boba to come back into this game, it was exactly this one, which he found right
Right,
now.
getting the
So
Luke off the
very,
board.
very well played from for Timo in a very difficult situation. Is it gonna be enough? We are here to find it out. I don't know.
We see a kill
So a
switch,
kill switch
-1,
on
-1.
000 is not the most threatening thing you can see coming out from the Liu Kang. And now this is a big hit coming to the base, and all of a
That's a
sudden,
long-awaited Devastator that's been waiting in hand.
all of a sudden, this is the magic of the 34 HP from Boba, because out of nowhere, Luke is in danger zone again with very little in the way of restore. But we see the
A very good turn from Andrej, just being able to triple spell, using the kill switch combined with
amazing.
Latsratsi to turn the ground around, and wins in one. That Latsratsi put him in check, and an
Wow,
immediate turnaround.
amazing turn. So we saw a very, very high level of play, I think, in these final rounds. I think Timo tried whatever he could to come back, but it was really hard for him to recover from the combination of plays that were made by Andre. And then Andre, I think some players might have like panicked there and lost that game. But no, he didn't. He didn't panic. He found a way to come back, and he crawled its way back and won 2-0. Impressive. So I guess this Luke deck is going 3-0 at the moment. Is that correct?
Yes, this Luke deck will be 3-0. So
Very impressive.
I agree. Very impressive play. He held on to the right. You can see the high level displayed in the resourcing. He held on to the right things at the right time. He held on to that second Rider Azadi for several turns, even though he already had a unique Rider Azadi out, and he saved it to be able to name the Devastator when it mattered, delaying the Devastator coming down by, I believe, 3 turns. He kept the Luke's lightsaber up until the Luke's deploy turn, and then eventually resourced it once he realized that, hey, it's no longer time for me to be, putting a saber on Luke. Now it's time to be keeping all the direct hits in hand, the Latsratsi, the kill switches, just all of these these very flexible and potent interactive strategies rather than a proactive one. So very, very wise resourcing.
Yeah, very, very impressive overall, and excellent execution from the Luke player. So I believe, obviously, yes, the 3 remember was a point where the Boba player could have had an edge, but there is also an argument to be said that at the same time, you kind of want to split your egg, so sometimes you don't want to put your pilot on your best ship, so there might be that going for the Boba player. But yeah, an excellent game to watch, both this and the earlier one. We've seen different ways to tackle pilots from many different angles, trying to prey on their weaknesses. So the meta, I think, was somewhat ready for pilots, which is not the ideal spots pilots want to be in, but still this led to extremely fun gameplay to watch, I think.
Yes, we have seen multiple pilots on stream. We saw the Vader Yellow, and then we saw the Luke Data Vault, and now Boba. So that covers most of the major pilot decks.
Yes, we're waiting still for Kazuda, Rio Durant, Major Voreg. Maybe they will come on the next
Yes, we saw
Asajj
some. What were some?
Ventress
So we
and Wedge
saw Poe
Antilles. Yeah.
Dameron. Yeah, so we saw Poe Dameron.
Dameron.
A very cool deck because the Poe Dameron is the leader deploy, the pilot upgrade is essentially a renewable resource, and that synergizes incredibly well with the Pegasus Tri-Wing from this set. To be able to just defeat your own Poe, especially when you're trying to deploy him on 5 with Pegasus, to swing at base with Pegasus and then have the Poe on the ground, I think is a very cool turn.
Yeah, Podameron is a pilot like no other. It's a very unique pilot in the sense it's not really a pilot. Like it doesn't suffer from the same things that pilots suffer from, but it leads to a very flexible game plan. Yeah, well, we'll see if any Podameron succeeds today. I'm really curious to see, what decks face one another. It's really interesting to see that even when there is a known quantity in the meta, like a clear top deck like Cad Bane, it's really nice to see when all the counters to Cad Bane like face one another and see what happens.
Right.
Right.
Right. So we can definitely
Okay.
we can cut to a break right now. We have no more streams
Sure.
up, so
So see you later, alligator. All the best still to come on this very channel. See you later, guys.
yep. Later.
Honest, I still feel a bit in shambles. It's amazing to win such an event. We had 560 players and played 17 rounds. I have no words right now.
We are going to see it was a pivotal card back in our first rounds, and we are going to see...
It's not the Frontier Trader.
Not the Frontier Trader.
It's the Rebel Blockade Runner.
The Blockade Runner is going to come through, and potentially... Yep. Okay, we're just seeing a little bit of everything here.
And there's that Circuit Challenger coming into ambush to defeat the Inspired Recruit. No damage dealt to Michael's base, so Sobek is forced to have to play the defensive role here. And again, playing defensive against Vel is really not where you want to be.
Are you confident for the next rounds?
No.
Do you think you're...
Oliver is so close, and that might well lock it down, because that's going to clear the board entirely.
And now Alfie's taking off the headset, he's extending the hand, and Oliver Simons is going to be your Star Wars Unlimited Prague Regional Champion with Admiral Akbar.
Well, have a look at that. The last time that we brought you a regionals coverage stream with Oliver Simons winning it all in the Premier format with Admiral Akbar, a deck that not many people would have been prepared for or expecting. And we've already seen a couple of surprises creep up in the early parts of this Sector Qualifier broadcast to kickstart Season 2 for Star Wars Unlimited. Ben back with Ray ahead of round number 4, where we got to see Thrawn gain its knowledge and extend its grip on the galaxy.
Yeah, and we have a very, very cool deck coming up. Do you want to talk about it? Vayne Data Vault 3-0.
Yeah. Vayne, we've got Vayne in the feature match area. It's going to be Vayne with Freetown. So Vayne Cunning is going to be undefeated here. A deck that has come out since in Ashes of the Empire that lets you take advantage of upgrades to burn damage directly into the base, which in the history of Star Wars Unlimited isn't something we've generally been able to do very, very easily.
Yeah. Wait, is this Philip's list, the Vayne Yellow?
Yes, so this is going to be Vayne Cunning up against Ahsoka with Cunning. This is being taken from table 1.
Yeah, so this Vayne deck is very interesting. It's running a lot of cards borrowed from what you see in CAD Yellow, with like Shadow of Stygion Prime, just giving you that last burst damage or burn damage to finish games. But it's also running some very cool cards. So running a lot of ships, which seems to be the preferred arena for both the reactive and the proactive decks this format. And it's even running a card, I think it's called Hoth Lieutenant, from the Intro to Hoth starter kit. So a lot of cool cards coming together.
Yeah, absolutely. The Hoth Lieutenant is a when played ability. You may attack with another unit, and it's +2/+0 for this attack. So a similar kind of style to, as you were mentioning with Mattia in the last game, a Maz Kanata-like effect, a Fleet Lieutenant-like effect for those that have been around since the early days of Star Wars Unlimited, but this time in Aggression Villainy.
Yeah, one surprising card I don't see is that Pegasus Tri-Wing, which, if you can take your advantage tokens and cash them in for a ready 3/2, you've essentially given yourself a ready Millennium Falcon. But Philip is 3-0, and let's hopefully see this deck in action.
Absolutely. He's going to be going up against Jesus Manuel Jimenez Esquerdo, who is on Ahsoka Tano. This is the Ashes Ahsoka Tano, the Command Heroism version, with its action to choose a unit with less power than a friendly unit and boost it for 2 power on this phase. So expect to see a lot of the traditional Command Heroism strong cards, things like Chewbacca, Blue Leader, Admiral Akbar that we saw as well for the Luke Data Vault list, as well as the Pilot Luke list in a couple of our feature matches from round 3. but mix it in with some of the strong cunning heroism cards. Things like BD1 to get an extra little bit of power manipulation. Things like Pilot Han, as well as maybe some newer cards from Ashes of the Empire as well. And both players rocking showcase leaders as well. We love to see that.
Yes, the Ahsoka Yellow is very interesting on Jimenez's side as well, because typically we see Ahsoka Blue, which is a very ground-focused deck, but the Ahsoka Yellow can challenge space extraordinarily well. She can cap out at the 5-resource Space Whale, the Clumsy Purgo, which should just, delete any space unit on the opponent's side of the board. So look forward to seeing some space and space battles.
Absolutely. That's exactly what we're starting with through the first action phase as we are underway in round 4. We see double Republic Y-Wing going up against an Emissary's Sheathipede. And the Sheathipede to start off with Philip having the initiative on this Vane Freetown deck is going to start by chipping in for 2. That favor can very well be returned with double Republic Y-Wing swings. But before that, it's going to be Blade 3 from Ashes that's coming down.
Yeah, Blade 3 is a limited all-star, and being able to get that advantage token means that Jesus can control the sizing on his units very well. You can see he started with 2 1-powered units, and being able to kind of climb that ladder is what Ahsoka wants to do, to turn a 1 to a 3 and then a 2 to a 4 maybe on the deploy, and that's how you stack up really large amounts of damage really quickly.
Yeah, certainly so. We see the Ahsoka action going ahead and getting used, boosting up one of those Y-Wings and then crashing in for 4 damage collectively. 3 with the one that was Ahsoka boosted, and then the 1 more damage from the remaining Y-Wing. So moving into the 4-resource action phase, Ahsoka a 6 deploy leader. Vane, however, is a 5, so Philip will have the advantage in terms of being able to deploy his leader 1 whole action phase earlier in this matchup.
Yes, and take a look at what Jesus did. He had a Admiral Akbar in his hand and a Jar Jar. Most players would have, I think, resourced the Jar Jar, but he elected to keep the Jar Jar in hand, potentially to, again, change the math on who gets pumped, right? Maybe put a Jar Jar pump on a 1-3 to turn it to a 3, and then you can pump the Blade 3 from a 2 to a 4, so again, climb that ladder. But it looks like Philip is going to take the first action and just not even give Jesus the chance to use that Blade 3? Yeah, Blade 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Just getting through that unit early on, making sure that we're not getting that extra damage being flown in. And so how will Jesus go and respond? It is just going to be the Jar Jar that's going to be played here, boosting up one of the Y-Wings with a temporary +2/+2 on this phase. So does Philip have some kind of answer to make sure that he's not taking what will effectively be potentially 6 damage on this action phase? With the Ahsoka action in consideration, it will be Interrogation Droid to at least slow down half of that damage.
And this is a very oppressive play from Philip. Not only does the Interrogation Droid deny so much damage, it forces a discard. And given that Jesus has played 2 cards on turn 1 and potentially wants to play 2 cards this turn, he's going to have very, very few cards left in hand. That was a very painful discard.
Absolutely, it's going to be the Battle Fury now that's attached onto the stolen AT Hauler. Give that a little bit more longevity so that it doesn't have the chance to be switched sides with its when defeated ability. And now just a quick swing in for the 3 damage with that boosted up Republic Y-Wing. Jesus does still have 2 active resources as well if he wants to commit that last card out of hand, or whether this will just be a case of a claim and pass between the 2 players to end this phase.
Right. Now, Jesus is getting to the point where he can start drawing into those Clumsy Purgos, into some of the Blue Aces, some of the very high-quality space units you'll see in Cunning Heroism. But at the same time, it looks like Philip has built quite an advantage, and he deploys 1 turn earlier, right? I believe Vane's a 5 deploy.
He is indeed. Yep, Vane's a 5 and Ahsoka's a 6 deploy. So we'll be able to deploy in this action phase that we're about to go into, with both players doing exactly that, just claiming and passing between each other. And so Philip, having a look into the hand, I think I might have seen one of those copies of Shadow of Stygian Prime, which is a really, really cool upgrade from a Lawless Time that has been making its way into these Aggression Cunning Villainy decks.
Yes, it's a card that hasn't seen much play up until now, so it's good that it's getting its moment in the spotlight. But it's also sad that it's entering the meta at a point when people are also running Chimera. And there is, Shadow Stygian Prime cannot hit their leader, so it has to hit a non-leader, and Chimera is going to be more than happy to sacrifice that to get the get rid of the Shadow as well as kill a unit. So it'll be interesting to see whether he uses it this turn or not, because the units on Jesus' side are very disposable and probably not worth the full resource investment of a Shadow at this time.
Yeah, certainly. Well, first actions of business, it's just going to be Philip attacking in with that Battle Furied up Stolen AT Hauler, discarding away the Commence the Festivities for the cost. Then just a slight action being burned there as well from Jesus, pumping up one of the Y-Wings with a Soaker effect. Now in comes the Sheathipede for a couple of extra points of chip damage, and here is where that deployment differentiation can be even more awkward. Jesus with very few cards in hand, just 2 it looks like, and 5 resources open, whereas Philip with about 2 or 3 cards himself, but the opportunities to deploy the Vein on this action phase as a 3/6 on the ground arena as well.
Right, and you can see Jesus, he swung Jar Jar into base rather than swinging into the interrogation droid, so he is committed to the race, electing to push damage and give himself a pathway to win rather than potentially playing to lose by just trading out units. And here comes the Akbar. This is going to be this is a very fine time to Akbar, because Philip has already swung with both of his space units, so Jesus knows that whatever he pulls this turn off Akbar is going to survive into the next turn at least.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we are engaging into that base race, what's better than making sure that you have the numbers game in that very base race as well? So we pick the first unit. That looks like it's the Open Circle Ace, just a 2/2 for 1. But then the second one, a little bit more intriguing, the Naboo Royal Starship. That's going to give each friendly leader unit Raid 2 and Overwhelm. So all of a sudden, Ahsoka, when she deploys, is now hitting for 7.
Right, and she can overwhelm through Sentinels too. So it's a very, very useful ability for such a combat-focused deck like Ahsoka.
And now we're going to get to see Vain Quarrelsome Pirate deploy. So it is a 3/6 that on attack allows you to defeat a friendly upgrade. And if you do, you deal 2 damage to either the defending unit, or that 2 damage can be flung into the base. And it's going to get a Battle Fury as well to go with it. So now Vain is hitting for 6. And it does really indicate and seem like, Ray, that we are just full sending into a race at this point.
Yes, a very exciting base race. You can see him playing his last card out of hand and just trying to challenge the white. And it looks like Jesus is going to claim. So Jesus gets to have an explosive Ahsoka turn, first action at least next turn.
Yeah, and especially if there's anything that might be making its way out with plot as well in that deployment of the leader. But first and foremost, here is the swing from this Battle Furied Vein to close this action phase. Philip down to no cards in hand. That Black Sun Patroller was the last card that he had, and just having the sight and the wherewithal to contribute it to the board. It's better there than the discard pile that would have been necessary for the Battle Fury after it attacks. So quickly making the resource decision there was Jesus. Philip looking like might be holding on to those 2 cards in hand that we drew at the start of the regroup phase. And where does Jesus go from here? Is it just that first action deployment of Ahsoka, or do we have something a little bit better in mind? We do. The Death Space Skirmisher exhausts down Vayne.
Yeah, this is going to be huge because the Vayne on its own was almost going to put Jesus out of this game. But Philip does have two tall threats, so I don't think Jesus is out of the woods yet.
No, certainly not. We've got the attack here with the stolen AT Hauler. Of course, the issue with keeping those two cards in hand to try and play them is that while we've got Battle Furies in play, we do have to discard some of them. It's the Unsanctioned Patrol that will get discarded to Battle Fury on this instance.
Right, and yeah, I don't see a way for
And it's a
Jesus
scoop.
to come back from that race, right?
Yeah.
The life difference.
Jesus already at
great.
29. With Jesus
Yeah,
already
what a
at
difference
29
one turn
damage on the
makes.
base, one more unit. Yeah, it is indeed. So it's going to be Vayne that will take game one in this set. Didn't even use the leader action, I think, at all during this game, but hopefully that might be something we'll see a little bit more of in game number 2 for Jesus. If it is just going to be the opportunity to base race between these two players, will Jesus have some kind of tools in the sideboard to try and slow things down and equalize that race a little bit?
Right. I would imagine Millennium Falcon comes in, the 2/5 Falcon that because Ahsoka is a deck that even in the yellow form plays to both the space and ground arena, she can take full advantage of the Millennium Falcon, manipulating the ground math, manipulating the space math. And I think we also saw that the 1/3s on their own would have been a great start into a deck that maybe a different deck that wasn't so aggressive, but the 1/3s did not help the race whatsoever, especially given that they also have the same power, so they by themselves could not pump each other to start building the damage. You can see that once the AT Hauler from Philip killed the Blade 3, Jesus was back to square one as far as his 2 1-powered units go and trying to climb that damage ladder.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a little bit of a difficult situation for our Ahsoka player at that point. And then Vayne ultimately, again, with that differentiation in the leader deployment, being able to get that Vayne down the action phase earlier, chuck a Battle Fury on it, and all of a sudden it's 6 power straight away that you have to try and find an answer to or a return from. And it just wasn't able to be found in that instance. It will be an opportunity, though, as we get ready and go into game 2 for Ahsoka to exactly figure out that conundrum. Do you think that there's anything that Vayne needs to be worried about, to think about in the sideboard for themselves?
Yeah, let's take a look. I know we both saw the Shadow Stygian Prime in the hands of Philip, but he never found the need to play it. Taking a quick look at some of his sideboards, he has Commandeer, he has Arvel Scheme. I don't think these cards are necessary, especially Commandeer, right? That's a very popular yellow sideboard piece, but it's also a card that does well into decks like Boba, where Boba's own units trade very well into one another. So that gives you a 2-for-1, maybe even 3-for-1 potential. These 1/3s, these 2/4s that are coming out the Ahsoka deck, they don't particularly trade well, and you're certainly not going to trade 5 resources, to have these little 1/3s play bumper cards with one another.
Yeah, I think potentially the one thing that you could maybe make an argument for to bring Commandeer in for is that we did see the Naboo Royal Starship out of Ahsoka in game 1. So if you really, really want to be greedy, you commandeer the Naboo Royal Starship for your Vayne that's already battle furied to get raid 2 and overwhelm, and all of a sudden that's punching for 8. But I suppose the question then for
yeah, potentially the T6
Sorry,
shuttle.
go ahead, Ray, yeah.
That's a popular card in Ahsoka. It's a 2/6 Sentinel. Just being able to remove their Sentinel could buy you a few critical hits in space as well for a turn.
Yeah, it certainly could. We'll have to see if Philip thinks that is worthy enough to be able to bring in from the sideboard or whether Philip was pretty happy with how game one went. All he needs to do is find one win to go 4-0 and 2 wins away from day 2 tomorrow. We're underway in game number 2. It's going to be an A-wing for Jesus, as well as a Sentinel in the Outland Protector coming down alongside it. And as for Philip, it's just going to go ahead and be this 2-cost Zygerian Starhopper.
Right, and the Zygerian Starhopper trades very well into either of those 2 units. I have to wonder if Jesus is running the card Neo, the 1/4 little elephant boy, who allows these one-powered units to enter in ready, because we've seen 3 unique types of one-cost units now. We've seen this A-Wing, this TIE Fighter Sentinel, and, well, we saw the Republic Y-Wings last game as well. So I have to wonder if that's in this list.
Yeah, it's a very, very good call. We'll have to find out as this game and as this set hopefully continues to progress. We see Millennium Falcon on Jesus' side of the board. As for Philip, we see a new card from Ashes. It's Vane's Snub Fighter, a 2/4 for 3 that says when a friendly unit's attack ends, if it dealt combat damage to a base, give an advantage token to this unit.
Yeah, that unit is very on theme and perfect for this deck, but it looks like Jesus just not having it. He's immediately going to trade the A-Wing in for the Snub Fighter, and what a trade that is, trading 1 resource from turn 1 for Philip's entire 3-resource play.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially because the Vane is when a friendly unit's attack ends, so you can give the Vane Snub Fighter the advantage token and then just go ahead and use Vane's leader action because the token counts as an upgrade. You pop the advantage token and then just immediately do 2 damage into base, even if the Vane Snub Fighter entered in that action phase. So a really great little bit of synergy, as you'd expect from Vane's namesake space unit.
Yeah, and it looks like this is a much more interactive game than the last one. Philip just put the first 2 points of damage onto Jesus' base, and we see a resistance blue resistance leader, I believe. So
yeah, the Resistance Blue Squadron going to deal damage to a unit equal to the number of friendly space units that we've got. And we've got 2, so that's exactly enough to be able to deal with the Zygerian Starhopper. Does have a when defeated trigger to deal 2 indirect, and Jesus is just going to assign that straight into his base. We'll get the base counts on screen for just a moment. But for now, we have Stolen AT Hauler going into the space arena for Philip.
yeah, and you can see what a difference 1 toughness makes. Had Philip played the Stolen AT Hauler last turn, he would still have the AT Hauler, probably could have traded well into another unit this turn, but instead he lost the Vane Snub Fighter, and what a difference that 1 toughness makes.
So we see Jesus here just attacking the Millennium Falcon into the Stolen AT Hauler. On attack is going to be able to give a space unit -2 power for this phase as well. So we'll take less damage in that exchange and set the AT Hauler up for 1 damage ping to be enough to get rid of it. And for Jesus to steal it himself as well with the when defeated.
Yes, and you can see that we saw Admiral Akbar with some 1-cost chips played in the Luke Data Vault matchup in a prior round. This deck has so many 1-cost space units that an Admiral Akbar could easily go 1-cost unit into another resistance squadron and now shoot for potentially 4 damage off of that when played. So it's probably the best synergy. And here we see a Boba, and AT Hauler is indeed a transport.
Yeah, and we're going to not only attach it on for that transport damage effect to give 2 damage instead of 1 when Boba is played as an upgrade, but it also does now is it really relies on that combination that you were mentioning, Ray, off of the Admiral Akbar to hit of 4 cost of the Resistance Blue Squadron and a 1-drop. We are going to go for it here with the Admiral Akbar, so looking at the top 10, looking for a combination of 5 costs or less for space units. Do we find a 1-drop and the Resistance Blue Squadron? I see the 1-drop in there in the form of the open circle ace. Is there the 4-drop? No, we're just going to litter the
Is there a
board
lurking?
with
There is a
Outland
lurking.
Protector. Yeah.
I love what Jesus did here. So in game 1, if you remember, he played Admiral Akbar when Philip had already swung with all 3 of his units, and he did see a lurking snub fighter there, but there was nothing to exhaust. So I love how Jesus is being more aggressive, being more proactive with the Admiral Akbar, and increasing the number of possible hits he could get off that Akbar, like the lurking snub fighter that was able to tap this boba and still build board presence.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really strong action phase here from Jesus as Philip is going to try to respond. Vayne has been deployed and it's got sudden ferocity on it as well, deployed out of plot. So Vayne hitting for 6 in this attack here. And not going to use the on-attack action to pop away an upgrade to try and deal an extra bit of residual burn damage here. Jesus now is just going to take the trade in with the Millennium Falcon, getting rid of the stolen AT Hauler. And will Jesus to remember to activate the When Defeated ability to take a hold of it? I think, in fact, Philip actually being quite gentlemanly and saying, hey, the When Defeated trigger is ready for you when you want it.
Yes, and I love this move from Jesus. He has fully dominated the space lane and is set up for a very, very profitable turn with Ahsoka next turn.
Yeah,
he just gets to do all kinds of math in space, and yeah, Philip just has to sit there and watch, like the Game of Thrones meme.
Well, is it gonna go down to a game 3 here in this round 4? At the moment, it's looking likely, and it's looking good for Jesus, unless Philip has some kind of way to be able to disrupt this really wide space arena that Jesus has been able to assemble. Though they may be small, they are definitely mighty. They've got 27 damage more to find to send it to a deciding game 3.
Yeah, and you can see that card like Commandeer is not at its best here with such a wide board from Jesus. Every single unit is so cost efficient and doesn't really trade well into one another. So
it's going to be a second Battle Fury and a second Death Space Skirmisher now coming down to exhaust that Vayne once again. This thing is just not going to get the chance to attack in this game 2. If Jesus has anything to say about it, here now is the upgrade being attached, the preparation. So we are going to attach it onto the stolen AT Hauler and exhaust it straight down.
Yeah, that is a desperation play. You'll make it when needed, but you are not happy about pumping your opponent's unit for next turn, especially considering you need the next turn at the very least to try and land a kill. Jesus is at 10 damage on base, so I see Philip using his turn to stack the Vayne up, potentially holding out for maybe an aggressive negotiations to finish the game, but it's looking like Jesus is going to deal a large chunk of damage and swing the damage race this very turn.
Yeah, absolutely. This open circle ace with the Ahsoka boost is attacking in for 4. Now Ahsoka leader will be able to attack here as well, give an extra boost out. This time going to go to the Republic Blue Squadron. So that's now going to attack for 5 in this action phase with a +2 boost, an extra one from the Outland Protector as well that's still yet to swing, and the damage from Ahsoka leader unit herself coming through as well with an extra 5. This is a wide differentiation that is being created, and Philip with a little smile and a draw at the start of the regroup phase, just making sure that both players are passing before moving in. There is the regroup phase. Can Philip prevent 7 damage from the space arena this phase?
Yeah, I don't see a watch this, but the main thing is these colors, yellow, was it cunning, aggression, villainy? It's a very tempo-based color, and tempo is not at its strongest when playing from the back foot like in this situation. There's no single reactor ignition, hyperspace disaster that's going to come and bail you out here.
Yeah, certainly not. And Philip just looking down on the board state. Jesus is already waiting to go, asking how many cards in hand for both players here. And Philip just trying to figure out, okay, is there anything that I can do to prevent this damage from going in? I mean, with how powerful the Vayne is at the moment, swinging for 9 power, that can trade with the Ahsoka in this action phase. But Philip, after some consideration, says, nope, there's absolutely nothing that I can do in this action phase to prevent me from being defeated. So Ahsoka ties up the set, and we're going to go to a game 3.
Yes, and I love how this game changed. In game one, in this match changed. In game one, Jesus tried to race, right? Both decks tried to race each other. But in game two, Jesus chose a much more controlling line, just slowly, win space, dominate the space lane first, clear everything else out, and then get to do your Ahsoka math unmolested. And it'll be very interesting to see which strategy the players employ for game 3.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see, like you say, if there's that more of a mid-rangey, tempo-controlled approach from our players, or whether it is just going to be the complete aggression and assault that will go through in Game 3. Vayne will start with the initiative in this game as well, so we'll have the opportunity to act first. Will they have themselves an opportunity for a double 1-drop start, or are they going to have to be a little bit more measured in terms of their aggression?
Right. And the double 1-drop start is powerful, but you do give up the initiative. And just from looking at the list, I actually don't see any 1-drop units. So it looks like it's all 2 cost and above for Vayne. So it looks like Vayne will very likely be keeping that initiative unless the Ahsoka deck misses their turn 1 play. And hopefully we'll see if the 4 toughness in the Vayne Snub Fighter is another liability this time, or if maybe Philip takes a more mindful approach to cleaning up those small units before they clean up his.
Yeah, absolutely. And even hopefully see the Vayne Snub Fighter ability even get used. Even the Vayne's leader action get used. We've not seen it get activated once this game so far to be able to pop a friendly upgrade and deal a couple of extra damage away. And we know how important sometimes that extra little bit of damage can be to close out a game, especially if it is going to be that aggro style race like we mentioned. But both players getting themselves shuffled, getting themselves set up for game number 3. One of these players after this match will need just 2 more wins to secure themselves into 4 more rounds of Swiss on day 2 tomorrow. And that has got to be a great place to be, Ray.
Absolutely. Just locking up your day 2 qualification, knowing that you're going to get to play on Sunday, is such a huge burden lifted off your chest. I've been in several situations where I've gone, 1 and 2 at the start of a tournament, and then you're on your back's to the wall, you're on the ropes, and you have to win every game, every round from there on out. And while it's certainly doable, and you should never give up on yourself, it is a lot more stressful than just being able to, win 2 more and say, look, I'm qualified. I can afford to lose these next 2 and still make it. So good luck to both these players.
Absolutely. Well, we are cut back to the feature match table live in Berlin. Both players getting themselves set up and ahead for game number 3. And I suppose one of the other big aspects in terms of the overall season goal by qualifying into day 2 with those 2 extra wins after this round is it means you're already halfway there in terms of your points total to Galactic Championships qualification. 50 points already in the bag out of the 100 needed.
Yes, and I think we saw with this year's Galactics, not getting your 100 points means you must play the Last Chance Qualifier, a brutal tournament that is 8 rounds and you have to go 7-1. So most people do not want to have to go through that, certainly not go through that again if they missed it. So I think players are going to be more mindful getting that qualification ahead of time.
Well, we are underway in Game 3. It is the Black Sun Patroller for Philip, and it is a double one-drop start from Jesus, Open Circle Ace, and Republic Y-Wing. And now Blue Leader immediately being slammed down by Jesus in the 3-resource action phase. The Black Sun Patroller crashed into the Open Circle Ace to get rid of it, but that means the shield token got popped and left itself open for ambush.
Right, but we do see the AT hauler from Philip this turn. So it looks like, yep, Jesus getting cashing in damage from the Republic Y-Wing, and now we have a bit of a standoff between this AT hauler and the blue leader.
Yeah, trying to figure out which player is going to be brave enough to blink with a trade. Stolen AT hauler
Jesus has
4.
So Jesus can also play the Resistance Squadron this turn and deal the last 2 damage to AT hauler. So if you're Philip, you're thinking to yourself, you know, if you swing at base instead of at the blue leader and he plays the Resistance Squadron, you're going to be very sad. So he's got a big decision to make. Does he just trade in the AT hauler right now, but then he gives the AT hauler to Jesus, or does he risk Jesus having the huge tempo swing?
Ooh, well, he's going to try and insulate himself a little bit more. Still doesn't save himself from the Resistance Blue Squadron, but the preparation, another blue leader, which is going to ambush in. It will defeat the one that was already in play thanks to the unique rule, and then ambush takes out. Wow, what a play.
Yeah, this is a hard play to evaluate because, you know, on one hand, Jesus has traded 2 of his premium ambush units, but he is going to take Philip's units. So it'll be very interesting to see how this shakes out.
And the reply from Philip is Vault Skeris's Defender, a 3/3 that when played, if you discarded a card from your hand or deck this phase, it gets a shield, but on attack, you can deal 1 damage to a space unit and exhaust it. So that secondary ability is going to be really, really useful if it can stick around here. First order of business is trade in and take out that Sentinel and then do the on-attack ability, 1 damage into what was Philip's AT hauler, and exhaust it.
Yeah, that is a very powerful effect for patrolling the space, as Mr. Volscaris has shown in Resistance. So here we see an action stall from Ahsoka. It makes you wonder, if I'm Philip, I'm thinking, okay, we're at 5 resources. Maybe Jesus is going to play an Akbar and try to find that same lurking subfighter to exhaust. So I think this is a very key moment here where, yeah, if he puts that on, I think Jesus is representing that Akbar. Maybe as Philip, he could have deployed Vang and not attached yet to do something else this turn, but yeah. So here we see the Akbar.
Or even just
it's the Bean, the guaranteed tap. That even better, the guaranteed tap.
Yeah, the 4/5 for 5 shielded from Ashes of the Empire that says when 1 or more upgrades attached to this unit, you may exhaust a ground unit. And of course, she comes in shielded as well. And now arrest.
So Philip's AT hauler is back with its rightful owner.
It is indeed. The base is going to capture the stolen AT hauler, and at the start of the regroup phase, its owner rescues it. And of course, the owner of the stolen AT hauler originally is Philip. So we will essentially mitigate the when defeated ability of that all-powerful card. What a great option there for Philip to protect his hauler.
Yeah, Arrest is a terrific card. It insulates you against other decks that are trying to put early upgrades on their units, but also paired with AT hauler, it makes it such a disincentive to even want to take their AT haulers. So here it looks like the Vang deck has, the space slaying is fully under control for Philip.
Yeah, I was just about to say it looks like that Philip is in control at this point in time. But we are going up to 6 resources, so Ahsoka is going to be able to deploy on this action phase. And with Sabine being the only unit on board right now as well, she can get the boost and be a 6-power unit. Here comes Akbar, though, on the first action. best case scenario, what are we looking for here from Admiral Akbar? I suppose, again, that possibility of Resistance Blue Squadron to do a little bit of burn damage and get rid of this Volscaris' defender could be quite good.
Yeah, he would need to find a one-cost ship to go with that Resistance Patrol Fighter.
Well, there's the one drop.
And
It's
that's
the
a-
Sentinel
yeah, there-
and the
there
Blue
it is.
Squadron. We find the combo.
And just like that, Akbar on his own has almost turned the Space Arena around. Very cool. You can see the power
It
of
has
this new
indeed.
card, of this new set.
Yeah, it's such an interesting card. I think when some people might have seen it, you read the ability saying when played you may defeat this unit. You go, well, it's a 6/6 body for 5. Why? What's the point in defeating it straight away? But then you can see this Ewing reinforcement-like effect, this Keller and Beck-like effect as well, for one that's a little bit more contemporary, to be able to get all these space units out into the arena for free and get so much extra incremental value, more than potentially than a 6/6 ground unit could ever generate.
Right. And sometimes you have the option just to play a 6/6 on the ground. It's very flexible. If you smell a hyperspace disaster coming, you can just put this large body on the ground and at least have that option.
Yeah, absolutely. But in this situation, it is just go into its default mode, as Philip is just going to have a double check at the Ahsoka leader unit when it goes ahead and deploys. It's a 5/6 with support, and on attack, you may give a unit with less power than this, +2 for the phase. So Philip just double checking, making sure that he's got everything in order and all of his knowledge there before committing to any extra actions on this phase, which still could include a 6-power swing with this Battle Furied Vane.
Yes,
And
Battle
make that
Fury
extra.
Vane, that's going to that's going to hit very hard. And I believe Jesus does not have a way to exhaust the Vane. Maybe a preparation. No, because preparation is out of Philip's deck. So
Yeah, preparation would have been the only potential answer. And speaking of preparation,
there it is. There it
Philip
is.
himself was prepared, going to attach and exhaust the attached unit so that Ahsoka is not going to be able to attack in this action phase on its deployment. Instead, it's just going to have to be Sabine that will attack in for 4 power. Now here comes the stolen AT Hauler, just dealing with the Sentinel early. Zygerian Starhopper coming in. And then the
So
swing
this was a
from
very
the Vane.
efficient turn. Very efficient turn from Vane. I think he played three different cards this turn.
And finally, we're seeing the activation of Vane's leader action as well. We're destroying the preparation that we attached to Jesus's leader to deal the extra damage into the base. If the Battle Fury and the Sudden Ferocity wasn't already enough, we're dealing an extra 2.
Yes, this is what the deck wants to do, to take these efficient, very cost-efficient upgrades and just grab value from them. And being able to use preparation to exhaust the Ahsoka and then cash it in later and Shrinker, that's the kind of value trade you need as Cobb Vane.
And speaking of value, here's Death Space Skirmisher to exhaust down that Vane and make sure that something like that can't happen again this phase at the very least. Still does leave the AT Hauler and the Skyhopper.
Yeah, this is a tough board state for Philip to navigate because he did tap the Ahsoka down. The Sabine is still threatening to tap more units, so Philip does need to start pushing damage. I don't think he can continue controlling this board. Here's that Hoth Lieutenant from the Intro to Hoth battle set.
Yep, so that's going to be able to give our stolen AT Hauler an extra 2 powers boost. So now hitting for 6 on that attack, that Fleet Lieutenant-like ability, but this time he's changed his allegiances. He's seen the power of the dark side, and that this Emperor Palpatine guy is he's got some good ideas, apparently. And now a decision from Jesus about where to go with this next action. It is just going to be Resistance Blue Squadron going into the Zygarian Starhopper, making it so that that is 2 less damage that is going to be taken on the base in this action phase.
Yeah, and wisely
2
taking that indirect
coming
damage through the shield onto the Sabine.
And now Jesus's stolen AT hauler comes down. He says, okay, Philip wants to deny the opportunity for me to steal one. Well, how about I just steal one from somewhere else instead and call that into battle myself?
Right. So, yeah, it looks like while Philip is quite a bit ahead on the damage, Jesus's board is looking scarier and scarier.
It is indeed. Jesus just doing
Yeah,
a...
and looks like Jesus just cashing
bit of
in,
calculation
taking
here.
away Philip's
Yeah.
biggest clock.
Yeah, and that is indeed the leader unit. So leader for leader trade happening there. And no attack from Ahsoka here on this action phase. So it is just going to be going into the next phase with Jesus on 17 damage. Philip only on 4. Jesus has now started to build a little bit of a board presence.
Right. I think the Sabine last turn traded her shield in to help kill the Vayne. I think he just didn't tap her.
Ah, true. Yeah.
But yeah, Philip's got a choice to make. I mean, does he... Looks like he's going for damage on base. That AT hauler is going to be vulnerable to getting picked off by the opposing AT hauler, but Philip can continue threatening with arrests. Maybe it's just not... maybe Jesus doesn't even bother taking the AT hauler. But at this point, 20 damage on base is where you start getting close to where Shadow of Stygian Prime becomes a real issue. Because the Ahsoka list, she doesn't really have the Ahsoka Yellow, she doesn't really have a lot of upgrade hate. And so if you can stick a Shadow of Stygian Prime, you can probably weather the storm for a few turns, deal 2 damage, and clinch the game with some residual burn.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Jesus is going to prevent at least 4 of that damage from coming through this phase. Jyn Erso from a Lawless Time being played and choosing to exhaust a unit. So stolen AT hauler on Philip's side of the board exhausted. And now Philip with still 5 resources, hasn't elected to resource since his deployment of the Vayne leader unit. Staring down at a board that is all expended on his side and trying to figure out where this final 10 damage will come from. Do we see that Shadow of Stygian Prime as a potential option for Philip to really start to accelerate that clock?
Yeah, aside from Shadow, it looks like the rest of the Vayne deck is very honest in the sense that there's not a lot of burst. What you see is what you get, right? He needs to play a unit and have that unit swing to be able to push the majority of his damage. And Jesus is thinking this turn, he's probably going to try to just, get rid of any unit that can deal damage on Philip's side of the board and then start slowly closing that life differential.
Well, it's going to be a payment of 2, and it's going to be a pilot Boba that's going to jump into the exhausted stolen AT hauler, dealing the last damage needed to get rid of Resistance Blue Squadron. Now, we see the Sabine just attack and get rid of the Hoth Lieutenant. Battle Fury now attaching onto the stolen AT hauler. And Jesus is being put into a situation here where he pretty much has to try and trade his entire board into this stolen AT hauler, because that's attacking right now for what? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? And then the Vayne damage with a destruction of a friendly upgrade could essentially just close out the game.
Right. Philip is just putting all his chips on this AT hauler. And Is this enough? We have the Lurking Snob dealing 5, the AT Hauler dealing 4, so he can deal 4 damage, or 9 damage to the AT Hauler. And
Make that
2 more,
11.
11 damage, yes. Is that enough? That's 4 plus 2 plus 3. I believe that's enough.
Yep, it's still going to take both units, but it is going to be enough. And the hilariousness of this all is that both players will still end this phase
Have 80
with
haulers,
stolen
right?
80 haulers. So we are essentially kind of half back to where we left off. At least the one on Philip's side of the board isn't having the potential to crunch in for game in this next
Right, and
action
Philip has
phase,
initiative this next turn.
Yes, does indeed. So where do we go? Double stolen 80 haulers on the card viewer as well. Now there are indeed 2 of them. And they've slightly switched allegiance here ahead of this next action phase. Here's another pilot boba coming down to attach on. This time, though, it's going into a ready AT hauler.
Yeah, and I think we can see that Philip has just gotten so much value from these boba pilots.
And now just deciding exactly where to put the damage here. We've got 2 damage that we can assign, so we can either burn away and get rid of that Jin Urso. We can get rid of the Jar Jar as well with this pilot boba damage. And it's going to be Jin Urso that... Oh, is it? Isn't it? No, it's going to be the stolen AT hauler instead. That will be where we will target. So just turning that into a 4-3 on board instead of the 4-5 at its base stat line.
Yeah, and as powerful as this pilot is, it does open Philip up to getting it exhausted by another exhaust effect. We can see that Jesus doesn't have a shortage of exhaust effects in his deck. And looks like we have a new Jar Jar. Well, he's going to keep the old Jar Jar, but pumping the AT hauler up. I think Jesus is still in damage suppression mode. He needs to get this hauler from Philip's side of the field off the field as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be made a little bit more difficult here as well. We've got Commence the Festivities to get an extra +2 power boost because we control fewer resources than an opponent. So there's one of the biggest reasons why Philip declined to resource from the point where his leader was continuously deploying so that Commence the Festivities could be online, hit in for what is a massive 8 damage. And put Jesus literally one Shadow of Stygian Prime effect away from losing this game. Now here comes Pilot Han, and there goes, it looks like, the stolen AT hauler.
Yes, and crucially, the Boba upgrade that Philip could cash in with Vayne to deal the last 2 points of damage.
Yes, yeah, that's the other line, wasn't it? To taking the victory on that action phase. Now, stolen AT hauler being returned again. Jesus activating the Ahsoka ability, dealing 6 extra damage between the Jar Jar and the Jin Urso.
And this is a crucial exchange too, because I believe the AT hauler got the pump from the Jar Jar, but it doesn't die until basically the start of the next turn, meaning Philip could not claim the AT hauler that turn, which means it doesn't enter ready this turn. So that's a very crucial distinction. It buys one more turn of respite for Jesus at least.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. So it's going to still be with Philip in this action phase. Does he have that Shadow of Stygian Prime? It's Commandeer that came in from the sideboard. We were mentioning it to potentially steal away things like the Naboo's Royal Starship, but this time it could steal the game-winning. It will! The game-winning stolen AT hauler. What a finish to that game. Philip on Vayne Cunning goes 4-0 in Berlin.
Terrific. Did that come off the top? Did you see? the
I'm not.
commandeer?
I'd imagine it would have been very, very close because there were sort of very little cards in hand amongst all of the discards and the battle furies and things like that that were going on as well. It would have been very close to being a top deck from that action phase. But what a way to finish the game. And for Vayne to go forward, that I very much doubt that would have been on anybody's radar going into this weekend.
Absolutely. We saw the the deck has so many tools. And Philip put them on display in this match. Just disruption, like the droid, interrogation droid. He had these cool little combos, like where he set up the last turn to have a Boba pilot deal damage and then swing for 8 with the commence of festivities and still threaten another 2 to cash in the pilot upgrade with the Vayne leader ability. So like all these little edges here and there, these chips and burn damage add up to a win, and Philip put that on display.
Yeah, he absolutely did. And a really intriguing matchup as well to see the Ahsoka deck as well really get an opportunity of this kind of aggro deck with extra support going on, relying on these double 1-drops and things like that, but not to be in this matchup in our first of what can be and will be 2 feature matches in this round. It seems like that we are able to cut over to our second feature match table to have a look and see what we've got in store. We're going and jumping into game 3 in this, and it's Jonas Linkersdorfer on Grief Karga Data Vault up against Heiss on a Dedra Colossus.
Yeah, this is a really cool matchup. The Dedra Colossus is a very strong control deck. It has all the same tools as the CAD blue deck, but it has more life and earlier deploy, and just this residual 2 points of damage. And it kind of puts you in Zugzavan, right? Where you don't want to give them cards, but you don't want to take more damage to your units. But on the Grief side, Grief, Green in particular, has access to, that again, that Admiral Akbar, which can pull out a lot of units, a lot of board presence that Dedra just maybe can't deal with in time.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those that are maybe unfamiliar with Grief Karga, another new leader from Ashes of the Empire, when you play or create a unit, you may exhaust it to give that unit an advantage token, and it's a 4/7 deployment on 6 that says also when you play or create a unit, it gets an advantage token. So a lot of advantage token generation in this deck. Will it pay off and get through to outspeed the hard control lock that Vigilance Villainy has that opportunity to create? Heiss already with their resources set. Jonas, however, going to go for the mulligan and rely on 6 final cards to put one of these 2 players at 4-0.
Yes, these players are both 1-1, so this is the game that decides who gets to move on to 4-0. And definitely one of the skills in card gaming is understanding when you need to mulligan, because you can have a playable hand, but if it's not the right tools, if it's too soft to what your opponent could be doing, you need to be aggressive when you mulligan. You need to play to win, ultimately, right? Rather than play towards a mediocre hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And the same can be said as well in terms of concessions for games, making sure that you've got enough time to play out the potential of all 3 games, and especially in a matchup like Dedra Colossus or any kind of control style matchup, it's very easy to try and give yourself one more action phase and say, oh, I only need 3 or 4 more damage or however it's necessary, but any leader or any unit you try and play down just gets immediately countered and responded to by these defeation effects like the Tree Remembers, Lost and Forgotten, No Glory Only results, even Knowledge and Defense, as well as Crushing Blow as a potential. There's so much removal in this Vigilance Control package. How strong is it going to be for Game 3 here as Jonas getting ready to set their resources? It will be Dedra that will start off with the initiative. And we are very close to getting underway. How do you foresee this matchup going here, Ray?
Well, right off the rip, I see a Chewy in the hands of Jonas and a turn 1 play. So I think this mulligan was absolutely the right choice in retrospect, because this is one of the most powerful starts you can make against a control deck. Yeez is going to pass and use his ability as his typical play line of Dedra. But I think here Jonas gets to claim and slam the Chewy and basically make Yeez have the tree remembers.
Yeah, that definitely looks the way of things here, as we also saw the attempt of the Dedra Miro action. Do you want to deal 2 damage to a unit or draw me a card? And Jonas was happy to take the 2 damage on the 2/4 body of the Emissary Sheathipede. And with Jonas continuing on with the initiative here, it does look like it is just going to be slam that Chewy pilot into the Emissary Sheathipede. Do we have the out?
And this is another reason why you don't want to let Deidre draw cards, right? The more cards you let her draw, the more she draws towards these answers that she has, this narrow out.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like that right now, at the very least, we don't have the out. Obviously, True Remember's a 4 resource card anyway, so Jonas will be able to get in for what was 6 damage, thanks to the advantage token as well that was on the Emissary Sheathipede. And now will be the question with East having the initiative.
Yeah, not the greatest draw for Jonas. I think he just picked up a Beguile, which went straight into the resource row, and a second copy of the BD Droid, which, the first copy is nice, but you don't need 2 of those. So we'll see how Jonas decides to follow up this Chewy play. So he's using the activation telegraphs that he doesn't have. Yeah, he doesn't have the answer.
Yeah, I was just about to say, first test pass there from Jonas' side of the board. 1 resource expended, so no removal of the Sheathipede coming. And here is one of those BD1 copies. So it's going to give the +1 boost to the Emissary Sheathipede, essentially a continuous advantage token, unless we've got a way to answer it, which we do. Piercing shot to deal 3 damage.
Yes, and that's probably not the card you want to be using it on, and a follow up with an AT Hauler, so this space is looking very scary very quickly for Jonas.
Yeah, it is indeed, especially if we've held on to that second copy of the BD1 that it seemed like that we picked up in the last regroup phase as well. Just straight away put that 1 power boost right back onto the Sheathipede. We've got the 5 power in space at the moment with the stolen AT Hauler, thanks to the advantage token. There is no glory, only results, which is another one of the ways to get around that Chewbacca's protection ability. You can only be defeated if it's not by enemy card abilities. So let's take control of it and make it our own Chewbacca.
Yeah, and it was perfect to use it on the Chewbacca. You definitely don't want to use it on the AT Hauler. That's the one situation where they just get it right back. But fortunately for Jonas, he was able to play that AT Hauler last turn. So against these control decks, you really just have to continue pushing damage. You can almost never take your foot off the gas pedal. Somebody needs to be swinging on your side of the field every single turn, because the longer it goes, the worse your chances are. And so Yeez over here is also saving his leader deploy, crucially too. That Dedra could have come out earlier. She has drawn a few cards. I believe she probably has more. Yeez has more cards in hand, but so far nothing to hit on the ground so far. So Yeez has been patient with his Dedra deploy.
Yeah, absolutely has. And we've seen Jonas then flitter out the ground arena with Captain Typho, which gets the advantage token from Grief Karga, and also an extra little boost in the damage with that second BD1 coming down, this time instead choosing Typho as the partner, as opposed to the stolen AT Hauler like we saw with the previous one. So now 6 resources with the initiative. Something like Lost and Forgotten potentially live here. Instead, it'll be the second copy of No Glory Only results to get rid of that pumped up Typho.
Yes. again, Jonas is able to push damage, so this is not the end of the world. Yves is probably going to spend most of his turn doing just that, and so as long as Jonas can continue following up, like with this TIE Bomber, it is sad that he put the advantage token onto the Typho, because if he had put it onto the BD, maybe he would have a target to do 2 more damage with the Yellow Aces Bomber, but maybe he wanted the Typho at 6 power, so he could maybe hold the Dedra hostage or something.
Mm-hmm. Well, there is the Yellow Aces Bomber making its way down, giving that support trigger as well as the advantage token. And now just the activation here of Dedra Leader. Do we want to have 2 damage go into the stolen AT Hauler, or are we happy giving Dedra a card? And the answer, once again, is no, we're not giving Dedra that extra card. Here is the deployment of Grief Karga matched with the Dedra deploy. And the chip in for 1 damage of the BD1. Grief Karga is a 4 power leader unit. So we'll be able to put East to 25 if Grief Karga survives this phase.
Yeah, Jonas has done a great job of just continuously pushing damage throughout this game. It's going to get very scary for Yves here because he'll be at 10 life remaining on base while not being able to single reactor ignition yet.
Yeah, so it is just going to be the attack in with Dedra into the Grief Karga, just put a little bit of early damage. A second copy of the Yellow Aces Bomber makes its way down as well, which of course will continue to get the advantage tokens now thanks to Grief Karga's leader unit being deployed. It's any time a unit is played or created that it's going to get those advantage tokens. So all of a sudden, both of those Yellow Aces Bombers swinging for 3 and 2 extra thanks to their on-attack ability because the unit is upgraded.
Right, those 2 alone are lethal, and it looks like Jonas has stopped resourcing. He is in heads down, blinders on, sprint to the finish mode.
Yeah, absolutely is. 2 cards in hand, a Typho, as well as it looks like potentially a pod racer of some description. First things first, it is just going to be remove the leader units. Dedra trading into the Grief Karga. And now here is that swing with one of the 2 Yellow Aces Bombers going to deal the extra damage. Hyperspace Disaster will stop the other one from being able to attack in to try and create that game-winning swing.
Right. It's a great card for this situation. A 3-for-1 is exactly what you need to try to get back into this. And it looks like Jonas is quickly switching to the ground, now that the ground is clear after Dedra sacrificed herself to kill Grief.
Yeah, deploying this Captain Typho. The first one went down with a no glory only results after Jonas had put a lot of energy and effort into making it as strong as it possibly can be. Well, the second one survived this time. The claim there of the stolen AT Hauler from Jonas's discard pile. Here is that pod racer that I saw earlier. It's the Canyon frontrunner for the final 2 resources that are coming down, which is just going to represent the 3 extra power. No advantage token for it, though, because Grief back in the leader zone is not able to exhaust on that action phase. Do we have any kind of damage modification here, or any way for Ease to stop that Captain Typho? Because that in and of itself, with its 4 power, is game in 1 action. Do we have removal? Do we have a Sentinel to stop that Typho?
Right, Gies needs to first action, just stop the Typho or he doesn't get another action. And on Jonas' side, I think he had a very favorable top deck in Akbar. So who knows what we can find off that. You can find the Saboteur ship, the 4/4 in space that gives Saboteur and support. So he has several options for punching through Sentinels potentially. And looks like a Sentinel is just that, the Shin Hati. And I would be surprised if we didn't see the Akbar just try to rip and punch through with Saboteur.
Yeah, Shin Hati, she is the only friendly non-leader ground unit for Geese here. So she is going to game Sentinel. And as you say, do we have that opportunity to try and grant Saboteur. In fact, it's instead just going to be the attack with the Canyon frontrunner here that's going to go forwards and just put a little bit of damage into Shinhati. What else do we have here for Dedra on this action phase, if anything? Oh, now Condemn. There's Kellerin Beck. So functionally similar to Admiral Akbar, but at least in this situation, the Kellerin Beck will stay on the board as a 7/7 body and bring a few friends along with it as well. But what's Kellerin going to find here? There's no resources extra open, so has to be within the reduction range of the Kellerin Beck to be able to get it out for free. And we're going to replace the BD1.
Second BD.
And it's going to give the boost to the Kellerin Beck, which of course is going to get itself an advantage token as well from the Grief ability. And it will go to BD1.
Yep, instant claim from Geese, and he's an answer to the Kellerin and or BD now.
Yep. It's getting into a situation where it's kind of single reactor ignition or bust. Really, we do have the Shinhati Sentinel still, but we want to try and clean things up a little bit more. It's starting to get a bit out of hand.
Single reactor ignition is also very risky now because Yeast chose to play the stolen AT Hauler of Jonas. And so if he single reactor ignitions, Jonas would just play the AT Hauler and instantly have a lethal unit on board. So that's a much better play. Take the threat and get some heal. Get yourself out of the lethal range.
Yeah, really strong play there from Geese. As we now see the Han Solo pilot come down, but it's going to come down into the ground arena and just ambush into Shinhati, taking out the Sentinel, making it so that BD1 had an opportunity to try and attack in, but a second copy of Piercing Shot now flying in and dealing with the unupgraded unit in terms of the Condemn, which we do have the disclosure cost for. It's the Imperial Armored Commando that we will reveal. And now, for the first time in this game, it will be damage on the base of Data Vault. With 4 flying in, Jonas will claim the initiative and a pass of the phase. Stolen AT Hauler and a vanilla unit being drawn for Jonas.
Yes. Finally, after all this weathering the storm, he finally feels comfortable enough to start turning the corner. So we may have seen a really epic stabilization here. But Jonas just drew 2 space units and has Chewie. So he just needs to navigate this next threat, because if the Chewie hops onto one of them, that's going to be by far the hardest unit for Geese to get rid of now that he's burned both piercing shots on BD, the damage-based removal, and I believe 2 No Glories we've seen played this turn or this game already.
Yes, I think so, yeah.
There's only 1 left, potentially.
Yeah, it's going to be awkward to try and get out of that situation if Jonas does just full send and full commit into this space unit plus Chewie. We are going to go with a space unit first. It's the Open Circle Ace, which is going to get the advantage token from Grief Karga, so make that a 3 power unit on the board. In fact, we're not going to activate Grief. We're going to take that back. And it seems like that we are now as well going to have the opportunity to go to the next round. It sounds like that Jonas on Grief Karga Data Vault was able to do enough and take victory in that game against Dedra Colossus. So it's a 4-0 Grief Karga Data Vault that's going to be 2 rounds away from day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, well played by Jonas. He put on a clinic on just how to never stop pushing damage. And yeah, the the early Chewy, and I would assume I assume that second Chewy came down to help him close out the game.
Yes, yeah. It probably would have been very, very likely to close out that game with all the resources already being expended. But that's our thoughts, and that's Ray's thoughts on the game. So let's see what Mattia thinks about round 4 and our round 5 feature match as well, because we're going to bring him in straight away as we are just moments away from getting into round number 5.
Wow, hello, nice to see you again. Long time no see. What a roller coaster of emotion that was. I mean, the Vayne deck was insane, like a super interesting aggro mirror. And now all of a sudden we had like control versus a very, very interesting, aggressive but grindy deck. And now I wonder what round 5 is going to bring us to. It's going to be some more Daedra Colossus by Arnaud Bon against Vader Yellow by Mathieu Goderet. So it's an interesting matchup. Like I noticed in the last game that the Daedra Colossus deck was very controlly, as it typically is. But since your Daedra deploys on 4, one thing that you can very often do against like space decks specifically is try to race them somehow. Like, and if anyone is bringing some spice, like, am I correct? I've seen some guerrilla soldiers in the hand of the Daedra player. Is that for you? So probably this deck might be aggressive as well. Yes. So on top of that, can you hear me? Yeah. We have Vader, on the other hand, was played the Victor Leader, I believe, and 2 impressive ship. And one is a token, even if it's very fancy, and the other one, I believe, is raid 1, as long as you control a unit which is a token. And yes, cashing in immediately that raid 1. And Daedra, on the other hand, seems to have nothing on the board, but that's...
Yeah, it's going to be... I mean, it's not necessarily uncommon for Daedra to have a few less units early on in the board, but up against a leader like Pilot Vader that can continuously create and swarm out units, the clock is starting to tick already.
Yes, that's why, like, I mean, it's very unlikely for any deck to have more units than Vader, but especially Daedra. So I think what we are seeing here is that the Daedra player needs to respect the Vader and answer everything the Vader player is doing. To the point is not even deploying Daedra. I don't know if he's playing with some plots. That's unlikely, but not impossible. So that will be very interesting and fun. But we are seeing the Daedra action being kind of annoying because Vader has endless targets for that action that is going to they're either going to die or transforming cards for Daedra. On the other end, the true thing is that like Vader got all these units for free. So, even if they died, I don't think it's a big deal for Vader. But interesting.
We'll see exactly how it's
go ahead.
Continue on as we see we're going to see the TIE Fighter token get created, another Clone Combat Squadron, now another TIE, this time going to be the First Order TIE Fighter, while we control a token unit against Raid 1. So that's another 3 power that Arnold is going to have to try and worry about.
Yeah, it's really interesting because double Clone Combat, like that Clone Combat demands an answer like very, very efficiently and immediately. So the fact that the Daedra player doesn't have this immediate answer and is using 1 resource to draw is good news for Vader. I mean, I don't know if the Vader is greedy enough to deploy in there. That would be like, would give Daedra some spectacular condemn. But regardless, I can see that the Daedra might not have the best turn over here. Let's see. Yeah, they have a lot of cards, but they need specific cards to deal with this board.
Yeah, being allowed to draw plenty of cards from Mathieu not wanting to lose all of his units, with them, so many of them being 1 HP, and now starting to get paid off for it on board with this huge clone combat squadron attack, putting Arno all the way up to 20 damage. It looks like 19 damage now on the base. It's going to be a deployment of a unit in the ground arena. Imperial Armored Commando. That doesn't really help us out here.
Well, actually, I think it does do a lot, but it's a bit of a telephone play in the sense that, like, if you play that, you're kind of forcing Vader to deploy on a ship, and I think Arnaud has a hyperspace disaster in his hand. So if Vader deploys on the ground, is in a bit of a awkward spot, and if he deploys on a ship, it's in an awkward spot too. The problem is that to me, this looks like a play that. If the opponent reads it, if Mathieu reads this play and strips the hyperspace disaster out of the end of Arnaud with the Garinden, then Arnaud might be in some serious trouble.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. I don't know if I see the Garinden in hand at the moment, but that's not to say that it couldn't be waiting in the resources and play it out with plot, call hyperspace disaster, and then rip it out that way. First things first, we are just going to be chipping in with a little bit of damage extra. Another 1 with the TIE Fighter token. And
very
back
interesting.
over to Arnaud.
Yeah, like I don't know the Vader player hand, but like the Dedra there might have been a risky move because it was opening up the possibility of a hold for questioning, which would have revealed the card from the in the hand. But I mean, I think we are on a very, very thin line. Like, you know, this game could like backfire spectacularly for either player. It's a very subtle line they're walking on.
Well, here is the deployment. It's going to be craving power
So probably that's
instead
enough
of
power,
the
right?
Garinden, and that
So there you
should be
see.
enough. It will be.
So he made the math a lot better than I did, and he found the right spot there to push Little with the craving power, which didn't really, I mean, he did defeat the Dedra, but wasn't there so much for removing purposes, but it was just like a very, very welcome buff that allowed him to push Little. Very, very interesting. Yeah, this is an interesting matchup
Absolutely.
that could go in many ways.
It could indeed. So Mathieu on Pilot Vader is going to take game 1 to start things off. Both these players obviously 4-0. So a win here and 1 more win will put them safely into day 2 tomorrow with the necessary 18 points or more that you need to accumulate on day 1. And for Arnaud here, as he's going to have a look through in this sideboard, I imagine a lot more cards that say, hey, you're not allowed to play space units, or you're not allowed to get value out of your space units, is going to be making its way in.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Like, I think pilot decks function very differently post sideboard, mostly because they know that many decks have their answers in the sideboard. I would expect that a deck like Dedra, though, which is probably used to longer games, might have a lot of answers in the main board already compared to like other mid-range decks. What I would be scared if I was Dedra was, what is Vader going to bring from the sideboard? Are we going to have to worry about, I mean, I don't know the specifics of this list, but like some spicy cards they could play would be Elzerman, which enters ready and spreads like advantage tokens wherever he wants. Tear that ship apart, which could technically play like a Previsla from the Dedra's Resource Row against Dedra. Like, there is a lot of room for evil from both of these sides. I'm really, really excited to see how it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm taking a peek into this list and into this sideboard. I won't give too much away, but there's some really spicy and interesting one-offs that are in this sideboard. There's one in particular that I really hope, I think it's unlikely, but it's really, really spicy if it does make its way in from the sideboard. As for Dedra, relatively standard and relatively what you'd expect for some defensive purposes.
So can you please tell us the card after the match, even if it isn't played? Like, I'm very curious now.
Yeah. Yeah. So we are underway, it looks like, ahead of game number 2. We've got Imperial Door Technician in the ground arena for Arnaud, and then asking the question, do you want to do the 2 damage or give me a card, up against this Black Sun Patroller, and the card is going to be given.
Yeah, I like this start for Dedra because that 2-2 actually is pretty much uncontested. It could put a lot of pressure like against Vader. And at some point you need to finish off this game. So the fact that the leader deploys on 4 and deploys 2 turns earlier than Vader can put a lot of pressure on Vader, which can put Vader in spots where it can't like freely attack the base, completely ignoring what the opponent is doing.
Yeah, and especially when there is already kind of that race starting off with the Pilot Vader and Colossus yourself, you have that 5 HP advantage. So the Imperial Door Technician just trying to extend that starting damage differential and health differential between the 2 players and saying, I'm not just going to sit back idly until I get my big hard control tools.
Right. And I mean, also when your leader deploys on 4 and this 4 every round, and this Dedra seems on course to do that, you realize the health on the base is pretty low. Like if I don't know if the Dedra deck is running some aggressive negotiations, but there might be ways, there are at least in the game, to cash that big hand into more of a threat if you're trying to raise the Vader deck. Let's see.
Now, decision here from Matthew to actually take the damage this time from Dedra and not give up the extra card, popping the shield token of the Black Sun Patroller. We do have the second one as well available to us. Here is the Dedra deployment. 1 damage from the TIE Fighter token. There is the swing of the Dedra leader unit, again trying to continue on with that race. I see quite a few removal options from Arnaud in hand.
Suddenly, the Mathieu decided to respect the Dedra's hand, saying like maybe infinite cards is a bit too much, but by doing that, it's gonna open itself to damage-based removal. I'm not sure, like the Dedra has the collateral, the let's call it war in hand, which could injure like Mathieu's board pretty heftily, but probably. Well, I don't know. They wanted to answer this Clone Combat Squadron. It's just like there are very few answers to the Clone Combat Squadron for 3 damage, and one of them is condemned. But let's see. Oh, I see. I think I see. Like this is a genius play. So Arnaud has in hand an event that doesn't see a lot of play, but could be absolutely devastating here. And that would be I don't remember the name of that card, but it's a card that does this 2 damage to every single space unit an opponent controls, provided that you dealt some damage to base. So he's going to tank this now. And then
Tempest Assault is the card that you're looking for. Yeah, absolutely. I spotted in the front of the hand as well, so I'm glad that you picked up on it at the same time. We're in sync at the possibility of Arnaud looking to maybe try and wipe the entire board from Matthew's side.
Yeah, and now if you don't have any other vehicles, the Clone Combat is just gonna die in sadness. So very, very interesting card. A very specific card that is probably the worst card you want to see as the Vader player, but it's a legal card, and so long as Vader is popular, you have to respect it. Not much you can do about it. But
and there it goes. Tempest Assault wiping out every enemy space unit, wiping out the entire board presence for Matthew. And now staring at what is going to be just one lonely little TIE Fighter token and thinking, well, have I been played at my own game here? Because that Imperial Door Technician damage has been adding up along with the Dedra damage as well.
I mean, if you look at the fact that Colossus has 5 extra HPs, Dedra is ahead in the race. So, I mean, it's not doesn't mean that Dedra won, but it's not a position that you are super happy to be in as Vader.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see, going into the new action phase.
And now I think a collateral damage, like no, sorry, let's call it war, would be enough to wipe Vader's board again. I don't know if that's a card that is in Arnaud's hand, but like yeah, direct hit still pretty good. Like it's doing his job here.
We'll do one better and make sure that we absolutely can get rid of the Clone Combat Squadron, because we would have to deal the 3 damage first, and with the TIE Fighter token on the board, it's not enough to be able to get rid of both units on the board, I think, with Let's Call It War. So direct hit just goes, I'm not going to worry about that. Let's just deal with the Clone Combat Squadron. And that's 2 copies now gone as well for Matthew. These pilot targets for Vader looking less and less impressive.
Yeah, I guess if you had the Call It War, you could do 3 and 2 and prevent Vader from flipping on the sky. But I mean, I don't even know if Vader really wants to go on that token, given that it might encounter hyperspace disasters, outer ring constables, like any evil thing you can think of. But yeah, doesn't look like the Vader player has many options here after he just lost the whole of his board in the earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just going to be deploy the leader onto the TIE token, lurking snub fighter. Here is a look into the hand now going on. This is, I believe, Remnant Lookouts.
And I mean, it's a pandemonium of nightmares for the Vader player. Like, pick your poison. Like,
yeah. double single reactor ignition, hyperspace disaster, Tree Remembers, and a Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser. We take the hyperspace disaster to at least make sure that we're not losing our entire board. But I don't draw Condemn as the replacement card. Yeah. Oh no!
Okay, so yeah, those TIE fighters actually, I think the Vader player picked the cards correctly. It's just that, like, what do you even do there?
Yeah, it's what card's gonna hurt me the least in this situation? I know now as well in the regroup phase, drawing Alterum Constable, so just has the out for the pilot upgrade as well, and that's what we're gonna see. Just pop your leader unit as it's the upgrade.
So Arnaud's deck hand is so packed with answers, he didn't even know what to research. It was like, any of these is just a nightmare for my opponent. So he chose, I think, the most evil approach. He defeated the upgrade, leaving the unit there, which could turn into an extra damage if he wants to wipe the board with the super laser, with the single reactor ignition.
Yeah, the functional return of Super Laser Blast, our old favorite from Vigilance Villainy, but now also coming along with some extra damage tapped on into it as well. Now IG 2000,
there was that too. I didn't see that.
Worse. I don't know if there was 2 or not, but either way, it's a 3-for-1 with IG 2000, and now it's just this poor lurking snub fighter that's left in space. 7 resources for Matthew to work with, and of course, not playing in the aggression aspect, so not able to access something like the 8-cost Devastator on the next action phase if we did elect to resource.
I mean, like, technically, it could play, what is called, tear that ship apart and hope to steal a Devastator from Dedra. But, I mean, I don't know. The Dedra hand, like, I didn't even see that. It was just, like, answer after answer after answer. I think, I guess the Tempest Assault set the pace, and then after that, it looked like very, very, very grim for Vader. Very hard to come back from this.
Yeah,
it is a deck that never
died, the Tempest Assault. Yeah, the Tempest Assault has well and truly been the catalyst for all of this so far. Matthew is going to try as he might to get a little bit of extra damage going. Victor Leader coming down, so that will make the lurking snub fighter at least a 3-4 in space.
Yeah, it's pushing through. Like, he needs to deal 10 damage. Like, 10 damage is not an insane amount. So he's managed to even out things in the base, and now he's playing that too.
This is the card I was talking about. There is
Okay.
no conflict. A +2/+2 upgrade that returns any number of other upgrades on attached unit to their owner's hands. A spotlight card that not only here is helpful for that damage boost, but think about it in the context of this matchup. Got a tricky condemned that's trying to tie something down. Just try and bounce it away.
Yeah, these colors are famously very weak to condemn, and Vader in particularly, I think, really doesn't want to see that card. That card, I mean, funnily enough, it has Vader on it as well, so it's extremely flavorful. It turns the condemned into, it flips it on its head. So very, very good card. I think the Vader player here put on a pretty good comeback. So Dedra drew every possible answer, but as I said earlier, Vader just never dies. I think here it would be interesting to see how the Arnaud is going to navigate this turn, because anything could happen. It's very close, but 8 damage is a lot. Yeah, so he decides to do 3 damage first. That makes sense.
Yeah. There is the single reactor ignition, just completely reset the board and make sure that we are starting fresh.
Now, this is very interesting because we know that the Dedra player has another single reactor ignition in hand. So the Vader player can't go too wide, but at the same time, oh wow, yeah, this is not what you want to see.
There is the Eldar man. While we control a Force leader, this unit enters ready, and then when played, distribute up to 5 advantage tokens among other friendly units. Then an opponent searches twice that many cards from the top of their deck for an event, reveals and draws it. Here, though, it just comes in as an honest 3/7 because the Force leader isn't deployed, and we don't have the other advantage tokens we can distribute.
Yeah, the card does say like a different unit. Yeah, Chimera Suicide, really respecting that, but I think it's the correct play. Chimera suiciding itself into Elzerman. I mean, maybe there were other options just to play the Chimera on the board, but still, like the healing really matters to make sure that, like, you're not gonna die to another random Elzerman. And now those 5 damage are gonna be pretty hard to deal with for Dedra if they need to constantly fend off Vader's offense. Very, very interesting end of the game. So this is thanks to the Vader deck that can resurrect from any board. Like I think most other decks would have had no shot after that, but not the Vader deck.
Yeah, not the Vader deck indeed. So Arnaud, with their first action, is potentially looking at the Tree Remembers, and that's exactly what we're going to go for here. And now we're going to give away the Galen Urso. So we're going to give ourselves, in technicality, Raid 1 and Saboteur.
I mean, I have to say, I don't think the draws really help the Vader player here if his best play is a Galen Urso onto an empty board. But giving a pretty juicy target for Chimera. But I don't know. Maybe he's concocting something, and he's not just victim to some bad luck. Very, very interesting.
So Matthew just taking the initiative here. He's going to act first. To start off with, it's just going to be the poor Y-Wing that's coming down here. Or the A-Wing, sorry. It will have Raid 2 on it, thanks to that Galen Urso that Arnaud was very kindly gifted. Attempt at a defeat or a card draw, and Matthew says, take the card.
Take the card, yes.
And now here is the Chancellor Palpatine.
Yeah. This is one of the only weak spots of the you have a lot of situational cards, and now Vader fighting to his teeth, and I think we sadly see the Galen Urso serving the Empire with that Chimera, taking some value from the very card that was gifted to the Dedra player, and threatening lethal in the air as well. So I think,
unfortunately, it's not going to be around for much longer because Chimera sacrifices the Galen Urso and takes out the A-Wing in the sky. Here's a clone combat squadron that's going to be played in hope here, and the Chimera is just going to have enough damage in and of itself to take the game. So we're going to go to game 3 in this set here. Matthew, coming so close to trying to claw it back. But Arno with Daedra Colossus, as it can often do, taking back control.
Yes, I do think that the Vader's deck didn't help his pilot to finish off the game with some pretty unfortunate draws. But I have to say, like all the pressure that Daedra put early served to make sure that the game could be closed relatively fast. Like, can you imagine if the Daedra player had to deal all the 30 damage from that spot? It would have been a much longer, grindier, and painful game to pilot, even if the Vader player looked like they had run out of gas.
Mm-hmm. Well, it looks like we're just back with us for the moment before we get ready ahead into Game 3. An opportunity for both these players to sideboard as well and have a little bit of a discussion with each other and the judge as well. So there might be a little bit of an extra delay here while we get everything sorted and ready ahead for Game number 3. But what a day that it's been so far. We've already gone 5 rounds through almost. We've already seen some really cool decks on the feature match area not only make their appearance, but also taking wins as well, with the Armorer earlier on today, Grief Karga, and so far, we've dodged the Cad Banes.
Yes, which is very interesting. I mean, I guess at some point it would be nice to watch them, but I'm sure we'll have plenty of time tomorrow to see all of them there lined up. But yeah, it's very interesting. Like, obviously, the Cat Bane deck is extremely strong, and then, everyone knows it. But it's been very interesting to see some off-meta strategies and some very interesting ways to push lethal and to navigate matchups that I'm sure the players were ready. Like, for me, Ahsoka Tano versus Vayne, like, I'm pretty sure that neither of those players had a long experience in knew all the intricacies of the matchup. But we saw very unusual lines for the win and very cool decks reinventing themselves on the spot, and this is absolutely amazing. This is what we are here to see. Like, it's very nice when even there is a strong deck in the meta to see decks that are meant to counter it go one against the other.
Yeah, absolutely. And an opportunity as well for players to still feel like they can show their freedom of expression and things like that, represent some of their favorite characters in the world of Star Wars Unlimited. You're going to be still with us for just a moment because it sounds like there is a judge call currently ongoing between games 2 and 3. So we'll let the judges and everybody down in ground level sort things out in Berlin. For now, you're going to be with us for just a moment until we have a resolution at the very least here. And it looks like we are getting ready to be back right now for game number 3 with our players looking at their opening hands and looking even at their sideboards potentially to get ready for the third and final game. Wow, in fact, we're already underway. There's a victor leader in space.
Wow. There is a victor leader in space. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, you mentioned, sometimes you want to sideboard between game 2 and 3. It's very unusual, but if the other players surprised you with their sideboard, it's a thing that might happen. And now we're seeing a bit more regular Daedra. I think, I'm not sure what happened to the first turn of the Vader player. Probably their play was...
It looks like there was a lurking Black Sun Patroller, which immediately got crashing blowed, and then we've got the victor leader there that just hit by the tree remembers. Now Stolen 80 Hola is going to get direct hit. This is very typical hard control.
Yeah, I mean, if you see Crashing Blow, like, it's push people power to the dark side, and but in that specific spot, if you see Crashing Blow on curve, this sets up like a magnificent start for your control deck, and like if you see like a curve like this, it makes your game plan a lot smoother. But as we said earlier, Vader is a deck that can last for very long games. So we'll see. Battle is not over yet for either of the players.
Not at all. We've got nearly half an hour left as well on the clock, so plenty of time to play through this deciding game 3. But even so, the players are playing with a pretty decent tempo at the moment as well, so we shouldn't be going to time into our overtime. But if we do, of course, we do have procedures in place for that. In the meantime, though, we are into the next action phase. Arno still electing not to deploy the Daedra leader unit at the moment, and Matthew here is going to get a look at what's going on for Arno with this Remnant Lookouts. We see Devastator, Chimera, Single Reactor Ignition, the Ninth Sister, and the Imperial Armored Commando.
So yeah, I think from this end we can understand why the Arnaud elected not to deploy their Dedra. I think they want to fish for like some more impactful plays with the Dedra action before deploying her, and just having a vanilla body. And I can see here, this is a very interesting card played by the Vader, because the card is going to replace itself. So in a way, the Vader player could risk it, like trying to nullify the Dedra turn, but that's very risky because like Dedra is likely to draw one, if not two, other cards this turn. Or they can take something that they don't want to see later on, like a Chimera, even a Night Sister, more likely a Single Reactor Ignition. Very interesting decision, not obvious at all.
Yeah, it is indeed. And especially because with the Dead Ramiro leader action, we've said it already before in the coverage of this game, but for the Pilot Vader leader unit and the Pilot Vader deck, so many options, and so many times it's a case of, do I lose my unit or do I give you an extra card in hand with that Dedra action because of how low HP that these units are? So every single decision is mattering. It's going to be the Imperial Armored Commando that we are going to get rid of with that Remnant Lookouts and try and figure out exactly what we drew here. It was a direct hit that we've drawn in replacement.
That's what I was afraid of. Like sometimes it happens. So basically, it was unfortunate, but the Vader player improved the Dedra hand on this turn, technically speaking. But I mean, still, the fact that like Vader can deploy right now makes it so that. I mean, very cool spies, by the way. Absolutely awesome spies. Makes it so that, Dedra doesn't have like a clear answer to Vader no matter what. So there's that.
Yeah, so now we see the Dedra leader action getting activated. We're going to target the Palpatine, and Palpatine is going to be allowed to go down. I believe also with a Pilot Vader, if we haven't already, we should have created some TIE Fighter tokens with the leader unit going ahead and deploying.
Yeah, that's correct. I think they might have forgotten. They forgot earlier as well, but like I'm sure someone will remind it. I don't even know if it's an option or it's something you have to do. I can't remember what the text says, but I guess, I mean, if it's not an option, they need to do it. If it's an option, probably it would just be a case of missing the trigger.
If you attacked with a non-token vehicle this phase, so we didn't attack with a non-token vehicle on the previous phase, so...
Are you sure? I think once he flips, like it's a when deployed trigger. I think...
yes. Yeah, so we do need these TIE tokens.
Like my only, I mean, I guess we can see it here from the card. My only doubt is
it's create two. It's not
if
missable.
It's not a May, if it's not a May, then he needs to do it. I don't think he was. I mean, maybe he was opting not to do it to play around a single reactor ignition, but I think there are good chances that he just forgot, and so it's okay.
Yeah. So hopefully we'll get that situation resolved in just a moment. For the meantime, though, we've got Arno with the Dedra and the Stolen 80 Hauler active. The Dedra is just going to go into the Remnant Lookouts, and then the Spy Token going to deal some damage into the base too, thanks to the raid.
Now I think the remainder happened,
Yeah, and there is the TIE token being created from the leader unit.
So it's an interesting conundrum because obviously that Stolen Hauler is a beast and very good at trading, but somehow you don't really want to give it away to your opponent because it's going to force a removal anyways. And I think, so they're opting to go for an interesting play, which is the Night Sister, which doesn't feel like incredible in this spot, but it does something out of all the other plays that were available.
Yeah, we see the first sight of the Ninth Sister this weekend. 8/7 when played. An opponent discards a card from their hand, and you may deal damage equal to its cost as you choose among any number of enemy units. But there's the craving power to get rid of it. in response
Now we see,
here and make that A-wing huge.
Yeah, they like the A wing is huge. Like the Dedra player has a Cantwell in their hand, though, so it's gonna be able to kind of freeze it for a few turns. But instead, they're opting to go for the single reactor ignition, which is a risky play because it's gifting a stolen 80 holder to the opponent. So one thing they could have considered was killing the stolen 80 holder the last turn, if this was the plan all along, to make sure that they weren't gonna have it.
And we see Garinden, and we call correctly with Chimera. So we rip that out from hand and see the last 4 cards. Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser, Devastator, Let's Call It War, and Direct Hit. Still in hand for Arnaud, but a huge grab there from Mathieu, being able to call and take away that opportunity of the Chimera.
Yeah, when you have a deck like Vader, where all of your units are very small and easy to trade, transforming every single unit into a heal 2 for the opponent is the last thing you want. So that makes sense. Like it was a great call.
It absolutely was. And now we see the lurking snub fighter come up into the space, just going to be itself for the pirate snub fighter. I beg your pardon. That one is. There's quite a few different snub fighters in this list. Pirate snub, lurking
Yes.
snub. We've got the whole squadron in this as well.
You are correct. Yes, it's interesting. Yeah, this is a very interesting spot. I don't think I would love to be either of these players because the Vader one looks like a pretty awkward game where they still need to deal like more than half of the damage, 18 damage to that base. And we are in turn turn 9, something like this. Mm-hmm. So it's not pleasant. But for the Dedra player as well, like they don't have a hand which is like packed with like incredibly devastating plays. So like any trick from Vader might get them.
Yeah, all that there is in terms of sort of units, it seemed like, was the Devastator and the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser as well.
Yeah, those are very good, but like
be a quick discrepancy in the damage that's being represented at the moment. It's 21 that we've got at the moment, so that's just being corrected.
Yeah, and I think
here comes the door technician.
Yeah, there you go. Some healing, so very, very good. And now there is still the option for Arnaud to play the stolen Etioler, I believe, that he just defeated. I don't know if he wants it or not. It's a very interesting question, and I'm happy I don't have to figure out, and he does, because it can backfire either way.
Yeah, so here is the Let's Call It War being fired off now, dealing with the Pirate Snub Fighter and the TIE token that was being generated. So still 2-for-1ing there and leaving just this very heavily damaged Garinden on Mathieu's board. Mathieu does have all 7 of his resources still open here. We saw the Elzar Man in the last game. Will we see it again this time? It's going to be a payment of 3. And instead, it's going to be far, far away. We're going to bounce a friendly non-leader unit to its owner's hand, and in return, bounce the door technician, play Garinden, call Devastator to rip that out of hand, and then finish that off with a First Order TIE Fighter. Really cool turn.
So yeah, can you imagine if the Dedra player had played the Stolen Order? The value on that, would have been insane. Like bouncing the Stolen Order back to the Vader's hand, getting the Garinden, getting another trigger from Garinden. Very cool play. Now the top deck from Dedra, however, was one that it's very hard to recover from, and cleanly answers Vader's board and presents a humongous amount of stats on the ground, which can be used for trading, but also for finishing up the race.
Yeah, the first time we've seen Prey Vizsla this weekend,
the whole day.
Defeating any number all day. Absolutely. Yeah, any number of non-leader units being defeated with a total of 6 HP or less. We're going to play Garinden, call Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser, and it's that Door Technician and Let's Call It War that is left over. So if we want to just keep trampolining this Garindum back and forth here.
Yeah, Garinden doing like everything he can, but Garinden is it's very effective, but not when he comes alone on the board. So I guess something else needs to happen. And sadly enough, the Elzerman, well, I guess he's not gonna. So the Elzerman, in order to give his advantage tokens, would allow the Dedra player to draw some more cards.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he's opting not to give any advantage token, or
he's going to do it.
Token. Okay, he's giving.
Yeah, going to give all 5 advantage tokens. So that means the Elzerman. Nope, he said he reread the card text and thought, actually, I don't really think giving you the chance to search 10 cards for a removal piece, another Let's Call It War or something like that to get rid of all my stuff is a good idea. So we're not going to do that. We're instead going to go into the next action phase. Our Prey Vizsla should be readied up because we haven't attacked with it yet. There we go. And there's the Condemn onto the Elzerman.
Yeah, very interesting. So Vader, all for questioning and possibly nullifying the effect of the Elzerman. Yeah, see, of the Condemned. So yeah, like the Vader player has done so much work trying to keep the Dedra player from having answers that making them draw 3 cards didn't seem consistent with the game plan. Yeah, and he sees that. He sees the opportunity to squeeze another 3 damage, basically nullifying the Condemn.
Yeah, absolutely. And ripped away the Imperial Door Technician with the hold for questioning. So it's Crushing Blow and the Let's Call It War that is still left over in hand here for Arnaud. Does have the opportunity to draw 1 more card, maybe, with the Dedra.
Yeah, I would assume that, like, you know, the Vader player doesn't really want to allow, like Mathieu doesn't really want Arnaud to draw an extra card. But yes, technically, then he can get some free damage if that's the case.
Now, what I think's actually incredible here is I don't think Arnaud has he doesn't have the disclosure for the Condemn. So this 3 damage from the Elzerman's going to go through.
That's why the hold for questioning was especially clutch, because it did create that situation where it burnt 3 damage to the base and saved 6 damage. So it was a swing of 9 out of nowhere. It's a very good card. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but it was good.
Yeah, when you're staring down against Prey Vizsla and double Mandalorian token, it's going to be difficult, and especially with Arnaud having more removal options in hand as well. Here comes a Clone Combat Squadron that's just going to be a 3/3 right now because there's nothing else helping it out. So Arnaud says, yep, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to worry about you flooding out the board with space units again next phase. We're just going to Let's Call It War, get rid of it, and focus on dealing with this ground arena.
29. I mean, again, like, you know, I wouldn't want to be either of these players. Like 6 damage feel like insanely like a lot to do when you're the Vader player, and very little to be able to fend off if you're the Dedra player. So it's interesting situation. So a Sentinel now being extremely relevant in this moment because most of the pressure the Vader is putting is on the ground.
Yeah, and a shielded Sentinel at that as well in the Imperial Armored Commando. Here comes Dedra effect. Big decision. It's going to be allowed to draw a card. Victor Leader now coming along as well to boost up that First Order TIE Fighter, which of course now also has the Raid 1 alongside it if we control the token unit. So we need to attack with a fighter and with a non-vehicle, a vehicle with to trigger the Vader, but we could be staring down a bit too much damage here. Can Arnaud deal with it? He can. He's got another Let's Call It War to get rid of the First Order TIE Fighter and put some damage into Victor Leader as well.
Yeah, very, very interesting. I think like this is still everybody's game. It's very interesting. Like 2 decks that you know, are gonna have a lot of faith in their top decks to see themselves out. I think, like, you know, this turn was very favorable for the layup for the Daedra player. But still, like, you know, you can never undermine what this Vader deck is capable of. Like,
yeah, and a good catch there as well. Looks like from our players, Arnaud didn't have the initiative, so let's call it war, not able to deal the extra damage, so only dealing with the first order TIE fighter. So the Victor leader gets to live undamaged. It'll put 2 damage into base, putting Arnaud on 31. And at the moment, not quite representing game on board because there is still that Sentinel in the way in the ground arena. But Matthew getting agonizingly close.
yeah, and I've seen an aggressive negotiation in the hand of Arnaud. So he's probably trying to close this up before like any more evil comes up his way. He's doing a quick math, and he knows he's probably got little in hand with aggressive negotiation plus. Isn't that the case? 5, 11? He might, but maybe
very close. Yeah.
So he probably has already little on board with aggressive negotiation. That's his calculation. I hope for him, because otherwise, I don't know how many cards he has. And that's
and a big sigh of relief, I think, from Arnaud. There's the first attack going through with the Mandalorian token, and then it should be a case of Arnaud playing the aggressive negotiations up to 25. We've got 3 cards in hand. There is the aggressive negotiations.
Wow.
That will do it. Arnaud on Daedra Colossus, just squeaking through by 2 games to 1.
No gifts for, like, I mean, he had to earn every single inch of that game with sweat and blood, but well played to both players, like, for putting up such a close and tight fight. And I think these games really, really teach that when you have time and you're not under pressure with the clock, the value of never giving up, because I think this could have been either player's game. And yeah, very, very nice. It made for an awesome spectacle for us viewers.
It absolutely did. And I think as well, it also speaks to the evolution of Pilot Vader as a deck nowadays. Like, you remember when Pilot Vader first released and first started to make waves in the Jump to Lightspeed and Legends of the Force formats. And it was a case of, well, if I don't win by the time my leader's deployed, then I'm just out of it. I lose the game on the spot. But now you've got some more of these mid-rangey options, these extra tools to help you get that extra bit of longevity so that you have play into matchups after your leader has gone ahead and deployed. It's really, really great to see.
I think, yeah, what the rotation did, like, basically Vader stopped having to play 2 units on the round 1 because Power of the Dark Side rotated out. And also there was the 2 free ship that was capturing a unit as long as you had coordinate. I forgot the name.
Sanctioneer Shuttle.
Sanctioneer Shuttle, there you go. So that rotated out as well. So the incentive to play like this hefty amount of 1-drops like kind of went away. And now you have a deck that like can happily play a normal vehicle on turn 1 and have more late game bombs that swing the table. So very, very cool to see.
Absolutely, it is. Well, we can quickly jump into our second feature match. We can jump into game 3 of that matchup as well. It's going to be our X1 players, Boba Pilot against Cad Bane Vigilance. We've seen Cad now for the first time today.
There he is creeping up against Boba Fett. I mean, this is a very interesting matchup because technically, like theoretically, one of the the worst decks to face for Cad Bane should be Boba. That is if Cad Bane is completely unprepared for Boba. But I think like the modern versions of Cad Bane are heavily tagged against space decks and they have decent plans for Bobas. So it's going to be interesting to see. I think we see the record is 1-1. Am I correct? Yes.
Yes, we are in game 3. Both players are tied and are still trying to play for a little bit of extra longevity and extra life in their tournament run as well, having already taken 1 loss. We've seen BT1 quickly attack into Marok, the ground sentinel, and discarding away a copy of Planetary Bombardment. That might be one to keep an eye out for as the game progresses. Now here's 000, the evil droid engine being created with BT1 and 000.
Yeah, sometimes BD1 very much annoys players because it discards some of your key cards. So, you probably wouldn't take the trade of one ping for a planetary bombardment. But in a way, 000 mitigates that because allows you to know that, well, should you go through your whole deck, at some point you're going to see that planetary bombardment again. And you get some extra damage too from that. So very nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the 000 as well, being able to on attack put an aggression card from your discard pile back onto the bottom of your deck. So reviving and returning some of those cards that the BT1 does elect to send away. First action, though, is just going to be Marok taking out BT1. There is 000 attacking in. And look at that. Planetary Bombardment going to jump right back to the bottom of the deck.
Oopsie doopsie. Yeah, I don't think. I mean, Cat Bane is a deck that might be blue villainy, but it's relatively fast. It's super unlikely that we are going to go to the position where that card is going to be played from the bottom of the deck. But who knows? It's still there.
So activation of the Cad Bane leader now for the first time this weekend, dealing 1 damage to a unit with 2 or more remaining HP. And now we see the droid missile platform coming down for Pilot Boba, which is an awkward one in this matchup because of its when defeated ability. And we see now with the IG-2000 not electing to deal any extra damage into the droid missile platform. There it goes, though. On its Squadron Brute, trading away will heal 2 damage, and then the extra indirect damage will just be put right back onto droid missile platform. So we are essentially +1 in the damage that was taken, but that's not a bad place to be.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think if you're Boba and you want to dream where you want to be on turn 5 against Cat Bane, you have anything resembling this board state. It seems like the Cat Bane got a very, very good control of the early game. And that doesn't mean like that the game is over yet. Like Boba has plenty of tools, infinite reach, but 27 damage with 1 lonely Fat Fire Spray in play are a long trip to make. Well, let's see.
Yeah, we're going to see exactly how this game continues as we see it's just going to be the trade between IG-2000 and Fet's Fire Spray.
Makes sense. So, yeah, Cat Bane's ability making some trades that would be unimaginable, absolutely easy, and very interesting. One thing that we have seen throughout these games, though, is very, very cool comebacks. So, no matter how your board looks, like even Boba has 7 and 8 drops, which are absolutely unusual for an aggressive deck. So it's not a deck that dies after turn 3, 4, or 5. Like it's a deck that can pull damage out of nowhere.
Yeah, no, not at all. As we see now, Cad starting to swarm out a little bit. Rancor Keeper and then the TIE Dagger Vanguard coming down, not getting the when played for the TIE Dagger Vanguard to deal 2 to a damaged unit, but at this point it is just a 2/2 to help push a little bit of extra aggression. Here is Pilot Boba being deployed on the ground, but being helped with Sinterkaz out from the plot to deal 4 damage straight away into base.
Yeah, I guess that's just about the best that could happen in this spot. Like, it's a bit unfair because so both of these decks are red villains, so both of the decks can be extremely aggressive if they want. But Cat Bane has also the option of being defensive, so Cat Bane really can choose what to do in this game, whereas Boba mostly needs to be the aggressor and hope that Cat Bane cannot really deal with what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. And an extra little bit of damage being dealt as well there to the base via the Rancor Keeper. When a friendly unit is dealt damage and survives, you get to deal 1 to any number of bases. So all you Twin Suns enjoyers out there, there's one to spice up your tables and your pods with. But in this case, just making it so that the Cad Bane essentially attacked for 5 that phase.
I love it, yes. Yeah, that's a very cool unit, and it's very, very, very nice card to have with isn't Danny Trejo very famous actor as well that's featured in the character. Somehow non-unique, representing the whole category of all the Rancor Keepers around in the galaxy. But yeah. So interestingly enough, we have seen Cat Bane completely skip his turn 6. I guess there weren't plays that made sense on the board. Now this is some of the the gaps in the curve that might give hope to the ball player. If they are going to orchestrate the comeback, they might need to go through some like misses from the Cad Bane deck. But is it going to be enough? Who knows?
Well, we are going to now see Ninth Sister be played here. So we're going to discard Aggressive Negotiations, and 3 damage is going to be dealt in to the Cad Bane to take it off the board. So leader unit has been dealt with from Maximilian's side. Daniel still holding on to his pilot Boba. Here comes Chimera now coming down. That will deal with the Ninth Sister, and will sacrifice the TIE Dagger Vanguard in order to do it as well.
Yeah, that's not really a card you love to see if you're Boba in this spot. But yeah, very, very, very nice exchange. The Ninth Sister proving its power and its might, defeating a leader and taking off a card at the same time. So extremely annoying, but immediately answered by the Chimera, which is gonna make the climb a bit harder for Boba, because any removal, now it's also healing for 2.
Yeah, it is indeed. And Maximilian getting the extra damage trigger there off of the Rancor Keeper as well. So putting us to 10-9 on the base totals health. But of course, Daniel, with the Lake Country as his base, started with that 4 HP advantage.
So yeah, Boba can have has a lot of time given the nature of its base, but it doesn't have a very clean answers for big units. It needs to sync like some awkward topple of the summits out of hand, coupled with other like smaller removal pieces. So we'll see how efficiently they will be able to deal with this board.
Well, first and foremost, we're just going to trade off some damage into the base. Into the Fortress of the Great Mothers is returned by 6 from the Chimera into Lake Country. And now action is back over with Daniel. It's going to be another Ninth Sister that's going to come down.
Wow.
We've got the cheap option, though, to discard away. Condemn is going to do enough, though, to get rid of that poor Rancor Keeper.
Yeah, very interesting.
Oh, Ninth Sister of our own.
Ninth Sister of their own, yeah. Cad is responding with their own Ninth Sister, going off on, basically making so that the Ninth Sister needs to trade with the other Ninth Sister if the ball player doesn't want to take 8 damage to their base or even to their Boba.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if we do take the 8 damage into the Boba as well, that will cause some overwhelm damage to fly through with the remaining health that's on it. I think it will take, 4 overwhelm after the trade. So could be some good value, actually, to deal with this pilot Boba leader while it is still on the board.
Yeah, and they would heal for 2 as well because of the Chimera passive effect. So... very, very interesting to see how Boba navigates this one. And I believe they are slightly ahead in the race just because they're playing the Lake Country, but it's not a huge advantage.
No, it's not a huge advantage at all. We are just going to aggressive negotiations with the Ninth Sister while we can. It's going to go into the other Ninth Sister, it looks like here. So we are going to get some overwhelm damage. So we're sort of taking that option away from Maximilian, prioritizing our Boba to still be around. Of course, the Chimera does still heal. And then here is the... almost going to play the Champion of Mortis, Anakin, just making sure. Do we have enough of the aspects?
Pretty sure he doesn't have a hero card in his discard pile. So
no,
it would be still a good play, but it would just shrink the Boba. It wouldn't kill him for good. So... yeah, very interesting to see. And the damage piles up, still 12 damage, like 2 hits from the Chimeran to go. And at the same time, on the other hand, because of the healing, still 11 damage to go. Interesting.
So now there is the swing from the pilot Boba. There is the Cad Bane. Now it should be a case that the Anakin, Champion of Mortis, would be able to deal with Boba. Punishing one coming down. Going to deal 1 damage into the Chimera.
And the interesting thing is here that every time a unit dies from Boba's side, it makes the race even more awkward because it's going to heal 2 damage, yes, from Cat Bane's base. So at the moment, Cat Bane doesn't have lethal, but I think the Boba player will need a lot of burn, like in many aggressive. Well, the second copy of aggressive negotiations is a very decent start, but is it going to be enough? I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to see as this game does continue. We're representing 11 damage onto base potentially at the moment, so we're actually just 1 short right now of being able to take this game. So an aggressive negotiations out of Maximilian would be able to do it. It would take 2 actions in order to do so.
And the Boa player is thinking about, on the other hand, since he can't finish the game, just not dying, I guess. This is the line they're taking. So they're taking away the Chimera. It's interesting. It makes sense, and pushing some indirect. So yeah, because of the healing, it was impossible to one-shot Maximilian base. Not by a long shot, because I think they could have dealt 9, and they had to deal like 13 because of the double heal. So yeah, it wasn't close, but it wasn't far. Interesting.
No, absolutely not. As we are continuing on here is the Fet's Fire Spray that's going to come down. So 2 indirect is going to be assigned here by Maximilian, because we do obviously control that Boba as a leader, and it's going to go into the base. Going to protect that Anakin from some burn damage, maybe reading a possible planetary bombardment.
Yeah, very interesting. Now we get another big engine effect that punishes Boba for letting his units die in the form of 1 damage to base. So now without that, I think it would have been a 2-turn clock. Now with that, we can do some quick math. I believe there is lethal on board for Cat Bane. Is that correct? 27.
If not before, then probably certainly now with Chimera coming down here. We're back into a situation where it's 11 damage on the board. We get the trigger as well from Chimera to heal extra damage. There's the quick Cad Bane ping because we can with IG-2000. And HK-47 as well is going to get its trigger because an enemy unit was defeated as well. So in fact, I think it might be a case we're not quite one. Oh no, we are action.
No, we are
lethal, I think,
because of the trigger from the HK.
From HK,
they found it out of nowhere. Very, very nice plays from both sides. But yeah, just one Chimera had gone. The second one is a nightmare. So this is one way to punish Boba's lack of interaction. They don't have big removal. They don't have hand disruption, and this is the best way they can deal with the Chimera. And as we can see, is they're very far from being efficient. But shout out to Daniel for still fighting this fight and putting on a good display. But this is not the spot where Boba shines the most.
Yeah, absolutely not. It's just 1 piece of damage. That's all is needed for Maximilian to take this game. We are just going to drop Justicator and another ship into the sky as well. That's the battered Hallcraft that's going to come down. And there's the fist bump. Daniel says, yep, double space unit is just too much for me. And Maximilian Burnt is going to go to 4-1 with Cad Bane Vigilance.
Very, very interesting. I mean, I think we got our doses of Cat Bane. We can no, but it's always an interesting deck to watch, anyways, because just to showcase maybe to people who haven't played it since the set came out a month ago or so, to just show how it works and how it can defeat a matchup that might look scary, but if you can prey on the weaknesses of the leader, it's totally doable.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing the first opportunity of Cad Bane, funnily enough, not undefeated. So the question then gets begged, is there even an undefeated Cad Bane that is out there in the field. We're going to have to find out very, very soon because round 6 is about to make its way up very, very shortly. I'll be very intrigued to find out, and I might have to, when I'm off camera and when I step aside for Ray in just a moment, have to try and have a little toss up and see what leaders and what decks are still currently undefeated.
I would assume there are quite a few decks undefeated, right? I mean, we have 500 players, so like I'm very bad at math, as our chat probably has noticed throughout the day. But it can be like, it has to be quite a few. It's still early. So, and I'm also curious to see 18. Yeah, there you go.
18 decks still undefeated.
Is that going into round 6 at the end of round 5? Is it like
at the end of round 5? Yes, 5-0 or 4-0-1 with a tie, so still undefeated.
Okay, so still technically undefeated. Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
I mean,
absolutely.
like some of those. Yeah, who knows what they are?
Yeah,
I'm curious to see.
Absolutely. Well, you guys are going to find out very, very shortly. So I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Mattia and Ray, who will take over for me to get into round number 6. Let's go.
Thank you for this. See you later, Ben. Pleasure. Thank you. And see you now, Ray. How are you? Long time no see.
Good. Yes.
Yes.
That was a good match. The Vader versus Dedra. A very long, drawn out.
Yeah.
Some interesting plays with the Hold for Questioning taking away the Condemn. That was for a turn.
I don't know why I get so involved into these games. I was feeling like, both sides, I was like hoping for them to shine. So now we are like in medias res, as they used to say, with the Grief Karga red versus Ahsoka Tano blue. Very interesting matchup here.
Yes. This is, we've seen a lot of Grief Karga data vote today, but this is the first time we've seen the red version. And already we see a new unit from the new set, Poe Dameron. That card shuts off Sentinels. I don't know how relevant that's going to be against Ahsoka, because at best she might have a Captain Typho. But I think, I stand corrected. There is a Obi-Wan that has no ability.
So there you go. But yeah, sadly, it's gonna die very soon. It's an interesting matchup.
Right.
Like, it's cool to see like both two new leaders and with two new bases for what matters, facing one another. I'm not the best at assessing aggro mirrors, but from Grief Karga, there is a friend of mine, Maldone, who played Grief Karga at Galactic and said this is not the best matchup for Grief Red unless you see specific pumps. So I'm curious to see how the matchups are going to play out and what the specific lists can offer, because, we see these shells, but there might be a lot that we don't know inside.
Yes, I believe that with these kinds of two ships passing in the night matchups where they just race, the Grief Karga ability is a +1 that is a one-time use, but the Ahsoka, provided her board remains untouched or uninteracted with, she has a renewable resource every turn she can use it, and it's a +2/+0. So she can probably get more value, and she gets more value when deployed.
Yeah, opting to go for double 2-drop. So, funnily enough, the turn 4 plays were too weak to buff the board, but here we're going Yado, which is looking to restore 3 if everything, if both players just go to base, and that's not what you want to see.
These are not just
these
are not just any 2-drops. This is Yado, who has 2 other Jedi on the battlefield. So this is a total of 1 restore, 2 restore, 3 restore.
Yeah. The Lepi Lookout hasn't joined the Jedi Order yet, sadly, but maybe in the next set. That's a very that's not the card you want to see if you're racing. Very heavy on force as well. Like, not all Ahsokas run this package, but in this spot it's very, very useful. And we're seeing 2 big FT vehicles on the other side. I don't remember the card name, but like the 4/4 that is now a 5/4 with the support
support, right?
And Saboteur is an excellent card from the new set being featured here. The support being very relevant, even if the Saboteur isn't. So support increase is a great mechanic, I think. And,
so I would imagine the Grief Karga has access to Han Pilot, and there is a consideration of maybe using the Han Pilot to just get the Yado off the board, because if you can get her off the board, you stop all the restore.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not like, it's going to be very interesting to see how the matches play. The question here is if you're bringing Grief Karga to a big tournament and you're probably expecting like a heavy, like controlly blue villain board in front of you, how much do you respect Azoka? How many things do you bring in your deck to gain tempo and advantage in terms of racing? Like here, a watch this would be like devastating for Azoka, but really, are you going to play that in Grief Karga in your main board? Who knows?
Right, and David has elected to continue going tall, it would appear.
Yeah. And now we see even Queen Amidala, so very, very interesting. If there is one thing going for the Grief Karga deck, is that the Grief Karga has maybe less damage, but spread around fewer bodies. So it's going to be able to be more efficient at closing out the game. Whereas the Azoka deck needs to rely on the support from the leader to speed the process a little bit, but as an insane amount of jammers spread around a lot of bodies though.
Right, she needs multiple actions in a racing situation, and because the Grief Red deck has only played one card per turn, they also have some potent aggressive negotiations access to.
That's true. That's correct. Yes, which they might need if the Yaddle is proving as effective as it was last turn. Another thing to consider is that Obi-Wan can easily become a Sentinel. So making Grief Karga as a leader a little bit less effective.
Right.
As long as the Azoka player opts to play any force unit. So it's quite a few things to consider at the same time. But I think it's safe to say the game might end this turn one way or another.
Right.
So yeah, that's the best start you can hope for if you're Grief Karga. It's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and even though the Yaddle represents 3 points of healing, that's 3 points spread across 3 actions. So
now
there is a chance that...
now there are both 2 units. None of them is quite little on its own. And Yaddle would restore anyway, but any other pump, and I think it's game for Grief. So we are seeing a plot card in the form of Jar Jar Binks, Mise Propose. Like getting with a big blow, and now we see the Han Solo.
The Han pilot
so
is lethal. Yes.
Very, very nice. Extremely fast race where the Grief Karga player didn't even have to deploy their leader. So I think this is probably exactly what the Grief Karga player wants to see. This kind of extremely fast games with a very, very wild top end, like a double pump turn. Very, very interesting. So
right, and he sequenced that
fast
brilliantly,
games as well.
Playing the aggressive negotiations first, before then playing the Han pilot. And while the Ahsoka could have deployed and supported with perhaps the Yaddle at first, maybe losing some damage output just to get a heal off, he couldn't let 2 units attack. So there was only 1 restore on board, and the Han pilot still would have been lethal through that.
Yeah, I think in that spot, Ahsoka would have needed to. I don't know what, like, for the way the specific cards were put together, I can't imagine like a single card from Ahsoka that would have made it. Like maybe something like Lost and Forgotten. Yeah, it was probably the only option there. Something like that, like some big heal which acts as a removal at the same time. Or that's the most likely. But it didn't happen. So great,
right?
And very fast games
even
as
if the Yaddle had swung, the Han pilot still would have been lethal. So it was very well sequenced.
Because of the math, exactly. Because the aggressive negotiation was played first, so the math lined up perfectly.
Yep. And the Alphabet Squadron showing its power as well. Those 2 advantage tokens, the one it gave itself and the one from Grief. Every little piece came together.
Yeah. Like 7 might plus exact little. Very, very impressive. And showing this Grief Karga deck, how aggression sometimes is the best form of defense, especially when you are...
Yes, and this was even with the Grief Karga's first unit being cleanly traded away by the Alepi Lookout. So even through that...
That's correct.
He was able to win, just completely shifting to the space arena. And it shows really the power of lane dodging in this current meta.
Yes, well, I mean, one thing that might be said, I don't remember the little, but like it might have been, wasn't the Grief Karga 3 damage off or something? Like I think what I'm trying to say is that the Lepi Lookout, that the damage that went on Poe might have been little if it had been put on the base, but it's impossible to see because the Poe would have put a lot more damage. So what I'm trying to say is that like the trade was clean, but in a racing situation, it still allowed the Grief Karga deck to make the Ahsoka deck lose enough momentum that then it was able to close the game before Ahsoka did.
Right.
But yeah, very cool. I think we are going to the sideboard. I have no idea. Like, I mean, I could imagine a lot of cards that you could bring from one side to the other to fight against the other deck. But the chances that these players brought them to fight each other specifically are probably very low. So, like, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what parts of the sideboard become relevant. Like, you know, Ahsoka is a very aggressive deck, but would be devastated by something like a Watch This or a Whistling Birds. But do you play that in your Grief Red? I don't think you do. I don't think you need them. And on the other hand, what kind of answers does Ahsoka have for space decks and Sentinels, I guess? Even though Sentinels are not as good against this Grief deck as they might be against others. I don't know. Interesting.
Yeah, Ahsoka Blue generally has a good time against little slower space decks like Boba, certainly against Luke. Vader is just pretty much an unwinnable matchup, I believe. But I don't think Grief Red was on Ahsoka Blue's radar potentially because it sits at a weird intersection where it is a space deck, it is essentially, but it's a lot faster than Boba and Luke. And so as explosive as Ahsoka is, we saw, David just kill him on the Ahsoka turn without even bringing out the Grief. So
yeah, I didn't even need his leader, which is insane. So I'm curious to see what I think initiative for one thing is gonna be pretty relevant in the sense that and especially initiative with the Hu Yang, which is gonna
because now you ask them, do they want to not use their Grief leader ability, right?
Like the Grief ability effectively is a +1/-4, but like I understand. I would do the same. David is still going for it, and the thing is. Yang is an extremely annoying unit to deal with because it can potentially either nullify your leader or swing for effectively 6 every round, like +2 but -4 to your board.
Right.
So we see why the upgrade was put. It's still been able, like this still allows David to put 2 damage onto the base.
Burn, yes.
And it's action efficient in such a way that
right, he steals the initiative back. This is a big thing in the limited format, but the support is a huge mechanic for just grabbing initiative back on turn 2.
Very, very, very cool comeback from David. Like to answer a very daunting turn 1 play with a pretty smooth answer. Very, very impressive here. And now, I mean. You're Javier. What do? You even claim just to shrink the ship? I don't think you do. But you're gonna play. Yeah, you're gonna play your turn. But you're basically making the Yu Yang a lot weaker. So interesting.
Right. But now that you don't have initiative, then as the Ahsoka player, you can start taking your time using the Ahsoka ability and then starting to get more damage on base. So Ahsoka is flexible in that regard. Even without an initiative, right? She can still do her thing. She has action-intensive lines to take.
Wow.
Oh, this is an interesting one. Sabine, the Saboteur. She defeats the
Yu Yang straight away.
And then hits Hu Yang, right?
Very, very interesting counterplay there. Sabine with advantage. So, seeing the speed at which David is playing as well, like not that he has like a slow deck, but like I think he more than any people he's been enjoying the long breaks this today.
Yes.
And he's on a winning row playing a fast deck, super fast. So great.
Right. He's making 1 or 2 critical decisions per turn, and so he has the luxury of time to kind of map out his turns in advance too. So he pretty much knows what he's going to do, and probably what the opponent's going to do too.
I mean, he's playing excellently, but at a speed that even puts the opponent into the spot. What it's been 10 minutes, like 15 minutes since the beginning of the round. Yeah.
Yes, and killing the Hu Yang also removes any value that Ahsoka might have this turn. We
killing the
get to
Hu
see if
Yang,
Xavier is going to play two drops again, like game one, or perhaps try to go tall and maybe steal back the initiative.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Let's see. You see a one, okay, Han Solo, so that's also interesting. And now we are seeing, well, a card that is not pleasant to race, but the good thing about the Grief Karga deck, and I mean, Sabine just proved it, is that it has very, very, very effective ambush units. So, you know, it can solve problems in a way that is most decks can't with the same efficiency. And it doesn't look like, I mean, maybe they have an answer for the Sabine Wren Masterpiece, but they opted to go first of all with Sabine into the base to preserve the damage, which otherwise could be traded off. And when you're in a matchup like this, if you can be the aggressor, that's already ahead, because both of these decks are not really like made to trade with the other or to be the control deck. So yeah, aggressive positions are pretty good. Very nice. And on top of that, we are seeing a trade. So the Sabine Masterpiece wiped out the yellow racer. And now we are seeing the Lepi Lookout onto the base. And there might be a play from, oh, wow. And it is a red Roast Tico. 6 to the base. Boom, boom. And there we go.
Yeah, all this on just the 5 resource turn.
Yeah, this is wild. Like, you know, who needs leaders when the amount of damage you push is that big? And it looks like the Ahsoka doesn't really have an answer to this 6/5 Rostico, which is immediately going to push 6 into the base and threatening another 5 immediately. So the restore was good and well, but the onslaught here keeps going. The Grief Karga deck, very, very, very widely attacking the base. Granted, the Ahsoka deck has a full turn ahead to make their decisions and their plays, but is that gonna be enough? We'll see. We'll find out soon, I guess. So Lazrazzi, slowly but surely coming to trade the Rostico. So nice value here from Ahsoka. It's just the pace that the grid has set up is very, very impressive. Like, the Ahsoka leaves some bodies behind, but the Griefs leaves a lot of damage in base, as well as some bodies behind. So, very good game so far. And we see another Frida. That Sabine has been the true masterpiece, indeed, of this game. Killing Wu Yang with 0 mercy, which is pretty thematic as well. We didn't notice immediately. It was Sabine killing Wu Yang. Incredible. And then
she's had enough training.
She's had enough training. That's Sabine. And then proceeding to put another 6 damage on the base.
So this Sabine's Masterpiece, though, can swing, put a counter on itself to survive against the Shoto, maybe even heal some base damage.
Yeah.
It looks like that's what he's going to do, potentially.
Yeah. And technically could ready resource, but all the resources are ready. And now it's the point where, like, you know, the Grief Karga deck...
Oh, no, he's letting it die.
Something.
That's
letting it
interesting.
Die. Maybe he wants to put the experience somewhere else. Well, we'll see.
I see. Yes. Okay, he's changing his mind. He wants to keep that alive.
That makes sense. And it does have the damage, yes. And now
Grief, the Grief player, he's at a crossroads because he's put a lot of damage on base. But if he deploys the leader and we see like that Obi-Wan come down, then this could be, you know, Xavier's chance to turn things around.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, like, it looks like there might be some plots, and like here's where a single, if not a double, sudden ferocity would be like, you know, pretty pretty nightmarish. And this is what we see: one sudden ferocity, making that leader a 7/7 all of a sudden, which is threatening like
with
14 into
with an
attacks.
emphatic flourish too. I like this. He's playing with style with David.
Yeah.
So
Very
yeah,
nice.
7 on base. That would put
So
Xavier
it's
at
safe to say that this,
26.
yeah,
And without the
this,
without the Sentinel, this is not looking good.
I mean, these 7 are gonna connect for sure. And I think Azoka needs to hope that there isn't any pump, because that would be, I mean, I don't know how many cards David has in hand, but it would be pretty bad. But technically, the Azoka can trade off the entire Grief Karga board, so long as Grief Karga doesn't have a vehicle out of nowhere. That might be the best thing. Like if he's sitting on a yellow aces like he had before, and he's putting a huge
Because
threat
4
in the
damage
space.
is a threshold that 4 damage is a threshold Grief Red can easily cross. And if this 7 connects, then that 4 damage would put Xavier in check immediately.
Yeah, the thing is, like, Grief can deal with like Azoka can deal with Grief's board, but not in one action, right? So if they put something lethal that cannot be dealt with in the space, then Azoka needs to have a specific answer from the hand, which is a lot harder to have than just some units that are interesting. We see Lazrazzi also fancy, wearing some boa-looking whips. And that's exactly, I think, what the Azoka players probably wouldn't want to see, unless they have a direct answer for that. That is lethal.
Yep, and there's a space unit with 4 minimum power.
So we're seeing Owen Lars, which is
That's it.
okay, which is the harbinger of a new world, where now all of a sudden the Azoka can completely wipe Grief's board and probably threaten lethal on the backside as well. Yeah, we're seeing some math here.
Yes.
And Azoka doesn't even need to touch Grief. She can stay there happily ever after. And here, since we don't have For a Cause I Believe in the format anymore, I think it's
We do
very
have
hard for the
Pegasus
Grief
Wing,
player.
but 26 life is a key threshold to where Dawid can play the Pegasus Wing and it readies itself. And it looks like we're going to a game 3.
Yeah, because like there's like 4 restore on board as well. Like I think, I mean, not that they were going to lack time given the speed at which they're playing, but a wise decision for David to just go to game 2. So very interesting game. And once again, as it should be, I was proved wrong. Being in the control spot proved to be favorable for Azoka, because at some point the Grief Karga deck is bound to run out of steam, and that point happened to be exactly when it needed to be. So I believe the direct hit might have been coming from the sideboard, and there is where the sideboard really was clutch, or maybe they were in the main, and it would be a good call even in the main.
Yeah, direct hit absolutely saved him, because any of those space units is going to have 4 power and put him in check from 26. So being able to answer that and then answer the Grief was the direct hit was like possibly the only card that could have saved him there.
Yeah, easily. I mean, because even Sentinels
maybe lost and forgotten too. Yeah,
lost and forgotten. Yeah, something like that. I don't know if they're running both, but I think yes, it was very interesting the way that, if you compare it to the first game, I mean, just the Hu Yang being such a nuisance and forcing very excellent answers, but still answers that were taking away from like the stats you can play. Like if you're on turn 4, David had to play Sabine to kill the Wu Yang. That could have been like a stat monster in space if Wu Yang hadn't been
absolutely.
Such an obnoxious.
Could have been the 4/4 support Saboteur like we saw game 1.
There you go.
And that would have been that would have been more damage on base, and potentially that's the last 4 that he needed.
Very, very interesting that Azoka decided to avenge the Wu Yang that Sabine had decided to murder. Had enough of learning how to wield lightsabers. And we are looking to a very exciting game 3. And now, again, the initiative probably is very likely is going to be on the side of David. So in a wild race like the one we have seen, that might be very, very important. More than it
Yes,
would
but the
be
Ahsoka deck
in a control mirror.
also could have options that take advantage of going second, such as the Neo into a one-drop Han Solo combo, which can build
Oh
damage very
yeah,
quickly, put stats on board, and really reward you for just going second, right? I get to take all the actions I want. I'll take 2 instead of 1 on my first turn.
I mean, you can go first and do the combo anyways, but but
You
yeah,
can, but you
but
can
sure.
see the initiative, which is key.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Like, in a way, yes, you have that option. Like, I don't think Azoka is a deck that minds going slow. It's more like Grief that needs to be constantly on the edge of things to put the wild pressure that we have seen in game one, and probably doesn't like to be second. Like, can you imagine if the starting plays were Podameron against Lepi Lookout and the Grief Karga deck had gone second round one? That would have been a disaster. The way it was, at least the Grief Karga deck could push 3 damage to the base.
Here we see a Karis Nemec on turn 1 from Dawid. It's a much more resilient unit, and it looks like it checks the Hu Yang profitably.
Yeah, and it's a way, again, there you go. Like, if it had been the other way around, it would have been a much less pleasant exchange. And this way, I mean, there is the option of going base, but there is the option of trading as well, and there is the option of whatever they're doing. Yeah, there you go. So trading, pushing
and he gets
damage,
just a little bit of extra value, just a little bit of extra value.
and he gets a spy ready. This is very, very nice. Very well played. Very nice sequence.
It's showing
a Sabine
to create the spy.
Just saying, like, you know, if you're planning to play some
Don't
more
play
Hu
more Hu
Yangs,
Yangs, yeah.
you can forget about it. Yeah. And now,
and it's a good play from Xavier, answering right back, and now they're even on board.
well, I mean, it looks a little bit less exciting, given that there is a Sabine in the Grief Karga hand. So this Sabine can clean the Latrazi favorably without even dying. And however, that's not what David opts to
he's
do.
electing to go for
Going with
damage.
more pressure on space. Yeah, I can't see because I'm.
Yeah, and honestly, though, remember what happened last time in the last game. Sabine was played at this point in the turn. Maybe Xavier is trying to bait Dawid into playing Sabine because, yes, you win the battle right now, you get a good trade Sabine into Latz-Ratzi, but maybe you lose the war by not playing a large space unit this turn. Whereas Dawid, even knowing that, has decided to go 2+2, right?
Yeah, but 2+2 makes a lot of sense here, and that Hu Yang is like Sabine is still in the hand, didn't go anywhere. Like this makes sense because it's basically forcing the Ahsoka to play a direct hit on 4, which is like pretty sad. Like, but it's the only thing that would really punish this kind of play. And this developing a Karis Nemec on the ground at the same time. So very good. Let's see if Karis Nemec opts to kill Hu Yang again, or opts to go base. Or if Sabine is played, who knows? So yeah, there is the second trade. So really squeezing value.
He respects that Hu Yang because right now there's 2 targets of a Hu Yang.
And flashing that Sabine again, just saying like, you know, I'm here, by the way.
Yeah, a reminder of what he could do anywhere. To the
And now, technically, he has even 2 non-unique targets to come with and swing with the Rostico. So, very interesting. Now we see nothing left to fear.
Terrific answer.
Very, very efficient. So, in a way, the Latz-Ratzi brought the job home. And now the board looks a lot in favor of Javier all of a sudden. So, trying to sort of answer Latz-Ratzi. I like this play, but it's very good for the context. It's not insane in a vacuum, but you do what you do.
Right. And now, all of a sudden, Dawid finds himself playing defense.
Yes, but he has a big space unit.
Which trade into Latz-Ratzi.
Yeah. Now, David is in a much better position on board, but the thing is, like, I suspect that the Ahsoka deck, with all its plots and its shenanigans, is slightly more resilient. Yes. So is that advantage
repopulate
enough?
The board very quickly.
And because he's also slightly behind in the damage race. So very interesting spot here. Certainly that 7-6 in the space is demanding an answer right now. So in a way, it might come down to how many direct hits, Ahsoka is playing. I don't see any in the end at the moment, but I don't see very well, so there might be
Yeah, it
anything
looks like
there.
I see a Costco Reeves, a Sabine's Masterpiece, and it looks like a blue-green card at the very end. So nothing that quite deals with
Okay.
space right now.
I mean,
And
you
the
could have
Costco
nothing left to
Reeves
fear.
the Costco Reeves, it could be that. I don't believe it is. I see some stats on it. So it's not a nothing left to
Yeah.
fear. I do believe that
Okay.
the Costco Reeves is very difficult to turn on as well, because you need one of your units to die in order to give the Costco Sentinel. So if the Grief were to deploy here with Sudden Ferocity backing, this is going to be a very, very quick game, because the Ahsoka has little agency in stopping that.
Wow, he's going to town with it. Oh no, he's going
This
to
is
town, but not
interesting
in the
because
way I thought.
yeah,
So it's actually
this
the
actually
one
turns
thing
on the
that would
Costco
proc the
Reeves.
Coscari. Yes.
Right.
This is why I love this game. It never ends being unpredictable. And yeah, so opting for the safer play in a way, like respecting Ahsoka's board as opposed to creating a giant monster in the space, that would have probably put Ahsoka in check in a couple of attacks. I mean, not a couple of attacks literally,
Yes.
but I think like I would have done the same thing as David. Now, funnily enough, knowing the hand of Ahsoka, this is probably one of the worst moves he could have done. But
Right.
he doesn't know the hand of Ahsoka, so in a vacuum, this is the best play in the spot easily.
Right, especially because he doesn't want to put the Han pilot onto the Alphabet Squadron and open himself up to a
Right.
direct hit. So this is
So,
7 on base,
yeah.
I believe, right? And that puts him to 16. But here the Casca can cleanly stop the Grief, and then Ahsoka can probably pick off the Grief and finish it off.
Yeah, I mean the good thing is like those like now the Ahsoka had like to invest four resources in that Sentinel. So Javier had to play the Cosca here, which means it's probably not dealing with the Han Solo or with the Grief Karga or with the vehicle, or at least not all at once. So in a way,
Right.
I kind of like this play even in this context.
Yeah, so regardless of how Ahsoka decides to clean up the ground arena, he needs to find a direct hit or another removal spell and fast, because the Alphabet Squadron
Nothing
all
left
by
to
itself
fear is
won't save
probably
the
even
game.
better, but yeah. I think
Right.
here Ahsoka can go base or kill the leader or kill the Han Solo. And I mean, all of those are kind of fine. They opt to kill the leader, which makes sense. And but again, is it going to be enough? Because at the moment, the board is slightly, I think the board is slightly in favor of Grief, and the race is slightly in favor of Grief, but not to a point where, nothing that it's impossible to come back from. And we are seeing a Sabine as a first action, which I see.
To kill
Just
the
to make
Ahsoka,
sure,
wow.
to kill the Ahsoka. So really respecting the Ahsoka, I guess, is allowing, is making trading into a Han Solo very hard for the other Han Solo and the clone. Little does he know that there is another Cosca Reeves. So this is again.
Yes.
I think Cosca Reeves did a lot for Javier this game. If Javier is still here, it's because of these Cosca Reefs and these ambush value trades, which would be amazing in a vacuum, but that somehow, for both rounds in a row, allowed to Cosca Reefs to be online. Still, however, we are looking at a pretty hefty
Still,
amount
he
of
needs
damage
an
on the
answer
base.
an answer to the Alphabet Squadron, and he needs it this next turn.
Oh, so he bamboozled all
the
of
Poe
us.
Dameron.
See? Poe
Yes.
Dameron coming in handy here. And
Yes.
now
when you play it late,
this-
it punches well above its 3/3 stat line when you play it late.
Very, very, very well played. Very impressive. So yeah, Cosca Reeves in a way is completely ignored. And now I don't know what card, yes, there is none, could deal with both, like these three cards at the same time. excellently well played, like very, very, very masterclass here in how to tackle this matchup from Grief Karga's side. Again, the initiative I suspect mattering, but it was a very,
For
very
sure.
pleasant game to watch from both sides,
Yeah,
showcasing
the
the
Alphabet
power and
Squadron
the
and
flexibility of these decks.
Sabine as well.
Yeah. Alphabet Squadron, like somehow, like really earning its money for there, like being yeah, really a bread maker in the sky. Extremely threatening unit, which yeah, I guess it's not a unit you want to see unless you have a direct removal for it. And even if you do, I mean, you trade 1 for 1. It's not the worst.
Yeah, it looks like the 5 resource turn is really where the Grief Red deck shines. Both the Alphabet
Yeah.
Squadron and the Rose Tico being able to push an insane amount of damage even before Grief comes out.
Right, because there isn't something that the Ahsoka deck can do which is equally obnoxious on 5. I mean, they have Queen Amidala, but Queen Amidala is an excellent card, but not the best in a racing scenario, right? Like, it's not a card that you're like, oh,
she's a resilience
I mean,
card, not like
technically Pazvizla or something like Lando from Lando from the last set. Those would be a nightmare sentinels for anyone trying to win in the ground. But even then, like we've seen how many tricks the Grief Karga deck has that allow it to go past sentinels. So yeah, I think you're right. In the games that were key, like there was a huge advantage being made in N4 and in for the 4th round at the 5 resources round.
All right, looks like we're going to
So-
our next backup match.
Wow, nice. I'm curious. Let's see what we got.
Looks
The
like we
third
have
Vader of the day.
Vader Yellow, yeah, Vader Yellow versus Cad Bane Blue.
I mean,
So looks like we're getting into the meta
congratulations
decks now.
Tom Matthews, yes. And Alexander Vilmetias is also a name that is absolutely not new to me. So we're going to see a matchup that, I mean, Vader is a very unique matchup against Cad Bane in that it is pretty good, but there are a lot of ways in which Cad Bane can punish the Vader deck. So it's going to be certainly interesting to see and very informational for us to see one way or another. Looks like Tom Matthews got the first round, the first game, and now we are going to see, we're going to see, what's the name of the card? Battering something? like
Battered Holcraft, which is
Battered
a terrific
Holcraft,
unit for
sorry,
Cad. It gives him space presence early, it pings, it finishes off space units like what it's about to do with the
So yeah, it's probably the best
Emissary Theater
opening.
Feed, yes.
Emissary GTP, yeah, that one I know very well. It's probably the best answer you can have, like the best turn 1 play you could play against Vader. If you could like choose a turn 1 play, it would probably be that. Especially because a lot of these decks don't run Serial Karn, which is very good against Vader, but not necessarily very good against all kinds of pilots, so it makes sense. And yeah, we'll see where it goes from here.
Yeah, and looking at Alexander's hand, it looks like he has an IG 2000 as well. So we have Tom opting to protect his Sheathapede by ambushing in the Snub Fighter.
Very, very good. Like a lot of value, but sadly not enough in the sense that there is another ship coming this way. But this triggers the Vader action, so there is the opportunity to play a TIE Fighter. And we have seen that this Vader deck never really dies. We've seen this in the earlier games. It seems to be
this
for
is
an
going to be
aggro
a
deck.
blowout turn for the IG 2000 here.
Yes, we see the Vader deck playing right into the AG 2000, which, I mean, I guess, I don't know if it's wise or not, but like I can see you doing it. Like you force your opponent to have it, and
it looks like Alexander had it. He had the 1-2-3 punch of Holcraft into TIE Dagger Vanguard into IG 2000. I think every single CAD player out there would be ecstatic to have this kind of a start versus Vader. It puts him in great position.
This is the sequence that really punishes Vader. So the tools are there, but the thing is, like, it depends. Like, Vader is a deck that demands answers every round throughout the game, and if you don't have, might get you from anywhere. Right now, the board looks heavily in favor of Cad Bane, but who knows? Now this out of
This is the
nowhere
card from the new
is
set. Yes.
yes, it's a I don't remember the name, but it's a 4/5 ambusher that is got very beefy stats, like the old Kananjaro's stats, and it's got ambush as long as you control a non-unique unit. And I think the entire Vader deck is, with few luminous exceptions, made of non-unique pieces of fodder working for the Empire. So
Right.
it's
Crucially, it gives Vader a ground unit to hop onto 2 in the event that he kind of sniffs out a hyperspace disaster.
yes, and it allows Vader to deal with other units that would run out like with an insane amount of value, like Hera Syndulla, right? All of a sudden, she's somehow value traded by Vader. So very nice turn
Right.
4 play. It's also, I think turn 4 is one of the turns where Vader had the least options post rotation, only with clone combat, and the problem there is that like all these small ships open up the gates to a 3 members. So now this is another option where you can go on and play around the 3 members at the same time. So not sure that that's what you want to do, but it's a thing you can do. And worst case scenario is wing for 4 into base. So very nice seeing Cad taking control of the sky and Vader all of a sudden owning the ground.
Right. The sad thing is, though, Vader's TIE fighters still get made in the sky. You can't really change that. And this is a key card because Alexander has been holding on to this Constable for the longest time. And now the Hold for Questioning is able to take it. It shares an aggression aspect with the IG-2000. And Tom is in a great position with this information gained because he could take the Constable with Hold and hop Vader on, or he can say, I know you have the Constable, I'm going to deploy Vader on the ground. I'm not going to take it. I'm going to let that card rot in your hand. And then knowing you have it, just deploy Vader to the ground. So this is I think this information is key. And it looks like he's taking the Justifier.
But it makes sense
Stop
because
me.
you're breaking the turn from Vader. Now,
Yes.
the problem is that like if this Reader Azadi hits the board and calls a Garindan, and all of a sudden that Constable is not going anywhere. But I guess that Vader in this scenario is happy enough to go on the ground and just ignore the Constable
Right.
entirely.
I don't think I would name Constable with Ryder, but I'm curious to see what.
No. I mean, Ryder would name Garindan, right? Because this setup is perfect for Garindan.
I don't know if I would name Garindan. I think Vader is still trying to build board presence at this stage.
True, but that for example, it would be a good target to name. I don't exactly know what I would name with this Constable. You're right. I think I guess Palpatine is annoying. It depends how much they saw of each other's deck. Like there are a lot of annoying cards that Vader could play, like even constructed lightsabers. Not in this scenario, but like in general. But what cards is this specific Vader going to play? It's going to be interesting. But yeah.
Yes, and to your point, this is pretty cool how Tom has managed to turn things around, right? He just got blown out on 4 resources by an IG-2000. Alexander had the 1-2-3 punch of Hullcraft into TIE Dagger, into IG-2000, and still Vader is here, knowing that he has to deploy on the ground, kind of has a board presence, is still pushing damage, and it's still anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've seen like in the Dead Ramiro game as well. Vader never really truly dies. I mean, it took like a few bricks with in the late game for Vader to have to concede, but this deck can rise from his ashes like a phoenix more now than ever. So very, very, very cool to see. Now, it's very likely that the Vader will not deploy as a pilot, but the plots also give an extra reach, like being essentially free cards that give you insane value for what they do. So imagine like a double Palpatine here all of a sudden. Hello?
Yes. Or even a Vader deploy into Elzar Man. Put some advantage tokens on the Vader.
I don't know if the board is wide enough for an Elzar Man, but yeah.
The TIE Fighter, maybe. Now that everybody has been tapped, everybody on the CAD side has been tapped in space. And the Vader also has one of the advantages of being able to churn through so many actions in his deploy turn. You can see, like, at this time, either the Rider is forced to swing, maybe the CAD has to soft pass, but the Vader can kind of delay, and then decide what to do.
Yeah, even with a relatively scarce board, like with his usual boards, it's just like this is one of the it's a weakness of this deck, but it's also one of its main strengths. And the cunning really coming in clutch here, because of what we saw earlier with All for Questioning, being able to strip the opponent's answers from their hand is really something that the other pilots don't really normally, in the way they're played, have access to, and which makes this deck very, very scary.
Right. No
So,
plot, it looks like.
no plot, it would seem, which is good news for Alexander, I guess, and not good news for Tom, but still a 5-6, which is a unit that gets answered by many things, but none of them in these colors in one action, I think. I guess Condemned would be an option there, but we didn't see it in Alexander's hand.
So let's see what Tom uses for the resources. He goes back into the space, back into the sky.
So he baited Alexander to use his resources for a rather unimpactful triple O. I mean, it was the best play he had, but
for sure,
Tom didn't know that. And to make sure that he could deploy his clone squadron safely.
Yeah, just being able to go back and forth, like a boxer almost, right? Ducking left, and then shifting back into space after kind of taking his time on the ground. It's very cool. Very resilient deck.
Yeah. And now we're seeing Vader taking a punch from Cat Bane. Interesting. And setting up some damage on the clone's combat squadron. So I don't have the brain to figure out what the plan here is, but I trust the player. I think he's setting up pretty nasty trap for the Vader player.
Right. And we can see that both of these players are 4-0 and 1 going into this round. I'm very curious what the Vader Yellow took a draw with.
Well, this is a draw. Yeah, it can happen because the Vader Yellow never dies. I think we were nearly close to a draw earlier with Vader. I guess these are not the easiest matchups to pilot through, so it can happen. Now we're seeing not an ideal position for Vader, but not the worst either by any means, given the deck is super resilient. Now it's when the high makers start to come from Alexander's hand, more likely, or will they come from his resources in the form of data?
It looks like Alexander has resourced a Anakin unit in favor of keeping the Constable, which is a little surprising. Very, very disciplined. And no glory is used on the clone cohort, getting rid of the biggest threat in space. And the Pre-Vizsla is still live for next turn.
Even dealing with a shield, so he did recognize that the Anakin -3 for a whole 5 resources, it probably doesn't do enough in terms of board control. So he recognized that the Constable popping a shield and mostly being able to be played alongside another play is probably best. Even though now
Cad is pretty good at popping shields on his own.
It doesn't need the Constable. So I guess it was just to put another body right now in this play. Makes sense. Maybe remove a Craving Power.
Here, this is a big turn for Tom, because Tom knows that Pre-Vizsla is still likely still in Alexander's hand from the Hold for Questioning from a while ago. So it'll be very interesting to see what Tom plays. This is his chance to either close out the game or stumble and let Alexander turn the corner.
Yeah, what can he truly do about it? This is the question, because from what I can see, even an Elzerman, this is pretty good, but is it going to be enough?
So this would swing for
immediately shrink 5, down. Now a Garindan would be pretty devastating if these last 2 resources are a Garindan, because without Pre-Vizsla, now Alexander is in a spot where he needs to top deck his answer, which is a lot, less comfortable. With the Pre-Vizsla on board, we can do some quick math. Deck clone combat is a 5.
It looks like Tom has claimed.
Yeah, it's going to deal 5 damage to base, but after that, Tom needs to find some other creative ways to make sure he can push the finish line, especially because I think there is little on board from the thanks to, is there 10, 11, so what's that, 14, and they have 17. Yeah, there is little on board. So the constable was actually there just to push, to threaten
Push
little,
damage,
which is
double
very
spell. Yeah, very efficient.
Well, let's see what the Vader can concoct this turn. I mean, a hold for questioning as well on a ship would be pretty much pretty impactful. But all those all these cards are good and well. You just need to draw them. You can't play them from your home collection. So this is what it's going to come down to. And let's see. I mean, the fact that the Vader player is pondering makes me think that it doesn't have like an insane option, but it doesn't have like zero options. It has something in their hand probably that they can do onto this board. And there would be many things that would fit into the spot. But either they have many good options or a few, decent but not amazing options. And there's only one way to find out. And this is a pretty reasonable start.
5 on base.
Pushing that damage to base.
24. And that's a great thing you bring up, Mattia, that you can make soft reads on players based on how long they take to make their action. If there's a very apparent action, such as, playing something that will kill the unit and they don't, that can reasonably tell you what's in their hand. So that's
Right.
that's a skill that a lot of players, develop over time, but it's one that, I would imagine Alexander is kind of right. He didn't immediately play the Pre-Vizsla. He's thinking, okay, maybe Tom doesn't have like a pump, and he kind of Elzar and he tricks like that. So he's being very patient with his Pre-Vizsla.
Yeah, and I mean, having the Pre-Vizsla in hand that gives you such a upper hand here that you're like, it's very likely that there is no hole for questioning here coming down. So, I mean, if there
Right.
is, this would probably be a genius move on Tom's part. And you have you have little on board, and the Pre-Vizsla in your hand. I mean, the onus is on the better player to find out something insane here to flip the table.
Right.
It's 6 damage. I mean, it's not a lot, but it's also quite a lot at the same time. One thing is that we might have noticed is that I believe technically, what's that? 7, 8, 12. So technically, is it still little? It's probably still little, right?
I think so. 3 plus
Yeah.
4 plus the 5, right?
So this doesn't really alter the race. So if the Vader player can't find out a way to win, they at the very least need to find a way not to lose. And
Elzar.
this might be it.
No, 'cause the Pre-Vizsla will just kill the thing, because the Elzar cannot put 5 advantage tokens on his own, on himself, so he has to put on the TIE Fighter.
So yes, but then you're forcing the Pre-Vizsla, and then at least you have something that can trade for the Constable. It's very sad, but it's something.
Yeah.
And at that point,
Grabs
you
a
have
direct
enough
hit.
options. Yes. So now they're doing that, and now it's 3 damage short. The problem is that, the Vader needs really
The
something
Elzar must
creative.
swing into the CAD or Constable now. Otherwise, he is dead on board.
Yeah, needs to swing into the CAD. Because if they go to base, I believe that's not good enough. It's close, but not quite what they
I'm
need.
sure Alexander is counting.
Yeah, I mean, that Constable was there. It was, he had been like a beacon of math all along. That Constable was there just to push enough little. And I think even without the Constable, he would have probably got this in his bag. But I think it was correct to play it safer because it would have been a much grindier path. So very interesting. Now, as we can see,
well played.
it's pretty likely that the matchup becomes better with the sideboard. But let's just remind our dear readers and viewers the start that Alexandre had. with like what's the battered the 2/2
Oh
3
yeah,
that
battered
pings
Hallcraft, tie dagger
Battered
Vanguard, and
Allcraft, Tie Dagger
IG-2000.
into EG-2000 into a kind of a bit of a weaker turn, which otherwise would have been Justifier. So in the face of this curve, Vader could somehow bring the base to 28. So just to say that the deck has no has no intention to surrender ever. But at the same time, the Cad Bane deck is in a very, very good spot to destroy anything that is attempting to stay on the board and push some stats because of the great value and the great options that they have. And certainly, if you're playing Cad Bane and are going to this event and you're Alexandre, you're not coming completely unprepared for Vader. On the contrary, you have a lot of answers.
Absolutely.
So this is one of the only downsides of playing like decks that are known quantities is that like, well, you're not the only one who knows about them. So we see now the Onyx Squadron, I think it's the name, the ship that
Yep,
like
Onyx Squadron Brute. It's quite a bit weaker than the Hallcraft, but Tom here is able to follow up with his best unit on 3 resources, the Victory Leader.
Yes, very good, which has already done a great job of pushing extra damage through that Shitty and making another token. Now here, that Shitty into Victor Leader is probably one of the strongest starts for Vader, where you have like a very, very,
Does
very...
Alexander just claim? He has the IG-2000 again, and it may just be profitable to... Right, and we see him skipping his turn entirely in favor of being able to kill the TIE token and the TIE Victory Leader.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Like it's a play that I mean, I don't think there was much harm in playing. Like it depends on what free drops he had in his hand. Like I couldn't see his hand. If he didn't have a good option, this is an excellent option. Yeah, I think it's something you can afford to do. Boom. Saving a lot of damage and setting up the Shitty Pit for a trade. Okay, very nice. And yeah, so now the Vader deck can push more damage to the base, but is still looking at a board that is not at its best ever. And they can play, as a reminder, the Cad Bane action hasn't even been used, so we could be seeing here a Clone Combat Squadron. I think it's probably the best option in this spot for Vader decks, generally speaking. But even that here doesn't seem as crazy as it could be.
Yeah, honestly, I think the AT we saw last game could be the right play.
That's probably
here,
better.
If you play a Clone Cohort, he can trade his Onyx Squadron Brute into the shuttle, and then you make your TIE Fighter token. Oh, this is a new card. This is the
okay, this is even better.
Move.
So it can trade anything off. Yeah, like I really like this capability of Vader to just say, like, you know, this is my house. You don't come here and do what you want.
Yes, this is his arena.
Vader owning the space. So this is a much better. I think that Tom Matthews had the Clone Combat in play, but that's a much better play there. Because
right, but a great top deck from Alexander here with the Justifier, a phenomenal top deck.
Yeah, Justifier. I mean, a second AG-2000 would be probably worse, but Justifier is just not good as well. Again, like this curve was pretty threatening, but I mean, as a Vader deck, you need to expect that the Cad Bane players are ready for you, and the last thing Cad Bane players want to do, I think, is lose to Space Aggro. So there you go.
Yes.
We are looking at another pretty unimpactful amount of damage, coupled with a very likely deploy on the ground for Vader. And I mean, Vader has proved to be a very interesting deck throughout these games, but yeah, this is not the spot you want to be if you're playing Vader Yellow. So we're going to see multiple plays in this round to make sure that there is a target for the Vader deployment should Vader decide to deploy in the space. I believe that Cad Bane The Alexander with the Justifier can wipe 2 of these units. It can't wipe all 3 in one action, as far as I'm aware.
Right,
But,
but he has the Constable in hand just as extra insurance for the
Right.
Vader deploy.
So, yeah, and he has a Sentinel in the ground anyways. So, no matter how you look at it, not the best scenario for Vader, but we'll see. We'll see if there are going to be plots, if there are going to be what is going to be played here. So
first
at least we're
action, the
going to see
Justifier
here.
is taking its 2-for-1.
Well, here we might even see the shield being used to trade. That would be possible, right? So since this has got to have 2 advantages and that shield is not going to go anywhere, this could be 5 damage into base. It could be a Vader in there, or it could be a clean trade into the Justifier.
Yeah, the clean trade is a great play because you might as well use that shield before CAD pings it off, right? Oh, it looks like he's going straight to base.
I don't know. It's easy for us to say. That's what would entice me as a player as well. But like, the longer you go, the more bombs the card. Like at some point, you need to put some pressure. You can't opt to outvalue this deck. I don't think it's an option. The important thing is that a TIE Fighter has been made, and now let's see if there are any plots which really, really, really would help Vader keep up with the value that Cad Bane is eating with bomb after bomb after bomb.
Yes, and you can see Alexander kept a very flexible hand this turn. He has Imperial Armored Commando just in case the Vader decides to go on the ground, a shielded Sentinel that Vader cannot punch through. But he also has Constable in hand, and he can play both of those in the same turn. So no matter where Vader goes, he's not pushing. He's not going to be able to push damage.
And we do see some plots, not the most impactful, but yes. And we do see this Armor Commando, which is extremely obnoxious to see if you have a 5-3 leader. Unless now we see a Galaner. So no, we do see a Victor leader. So there was a repopulation of the board in the space arena, and which is interesting. I guess this space arena would look even better if the Justifier had been traded off, but there would be less damage on base. So I guess, you can't have it all.
Right. And now the Justifier is probably going to gun down the Victor leader with extreme prejudice.
And we do see another play. Well, now this is the bigger problem.
Oh, Chimera sacrificing CAD. No issue here.
CAD, it doesn't even need his leader anymore. That's very interesting.
Right.
And now Chimera, this is like that 5 damage or this 7 damage are probably going to be undone very, very fast, unless there is like some insane play, like, I don't know, a Tarkin taking control of the Chimera here would be nuts, but that's very unlikely.
Right. This speaks to the quality of cards in the CAD deck. When the CAD leader is the least valuable thing on this board.
Right. Because it's just a 4/7 that pinks, but it's not good enough. Yeah, that's hilarious. But yes, I think, and now it's all on Vader's shoulders to come back from here. It's possible, but certainly the board is not looking the most favorable. I'll tell you that much.
Now, can he distribute these as he sees fit? Yes, he can.
Yes, he can.
4 advantage tokens.
Is that going to be enough? I mean, it's going to be something. I think the distribution was a 5 and 5. So anything that the Justifier wishes to go and attack is going to be a clean trade, I believe.
Right.
And
but he's going to be able to heal 4 with the ping on the TIE token.
Yeah. That's the problem. He's going to be able to heal 4. You said it. And look at that. He doesn't even care about any of that. He's just going base. If you want to trade, you trade. It's pinging that. No, he's going there. Okay, so he's pinging there and going there. He's changed his mind. No, he's going to base.
Yep, not to base.
Well, makes sense. Like going to base. I think I would still ping, but Okay. And also, we have 4 minutes remaining. So, we might be looking at another draw. Is that the case? Like, you asked earlier, how come these Vader decks could draw well? Just
it looks like we are watching this match on a delay. And there's a discussion around time at the table. It's not quite clear how it's going to resolve. They're still
Okay.
discussing, and we will let you guys know when we find out more.
Yeah, very interesting.
All
So
right,
even the
it
future
looks like
isn't
Alexander has won.
okay. Well, spoiler alert. Isn't that a bummer? But like, I
Yes,
mean,
yes,
it
and we
makes
are
sense
about
from this spot. Like, it's the deck this is ahead, so it makes sense.
right. And is this a Previsla?
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, if Alexander
Yeah,
wasn't
this is
winning
done
after
and
this,
dusted.
then yeah. We have seen Vader put up a fair fight, even without some of its most obnoxious tools. But a fair fight is probably not enough when the Cat Bane decks, on top of being the best decks in the meta, are extremely prepared and geared to counter your plan and have zero desire to lose to you. So I think it makes sense
Right.
that the first game went to Tom, and then post board, the tides swung in favor of Alexandre. So very interesting.
Yep. Congratulations to Alexander for that game.
Very well done.
And
Yes, Alexandre.
yes, yes. You bring up a very good point. The Cad Bang is a deck that is very flexible. It's modular, so you can
Mhm.
really just take things in or take things out, put things in based on the matchup you expect or the matchup you encounter. I've seen Onyx Squadron Brutes find their way into Cad Blue decks, and I've even seen Special Forces Tai find their way into Cad Bane decks, which is another
I mean,
very cool turn one play. And the turn one plays are what set up these blowout IG 2000s. IG 2000 on its own is not nearly as impactful as that turn one Onyx Squadron Brute or Battered Hullcraft, pinging here, swinging there, and softening these units up.
I think it makes sense. Like, in a way, you could do the other way around. Like, you could try to capitalize on the fact that Cat Bane has to play so heavily in space. Like, I think Hyperspace Disaster has never been so good. Sometimes it gets value even against Cat Bane. But if you're playing a space deck, yes, you can still bamboozle a few Cat Banes, but Cat Banes has all the tools to deal with you. And since this is technically one of their weakest matchups, they will probably do it and make the matchup favorable for them.
Right. I think we're going
So
to
I
cut
believe
to a break now.
we're going to a break. Okay, so we give our viewers and listeners far and close a bit of a respite, some rest, and I guess we'll see us later. We'll see each other later with some more exciting matchups. We've seen some quality stuff
Yes,
here.
we only have
Yeah.
2 rounds
It's
left.
been yeah, well, they better be good, because what we've seen so far has been excellent. Very good plays all over the board. So see you later.
Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of day one of the Star Wars Unlimited Berlin Sector Qualifier, the first Sector Qualifier of Season 2. And we are getting right into the business end of day one now as well. There are going to be plenty of players in the room who will be one win away from securing a spot into day 2 tomorrow, and already halfway to the points total needed for Galactic's qualification. Not a bad place to be in one of the first major tournaments of the competitive season. Ben and Ray here with you for this round's matchup. And Ray, we've got a bit of an interesting matchup coming up in our round 7 feature. We've got Cad Bane, unsurprisingly, back in the feature match area. There are so many of them running around in the format and so many running around in the day today. But it's going to be up against Pilot Boba without Lake Country.
Yeah, so this is Boba Blue, I believe, right? With a, is it Colossus base or is it a 30 health blue base?
No, it's a 30 HP.
30 HP. So this one gains access to Marok for matches like Ahsoka that are trying to get you on the ground. But crucially, you gain access to No Glory, which might be in his list, and Single Reactor Ignition, which almost certainly is in the Boba Blue list. And I will say I've actually played this deck at Galactics myself. The Boba Blue, I thought it was well positioned, and I think it fights very well into Cad Bane, because if I told you to close your eyes and say, okay, I've got this, control-y deck like Cad Bane, mid-rangey, that has no really good ways to heal. Maybe you have Lost and Forgotten, you only really have Chimera, and no real card draw. You'd say, well, that's not a very good reactive deck at first blush, right? And so with Boba Blue, all the damage sticks to base with indirect, just like a normal Boba Lake deck. But you get No Glory, which I see in the hand of George, and Single Reactor Ignition to kind of reset the board state when the Cad Bane player tries to turn the corner with Chimera, with Pre-Vizsla. You can push additional damage with Single Reactor Ignition. And the crucial thing is you put your opponent in a darned if you do, darned if you don't situation. If they just play removal spells against you, you can play units that have, when played, indirect damage, like Planetary Bombardment, like Fet's Fire Spray. And if they play units against you, you can just Single Reactor Ignition, reset the board whenever they try to turn the corner, and kind of set them back to square one. So it gives you, for Boba Lake, the door starts closing when they stick that first Chimera. For Boba Blue, you have a bit of extra runway to keep grinding against them, even if they Chimera you.
Yeah, absolutely. And George as well is a player who is very familiar to the Boba Vigilance deck as well. We'll mention some of their accomplishments with this deck this season already in a moment, but we are already underway with both these players. X1 looking to take one more win and gain closure and qualification into day 2 tomorrow. It's going to be the Rancor Keeper for George. Nothing on the first action phase for Garrett, though. So straight into the regroup phase, and turn 2 we go.
Yeah, crucially, not even a ping from Cad, because Rancor Keeper is another terrific addition in Boba, where if you ping it, you're actually taking, on an empty board, Garrett would have actually taken 2 damage to base just for the right to ping Rancor Keeper. So a phenomenal start against Cad specifically.
And now here's a really cool interaction as well. We've got Ogdo Bogdo for Garrett, and using the Cad Bane to ping the Ogdo Bogdo so that it is damaged and is able to attack on the next action phase. Obviously, a kind of way to self-damage that we would have seen a lot more familiarly in Han Solo Worth the Risk in the pre-rotation format, but this time engineering a similar kind of situation.
And yes, so you can see that basically what Cad Bane did was he played Ogdo Bogdo as a 3-resource removal spell, and essentially completely traded out his frog for the 000, and that left the Fet's Fire Spray to deal a juicy 3 indirect damage straight to base. So as a Cad, you definitely can't leave you have to balance removing the Boba's units with not leaving your own board empty, bereft of units.
And that is exactly being answered as well, with the Koska Reeves coming down and getting a extra Mandalorian token alongside it as well. So the Fet's Fire Spray and then the Rancor Keeper at the moment for George. It's going to be the Fet's Fire Spray that's going to attack here as the first action, doing the indirect damage as well on attack. So this will be 3 indirect that Garrett will have to assign.
It looks like Garrett has elected to take 2 of it to base and 1 on his shielded Mandalorian token.
Yeah, which makes a lot of sense, while we can sort of use that indirect damage to our advantage, going under and around shield tokens, just trying to take as little damage onto the base as possible. But we are already a little bit of the way there. We're a third of the way with 11 damage on Garrett's base at the moment. And George, with 4 and 5 resources currently open, is just going to drop this IG-2000. It will pop the shield token off of the Mandalorian, and then 1 damage onto the Koska Reeves as well.
Yes, and it looks like he has chosen to damage his own Rancor Keeper as well, which is a very valid play, and deal 1 more damage to Cad. And again, the damage you deal to Cad, every little bit counts when you're trying to close it out. Now George has 2 units to deploy his Bobo onto, and even without a topple, that 4 damage is going to go a long way in killing both Koska and the
Ogdo Bogdo number 2, which doesn't get the damage this time from the Cad Bane. Instead, it's just a ping onto the Rancor Keeper and then Koska Reeves taking it out. And then the Onyx Squadron Brute as well coming down here, just to make sure that we're not completely empty in the space arena for Garrett. But now we do move up to that 6 resource action phase. So Pilot Boba is going to be able to deploy into either that Fet's Fire Spray or IG-2000. And Cad Bane will be able to match it as well on the ground arena if Garrett wants to.
And I wonder if George has a topple. I didn't even really get a good look at what kind of plot payoffs George has. And on Garrett's side, it looks like he has a Pre-Vizsla, 2 Ninth Sisters, and a Condemn. So no Constable in hand, like Alexander had a bunch of, but the Condemn will deal with whichever unit Boba decides to hop onto.
And that's exactly the decision that George is going to make here. He's going to take the option of the undamaged unit, the IG-2000. So now going to get its activation and its ability, spreading 3 damage onto the Koska Reeves, 1 onto Onyx Squadron Brute. No plot activation from George, so no Topple the Summits to come through here.
No Cinta either, even to push damage this turn.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just going to have to be content with the damage that the Pilot Boba and the IG will be able to generate collectively. That's still 7 damage between the pilot and the unit already itself. 4 more damage going in here from the Fet's Fire Spray. 2 extra indirect, which 1 looks like might be going onto the Ogdo Bogdo to get that ready and eligible to attack. And here's the Condemn.
And as strong as Condemn is, he still could decide to use the IG with Boba on it and swing into the Onyx Squadron Brute just to kind of protect that Fet's Fire Spray.
Yeah, still got a couple of options here. George is also holding on to that no glory only results to potentially get rid of the Ogdo Bogdo on this turn. Also got Fet's Fire Spray, a second copy of that in hand, would have to defeat the one that's already attacked for that one. Instead, it looks like it's going to be HK-47 that's going to make its way down.
So it looks like he's prioritizing letting Garrett do the dirty work for him, right? Kill the Fet's Fire Spray for him, and then
play down a completely new one and a fresh one as well. So we do have a new Fet's Fire Spray. That's going to force an extra 3 indirect damage to be decided on here for Garrett. or 2, I should say, because we've already got the pilot
Yeah,
boba
because the Boba's
deployed.
stuck on the...
Yeah. There is the attempt at the attack. We have the Prey Vizsla to reveal for the Condemn to make it just 1 power that we take. And now Cad Bane will swing in for 4, put 1 damage onto the new Fet's Fire Spray. And then Ogdo Bogdo as well will be able to crash in for 5.
Yeah, so this race has gotten very close all of a sudden. And now Garrett's in a position where he can curve Ninth Sister into Pre-Vizsla. So the door is slamming shut for George very quickly.
Yep, and it's turning into the stuff of dreams slightly as well in the late game curve for Cad Bane. As for George, is he going to have enough here? He's still 13 damage away, and obviously with that Condemn shutting off so much of the potential threat from the IG-2000 with the pilot on it. As here comes Fet's Fire Spray, so 4 to base and then 2 indirect. And that looks like it's being split 1-1 between Cad Bane and the base. So now just 9 more damage for George to find. But while this Ogdo Bogdo is still chunking in for 5 damage each action phase. That's going to make it 18 currently on George's 30 HP Vigilance base. I do think I spot a Devastator in hand for George for next turn.
That's the last 4 damage from the Devastator. So he just needs to get him up to 26. And crucially, the Boba pilot is still stuck on his ship. So he isn't there to kind of, give that 1 extra indirect when you play the Devastator.
Mm-hmm. So we're going to see the Ninth Sister, I should say, come down here for Garrett. It's going to be the Rancor Keeper that will be discarded. So 2 damage is just going to be placed onto HK-47. We do still have a No Glory, it looks like, in hand as well. And that is going to be burned here with the 5 resources being paid. The target is just going to be the Ninth Sister to make sure that we're not taking 8 damage on the next turn. And good call there from Garrett as well, saying that actually your HK trigger won't work here because it's not an enemy unit that's being defeated.
Right, it's his Ninth Sister now.
So slightly suffering from success in that situation there as we see the IG-2000 attempt to get in for big damage, but we do still hold on to that Prey Vizsla to activate the Condemn and make it so we're only taking 1. So we're 6 damage away. So in theory, obviously Prey Vizsla will be able to come down as the first action on this phase. It's going to get rid of the Fet's Fire Spray and the HK-47. We're going to be agonizingly 1 damage away.
Yes, tantalizingly close.
Isn't it always in Star Wars Unlimited?
Right, and it's key that he plays the Devastator first to put Garrett into check, and therefore this forces Garrett to claim, and then George gets a free swing in for 1 damage with the IG. If he did it the other way around with the IG, then Garrett gets a free swing into base with the Ogdo Bogdo or the CAD, and so the sequencing here is just so important when George is just so close, just inches away from the finish line.
Yeah. Absolutely. This is where you'd love a card like Daring Raid to still be in the game and still be in the format. But it looks like that Garrett's picking up his cards. It doesn't seem like he's got an answer here. So it looks like George, even with staring down Ninth Sister into Prey Vizsla, the ideal late game curve, George very well might have had it.
Yeah, by the thinnest margins. Just that 1 extra hit from 1 damage through the Condemn the last turn, and then I assume Garrett only had the Pre-Vizsla to take care of the Devastator, so the Boba on his ship just eking out the win by any methods necessary, as the card says.
Yeah, absolutely. So Boba with Vigilance taking the first game in this set from a player as well who has recently, in the last set, been able to become the Leipzig Planetary Qualifier champion. He's made a finals appearance as well in the early PQs of Season 2. So is already off to a really, really strong start in this format and is looking to continue it here with one more game away from securing day 2 tomorrow.
Yes, congratulations to George. And of course, the I think we saw the power of blue, right? Was it Boba Lake would not have had an answer to the ninth sister that came down, and yet George was able to just answer that and shut down any possibility of Garrett being able to just kill him on this previous turn.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, having access to that vigilance, obviously, it's been the way in every single set pretty much for Star Wars Unlimited that Vigilance has just had so many of those premium removal options and ways to just stall out the game a little bit for some extra actions here and there, give you that one action, that one extra phase with things like a timely sentinel or some timely restore as well. So it's certainly not surprising to see that the deck and the aspect combination is doing well and giving you that extra little bit of time to find, as we saw in game 1, that devastator, that last little piece of damage to put your opponent in that check position, like you say.
Yes, and every piece of damage counted. I'm sure George is a veteran of Boba. That one ping from the IG-2000 that he put on his own Ranker Keeper, which caused the Ranker Keeper to die that turn with the CAD ping and the Mandalorian token swinging in. That one ping also helped. Every little piece of damage had to come together. You can see the CAD bang doesn't really have a lot of healing if it cannot find its Chimera in a timely manner. Right? If you only find the Nine Sisters Pre-Vizslas, they are strong, but every piece of damage is going to stick to that CAD's base and just be so painful.
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually a really good call and a really good point you make there, Ray, is that not seeing Chimera at all in game 1, we've already seen not just in Cad Bane, but in so many Vigilance villainy decks in the format right now and today, that Chimera has had the opportunity to just completely turn games on their head.
Yes, for sure. But of course, in that situation, right, because of No Glory, he could have answered that and continued on his merry way. So again, Boba Blue, I think, is a better pick than, it's a more resilient pick than Boba Lake. Both have their merits, but the blue cards printed are so strong.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Well, we're about to get ourselves ready for game number 2. The players just going through their sideboarding process. I think I saw a little bit of a peek from the Boba side from George that it looked like a couple of the condemns were being reached for from the main deck to be pulled out. So it'd be interesting to see what is going in placement of those condemns. As for the Cad Bane, I mean, it's a very toolboxy sideboard. What are you expecting to make its way in for CAD?
Yeah, so some CADs might have some very polarized answers in the sideboard. For example, direct hits, even hyperspace disaster, right? These are cards that maybe they don't want in the main board, but certainly up against a space deck they would like to see. Condemn is a very interesting choice from George because as a Boba deck, you are a BT deck, right? You are a deck that wants to flip red very consistently. And yet with Condemn, that makes you a deck that wants to disclose blue. And so the more of these like disclose burdens that you juggle, the more difficult it is to be consistent with them. But it is something that you can tweak at the deck building stage. Battered Hullcraft is another card I saw in his sideboard that kind of functions as a not just an early play, but a mini IG-2000. Sometimes you just want to ping one thing, and then you don't want to commit all 4 resources to playing an IG-2000, right? So, and then that's a card for blue as well. On the CAD side, I would imagine Garrett is carrying some number of direct hits, and perhaps we'll see some of the other cards that he might have.
Yeah, we'll see them very, very shortly as well, because Garrett is all ready and set in for game number 2. I think I spy a Rancor Keeper in the front of the hand for Garrett. Maybe it's Aichi 2000 of his own as well that has been kept a hold of here for Garrett. As for George, he's going to shuffle up, draw a fresh new set of 6 cards, and those will be the 6 cards that he's going to have to keep to start with in this game 2. So we'll be hoping for some good early starts, some good early pressures, things like the BT1, the HK47, even Onyx Squadron Brute as well. As we draw into this opening hand, there's a Rancor Keeper, so we'll at least have a first action phase player. Sinterkaz will be easily choiced to be put into the resource row. We are underway, and a wry smile from George, because it's going to be matching Rancor Keepers for phase 1.
Right, and remember, Garrett did not have a turn 1 play last game, but George also did not have a plot for his Boba deploy turn. So both of those things are not going to be true for this game.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see the trajectory of this game with each of those things now in mind and accounted for. First thing we're doing, however, is just a trading blow of 2 damage to both players' bases with the dueling Rancor Keepers. And now back over with Garrett's action, just having a look into the resources. Think that there is the denial, that prison card that you've been mentioning here. Be interesting to find out.
And it
what
looks
has
like he
been
made the right
called.
guess. He named 000, and that was right in the hand of George. It was a very, very, very prescient pick.
Absolutely. Ryder Azadi making sure that 000 does not come down, forcing George to skip his 3 resource action phase. And the next order of business is again just going to be the 2 damage swing coming through here. And now here comes the Ryder Azadi, making that only a 1 thanks to the restore. Fett's Fire Spray will force 3 indirect damage to be assigned. It's going to be 2 assigned to base. All 3, in fact, is actually going to be assigned to the base. And Cad Bane now is going to ping the Rancor Keeper. And George says, yeah, okay, we'll take the extra damage here while we can. IG-2000 now coming down, spreading 1 damage across. And the other Rancor Keeper from Garrett's side will now swing in, get its extra damage effect going on. Nice turn there from Garrett.
Yes, very nice. And he played with a mind to the future, where now the IG can trade comfortably into the Fett's Fire Spray in 1 action. So he's really trying to play that control role, trying to keep George's options low and his units dead.
Yeah, absolutely. George is going to have the first action of this new phase, though, and potentially knowing that there is the possibility that Fett's Fire Spray isn't super longed for this world. We are going to take the opportunity to swing into base with it. 3 indirect damage all will be assigned to the IG-2000, and then there is just the trade to make sure that Fett's Fire Spray is gone in this action phase at the very least.
Yep, might as well, since you already know your next move is to trade the IG, then put all the indirect damage on it. And you can see George here is he's hanging on to a single reactor ignition.
Yeah, that single reactor ignition will be able to come down on the 8 resource action phase to try and clean things up if the board state just gets a little bit too out of hand at the moment. Garrett is splitting his aggression with this damaged Rancor Keeper and now the Justicator making its way down here. Or Justifier, I should say, being able to represent just 4 power in the space arena. Here is the deployment on the ground. There is that Sinterkaz. And we lose a Chimera to replace the resource.
Yes, and I think George would have loved to have used that No Glory on the Justifier as opposed to just the Rider. But he found himself in a situation where he's basically spending his next turn to answer the previous turn of Garrett. So, and that's not where you want to be, because that's not the driver's seat. You're no longer kind of the aggressor here. So the Cad Bang here has a Oh, it looks like he was able to trade Rancor Keeper into the Sintercast, so even better.
Yeah, so Rancor Keeper going into the Sintercast, getting the last bit of damage on board, enough for the Justifier to be able to take care of it. We do, I believe, need to give an advantage token to a unit as well from the on-attack ability of Justifier. In the meantime, though, we are going to go ahead and see the pilot Boba getting dealt with here, a Governor's Shuttle.
Yep. A throwback to, what is it, Power of the Dark Shuttle? That kind of edict effect where you can very efficiently take out a leader, as Garrett just showed.
Yeah, and I think we're just clearing up here the Justifier, if that was a 1 damage ping about whether the advantage token is being generated or not. But players
now, normally this situation would
outcome.
be normally this would be a untenable situation for Boba Lake, but again, because we have single reactor ignition, you know, George just kind of has to navigate and weather this turn. If he can kind of survive, then he can just reset the board state, and kind of then you're at a kind of a staring match against Boba once again. Or against Cat, sorry.
Well, they're all the same aspect identity, just a few different cards here and there being used in a different fashion. Here comes George's Justifier now to deal 1 damage on as well. Now Cad Bane swinging in. HK-47 for George, just trying to refill this board a little bit, but maybe not overextend too heavily if it is just going to be the plan for the single reactor ignition to be played from George's side. And now it looks like the
looks like a swing on base, right?
Attacking from Justifier, yeah. Dealing 1 damage onto HK-47. And now payment of 5 resources provisionally here at the moment from Cad Bane. So not going to be any of the biggest scary threats like Chimera, Night Sister, or obviously Prey Vizsla we're out of range of at the moment. Another quick conversation looks like on the table at the moment. Maybe just making sure that all of the damage is correct on board. It's going to be no glory-only results that's going to have it for Garrett to get rid of their Justifier.
Would trigger the HK, yep.
Yeah. And over into the next action phase we go. Yeah, second copy of single reactor ignition, I think, is what you saw there, Ray. I saw it as well. So we're able to press the panic button twice if we need it. Here's the first time. And we're
so
going
that's
to get
5 damage to
HK
base.
triggers. Yeah.
Right.
But that leaves an empty board state now. And again, just a confirmation of the damage. Here comes Prey Vizsla.
Yep.
But this is just going to be a vanilla 6/6 Prey Vizsla. There's no units to defeat.
It does put George in check, but George's version also has his own Pre-Vizsla, and in the Pre-Vizsla wars, you want to be the second person to play Pre-Vizsla, not the first. But I don't. This is a perfect clip by Garrett. I mean, just make him have it, right? Put the body out. The single body is 1 attack checkmate, or one attack check. So let's see how George wants to deal with that unit. I have to imagine it's the Pre-Vizsla.
He's got his own Prey Vizsla. Yeah. He's got his own Prey Vizsla. He's got the single reactor ignition again as well, but the Prey Vizsla is certainly a little bit more economical at this point in the game. George is just mulling over that decision. It is going to be the contribution of Prey Vizsla. So there goes Garrett's one. He will also create George a Mandalorian token as well. So that's 8 power represented. Not quite game. We're 1 damage short at the moment, but obviously with the Pilot Boba leader action, if there's no units on the board for Garrett to assign that indirect damage into, there's only one place that it can physically go. Yeah, that's unfortunate there.
Nice play
No
by
glory
Garrett.
to
Yes,
steal
pinging
away.
the Ranker Keeper.
Yep, and getting the extra damage burned onto George's base. So now only 4 damage away from Garrett to be able to tie this thing up. This is all of a sudden starting to get very, very close. Is
Yes,
there a
but I
copy
think
of
George
aggressive
top decked a Devastator.
negotiations? Ooh.
Yes, I see a Devastator in there.
Yeah, Devastator would be perfect here. We'll be able to mop up that Rancor Keeper, get the extra damage as well. Going forwards, the big 9/6 space unit will trigger the Boba effect as well. So 2 damage has to go into the base here with the assignable indirect from the Devastator. And now Garrett very much is in check. Does he have a way to answer this Devastator in space? Do you see it looks like his own single reactor ignition maybe? And it's a payment of 8. It's just going to be another Prey Vizsla.
I like the play. The pre-Vizsla is still check, so it forces a claim out of George.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happens.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Ping,
A second
another
Devastator.
Yep. Another Devastator.
So this allows George to play single reactor ignition to deal 3 to base, and then the CAD is, unless the CAD can find a writer to name Devastator, this is just textbook at this point.
It is. Yeah, it is indeed. Here is the single reactor ignition flying in, getting rid of the Prey Vizsla and the Mandalorian. There's extra damage that's being dealt into the base by effects as well with the Boba. Here now is the Onyx Squadron Brute, just to try and give Garrett something. A claim from George, another Prey Vizsla.
Very
which will
cool
defeat
play.
his
Very
own
cool play.
Onyx Squadron Brute to heal 2 damage from a base and get another Mandalorian. Really, really nice. And George...
Very heads-up play by Garrett, yes.
Yeah, George is fuming because there is the Devastator. And it's not going to do it enough there. George and Garrett somehow just being able to hold on. He who plays Prey Vizsla last is the one that often wins. And Garrett does so to take this to game 3. Wow, what a game that is, and what a game that this has been.
Yeah, a terrific heads-up play by Garrett. Just found the line he needed to stay alive. Every single one of those pre-Vizslas was essentially a lethal threat, and he just needed to sneak one through. And so that's credit to him for dealing enough damage, too, to putting himself in the position to where he was close enough to pressure the Boba.
Yeah, absolutely. It is where you saw some of those pings onto their own Rancor Keeper paying off as well, just getting that extra little bit of chip damage into the base when and where we could, and saying to the Pilot Boba player, look, you can generate all this cool effect damage and stuff like that, but so could I.
Right. Both of these leaders have good abilities. With the Boba, you just, if you have a Rancor Keeper, you just tap your Boba and send the indirect at yourself and put it on the Rancor Keeper or someone to be able to trigger your own very efficiently. But I think we also saw from the Boba Blue side, this is the power single reactor ignition has, right? You just continuously hit the reset, push damage. When you have an HK-47 out, you basically deal double the ping damage. And the game doesn't have to end when you see a Chimera or a Pre-Vizsla on your opponent's side of the field, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't anymore. But now it's going to go to game 3 to see which one of these players will get themselves that step closer into day 2, which one of these players will set themselves up well as well for day 2, because a reminder, they've got to play 4 more rounds of Swiss tomorrow before we break into that top 8 cut and go ahead and start crowning our first sector qualifier champion of Star Wars Unlimited Season 2. Will it continue to be the story of Cad Bane Vigilance, as me and Ray both predicted at the start of this weekend, or will Boba Blue have an opportunity to just sneak its way through? The players are getting themselves set up, ready for game 3, and both are taking mulligans. So it's going to be one big 6-card decider to see which one of these two is going to secure their spot already into day 2.
Yes, we already saw in game 1 that Garrett missed his turn 1 play, but in game 2, Garrett was able to use Ryder to essentially blank George's turn 2 play. So hopefully both players get to play their units this every turn, and we'll see how this race goes.
It will be.
I think George is going to really remember now that he should play his 000 first, play his 3 costs first instead of getting stuck by a rider.
Yes.
It may be a guess,
yeah,
but if they guess correctly, it's game losing.
Yeah, absolutely. Very often it's the other way around, isn't it? Try and get as much value from the units that you have on board. Also, if you're playing this reactive style deck like Vigilance Villainy can be with its aspect combinations, make your opponent be the one to blink first so that you can get the upper hand and react. But in this case, with Ryder Azadi being such a game warping card potentially, if it hits the right things, you have to rewire your brain a little bit from what you've picked up in your time playing Star Wars Unlimited in the competitive circuit. Garrett has his 2 resources set. George is just deciding what his second one's going to be. Chimera will be the choice. We are underway. HK47 to start things off. Initiative, ping, Rancor Keeper, and then pass. And now, will George have learned? Will he play his 3-drop first to make sure that he's not being
He has
gate
2
kept?
options to play, the Marok and the 000. So in this case, I don't think he's as pressured to do so.
Yeah, because if Garrett calls one, then you've got the opportunity to play the other. But instead, George is just going to play his 3-drop first. It will be Marok, so the 2/6 Sentinel. And where will Garrett go from here? It is 3 resources.
Hey,
it's going to be a Marok of his own. So we had Rancor Keeper against Rancor Keeper in game 2. Now we've got dueling Maroks in game 3. HK47 is going to have to go into Marok. It's got no choice with the Sentinel keyword. And of course, that will trigger Garrett's Rancor Keeper to deal the first damage into base of this 3rd final game. Cad Bane will
Marok is
point a damage into
very,
Marok.
very pushed unit. I mean, you look at what he can do. He has Sentinel. He's a 2/6 for 3. Those are like Gunji level stats. And he even has this cute little interaction with Saboteur where if your Justifier puts an advantage token on it, all of a sudden you have a 3/6 Saboteur and you can kill an Imperial Armored Commando. So the flexibility of this card is incredible. And I think it's a little better in the CAD deck in this situation because George would rather be pushing damage on base right now. And the ground is going to be gummed up for a little bit at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely is. Now, into the 4 resource action phase here with George with the initiative. Do we see something like IG-2000 to make some of these trades a little bit more favorable? Not to start off with. It's just going to be HK47 into the Marok. Cad Bane will ping George's Marok. Now here is that 000 that we saw earlier on as the possibility of the 3-drop of choice. And Garrett just says, yeah, enough with these dueling Sentinels. We're just going to see both of them go in and take care of each other. Initiative claimed from George. Koska Reeves and the grimace from George there saying, that doesn't feel good to now have to deal with 3 units on Garrett's side of the board.
Yep, just non-stop sentinels on the ground. And it looks like Garrett has a no glory in his hand, which means that if George chooses to go into space with a single unit, that unit, Garrett's going to be right there waiting for him. This is one situation where the Hallcraft is pretty cool, because on 5 resources, you can go 2+3. You can play a 2-cost ship and a 3-cost ship, which ensures that you have a ship to hop onto for Boba. But it doesn't look like George has that. He pretty much has the option to play a 4-cost ship, a 5-cost ship, or his own no glory, which doesn't really help when he has a Cinta, he has a Boba that might have to deploy on the ground, and there's a Koska Reeves already making herself at home in the ground arena.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be the attack to start off with, though, of the 000. Going to put Marok to the bottom of the deck. That will fire 1 damage into the base. And now Boba leader action being utilized here as well. Or not necessarily, actually. It's going to go into... It has to go into the Koska Reeves with the attack.
Right. He doesn't want to waste the Boba leader ability, because if you use it now, then he just puts the 1 indirect on the Koska that was going to die. And so it looks like he's electing to just continue fighting for the ground.
Yeah, George gets his own Koska Reeves now with the Mandalorian token. Garrett's Mandalorian will go into the Koska, and now there is the Justifier to deal that final point of damage, and we will get ourselves the advantage token with that as well, which will go underneath the Justifier itself. So claim and pass.
So there's a copy of
between the 2 players.
Planetary Bombardment from George. It's a very nice card for when the board is empty. Not quite as good right now.
Yeah, too many units to be able to soak up a bunch of that indirect damage into to really get the maximum value of that planetary bombardment. And of course, the combination that you dream of as a Pilot Boba player is planetary bombardment with a Devastator already out on board. So that 12 indirect damage just ends up being 12 damage wherever I choose. And now we see Pilot Boba just deploying onto the ground the work that Garrett has done to help control and deny that space arena from looking at all possible or likely for George to go up into and challenge. He's going to attack with Sinterkaz as well. And there is no glory only results now fired off to deal with Sinterkaz.
Yes, and it looks like the Cad Bane will be able to finish off the Boba leader. Oh no, it looks like he's keeping the Mando alive just to go to base. So Garrett wants to leave, put George in that same situation again as in Game 2, where George has so much damage on base, it restricts his possible actions he can take.
Mm-hmm. And then you see that the Justifier attacking in with that advantage token, dealing the 1 point of damage as well into the Mandalorian token. So George is just going to be left with this Pilot Boba leader on the ground arena right now. And still 2 action phases away from the single reactor ignitions, 2 copies of the single reactor ignitions that George is holding on to now with that draw for the resource phase. The only unit in that hand is a punishing one.
Yes, and knowing that he's going to be playing single reactor ignition the following turn, I don't even know if George wants to play the punishing one. That's a very good choice. It saves a lot of damage, and still lets you attack the base with Boba this turn, and might even bait out another unit from Garrett. Although Garrett is probably wise to the single reactor ignition now. He doesn't want to overcommit this turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. We'll see Garrett first attacking with the Cad Bane, just putting more damage onto the base, putting the 1 ping onto the Boba leader unit as well. George is just going to claim the initiative with nothing else to do, and now the decision comes from Garrett. is how much do you want to play into the possibility and probability that that single reactor ignition is there? Not at all. We're just going to pass with all 7 resources still open. Smelling the single reactor ignition is going to make its way through on the first action of this new phase.
Right, very heads up from Garrett here. Now, George did draw a Marok, so he actually could just play a Marok this turn. It is a risk because if you get the Marok removed, so he's taking the safe line. He's just saying, I've taken enough damage. I'm going to get these 2 units, mostly the cat, off the board and see what Garrett wants to play.
Oh, it's going to go up into the skies now with a copy of Lawbringer. With the big 7/7, that does represent game in 1 action. But of course, George does have a hold of another copy of the single reactor ignition to be able to immediately deal with it, which he has to do. Gets the extra damage as well from the pilot Boba effect. And now
yeah, but Garrett's pretty happy now. Garrett has seen 2 copies of single reactor ignition. There's at most 1 more, unlikely, and now he can confidently and safely go wide and just put all these units up. George doesn't have healing. He might be able to stall the game out and grind. He doesn't have any healing, though. Those Onyx Squadron brutes won't do much against these this IG-2000 and whatever follow-up Garrett has.
Yeah, it certainly won't. So George is just going to go with his Onyx Squadron brute. There's aggressive negotiations, which will be enough to take the game. Garrett on Cad Bane Vigilance takes it by 2 games to 1, coming from behind as well after losing game 1 to go 2-1. And most importantly, with that win, book his place into day 2 tomorrow.
Yes, congratulations to Garrett. Well played. Terrific comeback in that game to finding the golden line to stay alive and take that game. George might think back on this game 3 and wonder if trying to fight on the ground ended up being the right decision, because he ended up sending his turn 1 unit and even the Marok died, and then there was still a Costco Reefs follow-up. So the ground, Garrett was very well prepared for gumming the ground up in game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it does mean as well that the run is not completely over for George on Pilot Boba Vigilance. Yes. He'll still have 1 more round to be able to get that 6th and most important win. It does mean, though, that his day 2 tomorrow is going to be a real uphill climb from 6-2 to try and make it into top 8.
For sure, for sure. But he's definitely still alive. He's got a big win in coming up, and best of luck to him.
Absolutely. So I think we're going to have an opportunity to go over to feature match 2, which is a really, really intriguing one. If my advertisement has been correct, my indication has been correct from the wonderful production team, I believe we're about to get a look at the Mandalorian.
Yes, Mando Colossus versus, I believe, Krennic Blue. Yes, Krennic Blue. So this is this Mandalorian Colossus deck is very fascinating because it plays unlike most other decks in the format, and you get to draw so many of your own cards. Sometimes the Mando Colossus players actually run more than 60 cards, more than 50 cards, more than 60 sometimes, because decks, long drawn-out games can come to a deck-out situation. So it's a deck that doesn't really play things turn 1. It likes to just draw that card, gain the initiative, and kind of draw its way back to parity, right? It does start with only 5 cards in hand. And it's also a deck that is always mindful of playing beneath curve, because on 5, they may want to play a 4, on 4, they may want to play a 3, just to have that 1 resource available to draw a card. And very interestingly enough, on the turn that Mandalorian, the unit leader, is killed, the leader unit, you can still actually use its ability, because he can be exhausted and you can still just pay the 1 as you take initiative and draw a card. So, many decks that play Ninth Sister are looking to kind of control his hand, or at least minimize the impact of the hand size. But I don't think Krennic really has a way to do that. So this will be a very interesting match. And it looks like Mandalorian already has won game 1 in this.
Yeah, they absolutely have. And it looks like it's taken quite a lot of time off the clock as well, with that in mind, and that potential sort of deck out situation that you were mentioning. We are underway though now here in game 2. Here is the Krennic being played down. Mandalorian is just going to claim the initiative, pay the 1, draw the extra card, and we go straight into the next phase just like that.
Yes, and this is a tough situation for Vaclav to be in. He is playing a deck that isn't the best at killing quickly, as one would expect from these colors. And he has 16 minutes, it appears, if this information is correct, to play 2 games. And remember, a draw on day one is tantamount to a loss. And so at 5-1, he has basically 16 minutes and counting to win 2 games or end up 5-1-1 and still find himself in a win-and-in situation next round. So you're going to see Vaclav playing pretty briskly, I would expect.
Yeah, certainly, as we see just another relatively empty action phase there. The Onyx Squadron Brute, and then just the claim of the initiative from Christian, drawing the extra card, of course, with its ability. And we are very close as well, just a couple of action phases away from the Mandalorian from being able to deploy as a 4/6 on the ground arena. And when it is deployed as well, if you have the initiative on attack, you get to draw a card, plus it also has support.
Yes, and you can see here on the 5 resource turn, the Mandalorian loves to play a unit because they want to have a unit going into 6 resources. They want to have initiative. And right here, he gets to even draw a card as he claims initiative. So I hope the Krennic deck here really needs to make this 5 resource turn count and take as many actions as he can, because the Mandalorian deck has already gotten max value out of this turn.
Yeah, absolutely. The beauty, of course, of having the extra unit means that you do have a target for that support keyword when the Mandalorian leader unit does go and get deployed. This Cosca Reeves will make it a little bit more awkward because there's no Saboteur keyword running around at the moment to get around the Sentinel of Cosca Reeves. At least we do have the Honor, that raid and restore unit on board.
But you can see
right
the
now.
Mandalorian has now deployed with support. The Hana basically draws a card, and he's going to be able to draw another card with the Mandalorian leader itself if Vaclav doesn't have an answer.
Yeah, I remember when this lead was first revealed for Ashes, and I had a funny feeling that it would be pretty decent at the very least, being able to on-demand draw cards while also taking the initiative. But it's really interesting to see that this is kind of funnily enough, this is the way, pun intended, that this deck has been built.
Yes, and I think one of the pillars that ties this deck together is that hammerhead that you see on the screen right now, because it is the ultimate payoff in red and heroic to drawing cards. It can hit leaders, and if you, as the Mandalorian player, manage your hand size and your card advantage well enough, you can have a hammerhead that just even kills leaders. Doesn't matter how big the unit. Chimeras, Boba on something, whatever it is, if you've got 7 cards in hand, your hammerhead is going to be probably one of the most efficient ways to kill a leader in the game, period.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also be a 5/7 body to boot as well, just to chip extra damage into base action phase after action phase. Obviously, when you're talking 30 HP bases, that is on a completely healthy base, 6 action phases away from winning the game in and of itself. But when we're dealing with Coaxium Mine, which is 27, that number gets reduced quite considerably. So a very, very nice stat line on that unit as well. Not going to last for long, though. No glory, only results, being able to take out that hammerhead.
Yes, but it looks like here Christian has no shortage of answers in hand. And one more thing to mention about the hammerhead, it is a capital ship, which makes planetary bombardment very potent out of the Mando deck, especially in these kinds of controlling mirrors. To have such a cheap, efficient capital ship that you're going to play anyways, and then be able to trigger a potential 12 indirect on base is just such good synergy. And you can see here that Christian has such an embarrassment of riches that he's just playing his Zeb for no value, just to get more bodies on board.
Yeah, Zeborelios here coming down, not necessarily getting and needing its when played. And Vaclav here just having a look and figuring out, okay, there's a card waiting in the wings. Do we want to play this down? We do. It's just going to be the Moff Gideon that's going to come down here into the ground arena. Will just be a Sentinel to help match the Zeborelios Sentinel that Christian has.
Yeah, and you can see just what a pain in the bum this Mandalorian leader unit is. Vaclav, I'm sure, would like to take more actions, maybe play more things, but he also doesn't want to cede initiative to Christian, because then every time the Mandalorian swings, he gets to draw cards.
Mm-hmm. So leader unit does now go ahead and get deployed here for Vaclav. So going to be able to deal with the Zeborelios in the interim. And now a new Zeborelios just comes down to replace, gets rid of the Moff Gideon. And we do have a target with the when defeated ability. It'll just be an Onyx Squadron Brute that will come back. He is craving power to be able to deal with the Mandalorian leader unit. But as you mentioned here, Ray, if Christian does just want to claim the initiative here, we can still use that leader action to be able to draw ourselves a card with one resource open.
Yes, and he even has the Constable to take the craving power off. But at least Vaclav doesn't have to deal with the threat of the Mandalorian unit swinging anymore. Now what he has to deal with is potential aggressive negotiations. Because Christian's hand is getting very large, and it continues to get larger with this claim and card draw.
Yeah, it does, as we saw the attack with the Krennic leader seceding the initiative to Christian and allow him to pick that final extra card up as well with the last resource, even though the Mandalorian leader unit was defeated. And now into the new action phase. It's going to be that Hammerhead again. And this time it will get the value of the leader unit of Director Krennic. Really nice find there for Christian.
Yes, so I'm very curious what Vaclav is playing the splash base for. I have a suspicion it could be the legacy run, because if you can just, use a credit to play a 4-resource legacy run and then immediately cash it in with Krennic, that's probably great. Obviously not for this matchup, but I'm just wondering, are there potential other options that Krennic could have that could help in this situation? And it looks like we have aggressive negotiations, dealing a lot of damage on base.
Yeah, it deals a lot of damage with all of the cards that we've drawn from all of these Mandalorian effects. We'll add up the damage totals in just a moment, because we can't see how many cards are actually in hand here. It's going to put Vaclav all the way up to 19 damage on base.
And here's a very profitable Chimera. He gets some heal, he gets a card draw, and it looks like it's possible that Vaclav could be running single reactor ignition also as a splash option. And that could definitely help get him back in this game against Christian. Just a 2-for-1 there, a 2-for-1 there, here, and he might be catching up on cards. Oh, it looks like another one.
And there's the aggressive negotiations, and that's going to be enough to do it. Once again, second aggressive negotiations with like 10 cards or so in hand means that Christian will take the win on Mandalorian Colossus. So that's qualified as well, now through into day 2.
Yes. Mandalorian Colossus is a deck that a lot of people kind of wrote off, but I think it's still a solid pick. It is a deck that some decks have difficulty interacting with, like we saw with Krennic, right? Krennic can play his own ramp game plan, but the card draw game plan of the Mandalorian and then the subsequent payoffs for drawing card, as we've seen, is very hard to contend with.
Yeah, absolutely. And Director Krennic as well, having a real interesting spot in the format right now. I said at the start of the day that it certainly is a deck that could get quite interesting with Homelands coming out. For those that have been paying attention to the cards that have been revealed on the official Star Wars Unlimited social channels, there is the new Darth Vader legendary that looks really, really cool for that deck potentially. We'll have to see if that pans out, though. Let's have a look and let's talk about some cards that we can highlight, though, and can already make impacts in this current format. We've seen one of them already plenty of times so far today. Ray, let's talk about one of your favorite cards from this set, the Ninth Sister.
Sure. So the Ninth Sister, I think, is it is truly a worthy successor to the tentpole 7-cost units legendary bombs that we used to have. It really rewards you for being in aggression villainy. It kind of does everything you want on a card, where it's above rate on stats, 8/7. It's got overwhelm, so it can punch through Sentinels, and the effect of being able to discard a card from your opponent's hand really warps the game around her, right? Like the first time that you get hit by a Ninth Sister, it's like the rat in Pavlov's cage, right? Getting shocked. Like the first time you get hit by Ninth Sister and you're forced to discard like a 5, 6, 7 resource card and get your board wiped, that kind of gets singed into your memory, and you will never, willingly enter the 7 resource turn against a red-black deck without hanging on to a 2 or 3 cost card. Now, the Ninth Sister is interesting because it is also balanced by the effect allowing the opponent to choose. So if you are behind, you do not have the luxury of playing Ninth Sister, right? If you are being held in check or being held by a very powerful potential attack, and let's say that unit has 3 remaining health, do you Ninth Sister and pray? In a desperate situation, perhaps. But in general, Ninth Sister is a card that you want to play at parity or ahead, or in a racing situation, because with her overwhelm, she can punch through Sentinels. With her ping ability, she can even punch the shields off of Sentinels potentially, and then push overwhelm damage through them. So at parity or ahead, you play Ninth Sister. The first one's great. The second one that follows up is even better. It discards cards from hands. It's a built-in 2-for-1 that could become a 3-for-1 if you catch your opponent with their pants down. But it's also balanced in the sense that you can't just slam this while you're behind and, pray to the high heavens and have it board wipe your opponent. It can happen. If you're truly desperate, it will. But you also don't want to bet the farm on that unless you have to. So I think it's a really cool card. It is balanced, it is pushed, but also balanced in a certain way. So very good card design.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's Ray's favorite and highlight cards of Ashes of the Empire. Let's have a look at what I picked, because we were maybe on some of the similar wavelength in terms of the top cards that we see a lot of in first and foremost, Chimera. I mean, how many times have we seen this today already? Not only potentially bring you back into a really, really strong situation, but bring parity into a board state. That 6/6 body, being able to sacrifice one of your own units to take out one of your opponents, and also get that damage base heal going on as well. And then a couple of cards that we haven't seen so far today. First off, Luke Skywalker answering the call, the 5/5 for 6 with Restore 1, that when played, if you control at least 4 units, you can burn each enemy unit for 3. Got a little bit of an opportunity to shine during the Galactic Championships, but haven't seen it so far today. If you can pull it off, though, it's a really, really impactful card. And then another one here as well that got a little bit of shining light in some of the Pilot Vader decks during the Galactic Championships, Jod Na Nawood. Now, historically in the pre-rotation format, I was always a very, very big fan of the card Outmaneuver, to be able to exhaust down every unit in a chosen arena. What now if we gave Outmaneuver to a 4/3 Sentinel as well? Really, really nice card, and a really, really great way, as I was saying, for the opportunity of Pilot Vader to stop yourself from just outright losing in the ground at all.
Yeah, these are great picks. It's funny you mentioned Pilot Vader, because the Luke unit is probably the last card that Pilot Vader wants to see, because Pilot Vader can exhaust your units. He can't stop you from playing them. And by the time you play Luke, you are going to have the Luke player will have 3 other units. And when that loot comes down, you know, every TIE fighter you invested in is going to die.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to take an opportunity to just go away for a couple of seconds while we look for some great matchups and a good winning in to close out our day one action. So don't go too far, because when we come back, we will have the 8th and final round on day one live from Berlin. We started this morning, on Saturday morning in Bilbao, with the Premier Regional Championships with 664 players.
Looks like he's picking up his cards, and there's the fist bump, and Jonas is going to 10-0 at the Regional Championships here in Bilbao. And there is the handshake. Daryl is going to take this 2-0 because Win just got a look at Daryl's hand and went, nah mate, I am not dealing with that.
Of round 7.
Yeah. The thing is as well for Eric, why would he risk it?
And there it is.
The
classic. The classic awkward handshake.
Out of all of those daring Jedi, brave, hungry power Sith Lords, as well as dastardly bounty hunters, we have got down to these final 2 players and one last Sabres duel to be able to see who is going to be crowned as the first Premier Regional Champion of Season 1. Oh, Anakin!
Anakin coming down here, really clutch, and he's going just to clear the board.
Oh, disabling Fang Fighter to remove the Bounty Hunter's quarry away from Mikolaj there. And Karis that's coming in cheaper because of the wind.
And this handshake!
Sasana Bassi is your regional champion in Bilbao!
To be honest, I still feel a bit in shambles. It's amazing to win such an event. We had 560 players and played 17 rounds. I have no words right now.
We are going to see it was a pivotal card back in our first rounds, and we are going to see...
It's not the Frontier Trader.
Not the Frontier Trader.
It's the Rebel Blockade Runner.
The Blockade Runner is going to come through and potentially Yep. Okay, we're just seeing a little bit of everything here.
And there's that Circuit Challenger coming into ambush, defeat the Inspired Recruit. No damage dealt to Michael's base, so Sobek is forced to have to play the defensive role here. And again, playing defensive against Vel is really not where you want to be.
Are you confident for the next rounds?
No.
Do you think you're...
Oliver is so close, and that might well lock it down, because that's going to clear the board entirely.
And now Alfie's taking off the headset, he's extending the hand, and Oliver Simons is going to be your Star Wars Unlimited Prague Regional Champion with Admiral Akbar.
And we have one more round and one more set of games to be able to show you and bring you from day one of the Star Wars Unlimited Berlin Sector Qualifier. In fact, we're already underway. We're going to waste no time. Dennis Luft on Director Krennic, Tina on the Ahsoka Tano with Vigilance bases, and we are already underway. Imperial Door Technician and Yaddle facing each other off on the ground arena. Welcome back, Mattia, by the way.
Yes, thank you very much. What a fight right in the middle of it. So it looks like an ant died on the side of Krennic, is that correct? And transformed into a credit. Very interesting biological process. And Ahsoka is now looking to follow up that Yaddle with a Lepi Lookout. Interesting. So, yeah, I think this is a very open matchup. Depending on how the players have built their deck, it could go either way. Like that one is something that you're not super excited to see if you're Ahsoka. But
yeah, absolutely. If
you're
the aggro player here, Ahsoka very much the aggro player here, and this Moff Gideon's just going to be able to try and sit down and stem the bleeding a little bit and give Dennis and Krennic a chance to get into that ramping with those credit tokens that it can generate by defeating its own friendly units.
Right. So in a way, this is a very respectful approach from Krennic. Instead of going explosive and trying to, cheat out something insane very early, he's trying to micromanage the board from Ahsoka and saying, like, I don't want to take too much damage because the game might be out of control very soon if I do. But one thing that has to be said for this Ahsoka Tano with his Force friends is that it's a decent deck to go through Sentinels. I mean, otherwise they wouldn't be here. But it's not a deck that is gonna completely be shut down by Sentinels. But it's still an aggro deck, so it might not be the happiest in the universe to see Sentinels.
Yeah. Absolutely. We are going to see the Yaddle here go into Moff Gideon, just put 4 damage in, which can certainly set up that Lepi Lookout for some really nice advantage here. Not only does it come in shielded, but it also has Overwhelm, so we will be able to currently Overwhelm for 2 before any other damage modifications.
Yeah, we can see if Dennis is gonna go for value or for healing, because technically he could kill the Imperial Technician first so that he can get it back with Moff Gideon when eventually it will very likely die, and that's probably what he's gonna do. Or otherwise, he could have used it to heal damage to the base.
So it is just going to be the Imperial Door Technician that will crash into Yaddle. Will Tina just take the opportunity here to swing this Lepi Lookout into Moff Gideon and get that to Overwhelm? Or does she have something else planned? I spy the Obi-Wan Kenobi Sentinel. I also think I spy Ezra Bridger in hand available for Tina that she could play down on this turn.
That was probably the plan, to heal the Yaddle with Ezra Bridger, but the Yaddle didn't have the time. I think she doesn't want to see a Craving Power or something. I mean, Craving Power here wouldn't even be that devastating, but I think she's gonna do it first, and it makes sense. Push some damage.
Yep, gets the chip damage going in. The Imperial Door Technician is going to just be returned back into hand, just making sure that it's nice and obvious and nice and clean, and that's probably why, because there's a Director Krennic that's going to come down first.
I see. So it's going to make it free. So technically, the healing can happen and alongside the 4-cost play, or who knows. The Krennic deck, when it functions like this, has a lot of functions. So on the other hand, it's gonna go with some proper ramp. So yeah, this is probably the best mix of defense and gluttonous ramp that the Krennic deck can hope for. Like, they took 2 damage on their base, so not very remarkable in 4 rounds, and now they are looking to ramp, but they are not even gonna do that, which is interesting. Like, the risk here is a Galen Urso completely shutting that down, the mercenary down, but there might also be a Koska in the hand of Krennic. Like, who knows? I think Dennis knows better than me for sure what his plan is for this turn.
Well, we'll see what Tina's first action is, because she has the initiative still. It's going to be just a 5 damage swing in with Ezra, obviously getting that raid 1 into base.
Yeah, you can't get much wrong with that, I don't think. I mean, and now we see, like, are these units going to trade into the Leopard Lookout? So it looks like the Expendable Mercenary is still there. Maybe it could be setting up a Craving Power onto the Ezra. That would be an option. But let's see. Like, yeah, this is probably the card you want to see the least from the side of Krennic.
Yeah.
So Queen Amidala with his friends.
Amidala.
Very, very great card. Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome body.
Very powerful card through the Secrets of Power format in particular, but now also seeing an opportunity to be played in this deck as well, particularly in Ahsoka, because those spy tokens that get generated and get created are prime targets for the Ahsoka Tano leader action to make them 4 damage attackers.
Yeah, it's a very unique alliance between Ahsoka and Padme Amidala. And the fact that the plots that Ahsoka usually uses in the form of Jar Jar Binks, Misa Propose, and the Naboo ship, they're both Naboo. So if you're trying to kill that Queen Amidala through damage, there are a lot of bodies you need to walk through before she's going to die on her own, which is very interesting. And now we see the kill on the Expendable Mercenary. So credit being generated, a resource being made. And now see, that was like, so this was all a cunning ploy to trigger the Koska Reefs, which might be, oh, look, and somehow the Dennis can squeeze in even a Night Sister. So it's a big party over there, and it Rick's Road. But yes, this is probably the board we want versus Ahsoka. Exactly this.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially when we're really close to being able to deploy our Directed Krennic leader unit. In fact, we might be there now, thanks to the ramp that was done by the Expendable Mercenary. So Krennic very well could be able to deploy on this action phase. And if we do, it means that Padme Amidala could be in some real trouble here. Trade one of the units into the spy token, get rid of that remaining last trait that's shared, and then Krennic deployment to get rid of Queen Amidala.
I mean, there is that credit too as well. So we might be looking at the Previsla in the best case scenario for the Krennic player, which has 6 attack. So the deployment could kill Ahsoka. Like, there's a lot going on here, which Ahsoka has some nasty cards in the form of Rider Azadi, Galen Urso. So, there is nothing this Ahsoka can't walk through with her crossed arms. But it looks like there is a bit of work to do here.
Well, first things first, we are just going to see the straight deployment of Ahsoka, and it's going to come along with that Naboo Royal Starship as well, out from plot. So Ahsoka will now gain Raid 2 and Overwhelm as well here.
And she's going to pass the Raid 2, the Raid 2 and the Overwhelm to the unit she's supporting, which is now attacking for 7 and can buff any other unit, right? So it can buff the Ahsoka.
That's so clever. That's so clever. Yeah. That's such a really strong play. Gets through the Koska Reef Sentinel as well. Will fire a little bit of damage over the top with Overwhelm. That's a really nice play. Luft, however, does have the Chimera available. Yes. So we're going to be able to defeat the Night Sister Warrior, draw ourselves a card. What are we popping with the Chimera, though? We're going to pop the Queen Amidala.
Yeah, like the Queen Amidala is protected by 2 other bodies, so like the best way to take it her out is ignore damage and just like play a card that says defeat a unit.
Card removal.
I think.
Yeah.
And but the thing is that Chimera has got 6 attack, so now like even if the Azoka navigated the situation very well, now this Chimera is very hard to answer for the Azoka deck, and is probably gonna defeat Azoka immediately right now with the Director Krennic simply flipping on the ground. And with probably 6 more healing coming down this turn, unless something crazy happens. So I think Azoka can push a lot of damage, but that damage can be cleaned very, very effectively by Chimera and Krennic's cleaning squad.
Yeah, with the effective 6 health that you were mentioning, being able to mop up there, this Ahsoka Tano, even with the advantage tokens, is essentially only hitting for, 3, if you're including the Raid 2 in that as well, in the calculations with the Naboo Royal Starship and the 2 advantage tokens that it's got right now. So a real awkward spot that Tina looks like she might have been pushed into here. But still a lot of time to go and a lot of game to play.
Yeah, it does depend. Like, Ahsoka can always come back from the ashes, like many other decks we saw from today. I guess this is a feature of Ashes of the Empire. But like, she's going to pull this 9 damage, and with Overwhelm, I guess, like, there is an argument for trying to use the Overwhelm and maybe clear the bodies. But I don't know. Like, you probably also want to push as much damage as you want, because the longer the game goes, obviously, the better it is for Krennic. So that way, at least Krennic can't deal like, So now, all of a sudden, if the Krennic player wants to kill Ezra Bridger, he's going to either have to swing it with the Krennic leader or with the Krennic unit, but the Krennic unit will die. So not a massive victory, but, at least it's something from this situation.
Yeah, it is something from this position, as here is that cleanup crew that you were mentioning here coming through. The Krennic leader unit deploying, burning away the Ahsoka Tano. Now the 2-cost Krennic just dealing the remaining residual damage onto the Ezra. It still leaves us the opportunity as well to attack with the Director Krennic leader unit to get an extra 4 damage into the base. And now it's 6 plays 11 at the moment in terms of the damage on both players' bases. Tina still having the advantage at the moment with damage on base, but the numbers game starting to swarm for Dennis.
So I've seen a card in Tina's hand which might be like, very, very good to run in the main board for Ahsoka, which is Direct Hit, which is probably the best answer Tina could wish for in this moment to answer that Chimera. The question is it going to be enough when you use 4 of your 7 resources to deal with like a big ship, and the control deck is kind of ahead on board and not that behind in terms of damage. So yeah, that's what happens. Direct Hit is a direct answer to the Chimera, but still nine resources available for Krennic. So maybe Avenger. No, anything can happen.
Yeah, and the
There's
possibility
the
as well for the credit's still around as well. So 2 damage here just going into base to start off with this Mandalorian token. So that still leaves a hefty number of resources for Tina to be able to use, and it's just going to be the Obi-Wan Sentinel here. So 4 damage will be avoided from the base, at least for now, and 3 damage taken back from the Director Krennic. Here comes Ahsoka, and it's just going to immediately get Prey Vizsla to stop the advantage tokens from being the big threat. Being able to get rid of it will also generate 2 Mandalorian tokens in this exchange as well. And what were we saying about Director Krennic looking like that it's going to get the cleanup squad involved?
Yeah, I mean, wow, like Prey Vizsla acting as proper fan police here, and I see like a storming army of Mandalorians. Like, I don't know what would answer this board for Ahsoka. I guess like maybe Lawbringer for 10 resources. I mean, if she plays that, she probably deserves the whole title. But even in that case, I don't see that coming for another couple of rounds. So it's going to be a lot of damage coming onto Ahsoka's base.
Yeah, just getting a little peek into the hand there. I see Yaddle, Sabine's Masterpiece, Koska Reeves. That won't necessarily help because we won't be able to create the token to give Koska Reeves Sentinel right now. And there's one other card left in hand. Looks like it's an event of some description, which doesn't seem like it's going to help at the moment. So it's just going to be the Yaddle that we're going to play down here. And Prey Vizsla is going to look at that and go, I can just take it out, but let me just put 6 damage into base instead.
Yeah, turns out Yaddle is the bravest unit in that hand, going to face this squad of Mandalorians surrounding Director Krennic. But yeah, she was maybe hoping to sacrifice herself for the cause to transform into a Koska Reeves, but it looks like, rightfully so, Dennis is very, very much not interested into that kind of trade.
Yeah, absolutely he's not. So Tina, with 6 more resources still left to utilize in this action phase, is going to pay 3 more of them for that Sabine's Masterpiece. So at least trying to present some kind of threat or danger in the space arena. And now in comes Krennic, just to deal 4 more damage into the base. That'll put Tina up to 18 now currently. So more than over halfway there. And with 6 more damage still left to fly in from the 3 Mandalorian tokens.
And Yaddle making a point, going to become a 4/4 for the round, because Tina knows she can afford this kind of action doodling, since the Mandalorians need to attack. And I mean, technically, Tina is not dead on the next action because she has multiple sources of restore, but it's very unlikely that this board will, well, and there's that too. That board will be able to be solved. I mean,
yeah,
like,
that,
you know,
that seems just rude.
Like in this color combination, Tina might surprise us all, and after direct hit, she could show off Bo-Katan and turn the tide. But the likelihood of that happening for an Ahsoka list are not very high. Certainly, it would be a surprise card that would punish Krennic in the spot.
It would indeed, and I don't think that I see it in hand. I see the Padme Amidala, and I think Nell in hand as well. We've also got nothing left to fear. So that's going to be able to activate here, give the Yaddle +2/+2, and be able to defeat something, or maybe not. Instead, it's just going to be the Prey Vizsla that will attack in. There was nothing available there for Tina to be able to do. Yeah. And Dennis on Krennic with his Mandalorian Armada takes game 1.
Very nice to see, you know, Yaddle once again showing some bravery, but it was really hard to recover from that spot with the tools that are generally customarily available to Ahsoka. So, yeah, very well played from both players. I think that early edge compared to the ramp was enough to make sure that Dennis really, really had a good edge. And let's see what kind of tricks is Ahsoka going to bring from the sideboard, and what kind of tricks is Krennic going to bring from the sideboard? Like, my guess would be
to find.
Yes, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's going to be interesting to find out exactly with the sideboards here. I see a couple of cards in that just don't necessarily seem like they're going to be useful in this matchup, like Hyperspace Disaster and some harder sort of space removal. Maybe it's just a case of searching for a little bit more top end, something like some Kelleran Becks, something like some Rays maybe as well, just to make it so that in those late game stages, we're not just immediately losing to a big wide board removal.
I mean, if you got Ray, yeah, you packed it in your bags and you brought it from home, you probably like make the effort of putting it into the sleeves for Krennic. I think it's reasonable. Like it's exactly where she would shine. So if she has that in the sideboard, I think it's a good idea. Alternatively, she could have Termin Barcona. I think it's an annoying card to deal with for Krennic. And then there are some cards that, depending on the list, might be on the board, on the main, or split around, which are Reader Azadi and Galen Erso. And these are particularly nasty because sometimes Krennic is reliant on specific plays to make the turn progress. We saw earlier Reader Azadi like nullifying a Boba turn, and that can happen very often with Krennic too. So this would be decent options. And for Krennic, I guess, the more ground sentinels, the merrier. Like, in a way, Ahsoka is a nasty deck, but it's pretty easy to read. Like, it struggles against ground sentinels. So you have like infinite armies of ground sentinels that you can put in your deck if you want in those colors. So, it's only a matter of how many did you bother to bring.
Yeah, absolutely. Even obviously having access to vigilance and villainy, you've got things like Marok as well that will be able to enter in as the ground sentinel to make sure that we are keeping that early game pressure on. We saw Moff Gideon in game 1. We know Koska Reeves is in this list as well. Imperial Armored Commando we saw as one of the last actions in game 1 for Krennic. So there's plenty of options to give us that time that we need for Krennic to be able to ramp up to that 7 or higher resources, especially with no resupply in the format anymore.
Right, yeah. I mean, you can play Shinati. I think there is a 2-1 droid. I forgot the name, but droid laser turret. Like, this is just to name the best. Like, you could easily play, I think, like 30 sentinels. I'm maybe 32, but 20. I'm pretty sure you could. So I don't think you are meant to, because the meta is not so simple. But yes, it is true that there is no resupply. I wonder in Eternal, where you have even resupply, how many shenanigans you can do. But the good thing about Krennic is that, as you can see, is one of the decks that can utilize the expendable mercenary at its best, because it can just kill it itself and gain value.
Yeah, and already through the first action phase there with Krennic and Yaddle facing off against each other, also is able to squeak out an Ant Droid and defeat it for a credit token and the extra card draw as well. So Dennis already off to the races with this card draw and Krennic generation engine. And now Tina, with the initiative, does have a Lats Razi in hand, which will be able to pop the shield token from Krennic with its effect. Where do we go? Do we go with a Lats Razi? It is just going to be Lats to pop the shield token and get ourselves the shield instead.
Very interesting. And now there he is against the monster. So in a way, I think this play is kind of like, it makes sense, but in a way it's a bit inefficient, because now the Lats Razi, in order to deal with the Krennic, had to put a shield on. But when you deal with when you put a shield on, you don't have the experience, so you can't trigger the Ahsoka. So maybe the Lats Razi would have been more useful on the Moff Gideon, but at the same time, I can see why you would play it preemptively. Maybe you're hoping there is no Sentinel this round. And again, like, I really like these ants. Like, this is a crazily beautiful and simple design, and very flavorful as well. I mean, it's pity they're droids, they're not beasts, but look at that. 1/2 for free, make a credit and draw a card, basically for free. Awesome.
Yeah, it's unbelievable value that gets generated in this deck, as we see the Yaddle just goes ahead and attacks into the Moff Gideon. And now Dennis with the option to swing into either one of the units or into base, but instead says, no, I favor the initiative, going into 4 resources, effectively 5, thanks to the credit token that we can spend, and maybe thinking about something like an expendable mercenary or another sentinel like Imperial Armored Commando to really slow Tina down.
Yeah, so it clearly values the Krennic, and it doesn't want to just throw him onto the Yaddle. And the fact is that this Moff Gideon, with his huge health, with 2/5, can probably take now trade into the Yaddle and leave the Krennic alive if he so wishes. Or maybe there is even some better plays that we haven't seen yet that can make this Moff Gideon even more sturdy.
We might start to find out now with Dennis with the initiative, and now finally deciding on the resource that he's going to put down. It's going to be Moff Gideon into Yaddle, almost thinking about it, and then just holding off.
Makes sense.
Now we'll confirm Moff Gideon into Yaddle.
Now, like, just as a reminder, this is the Koska Reeves turn for both players, actually. So we see a Koska Reeves on the Ahsoka side. So in a way, the Ahsoka Azoka wasn't too unhappy, which is preventing the Krennic from killing the Latsrats. This is a very intricate, ground war. And so very nice. There might be an Azoka on the other side as well. But now the thing is, on the one hand, Azoka is an amazing unit. Sorry, not Azoka. Koska Reeves is an amazing unit. But the more grindy value trading shenanigans we have here, the better it is for Krennic than it is for Azoka, for sure.
Mm-hmm. And Dennis does not look happy seeing that Koska Reeves coming down here on that action for Tina. So just trying to figure out exactly what this remainder of this action phase looks like here. It's going to be use Krennic to defeat Krennic and get ourselves a credit token. Puts us up to effective 6 resources here. And now Latsrazi is just going to take out the Moff Gideon. I don't think that there's any non-unique Imperials in the discard pile to fetch back with. Does mean, though, that Dennis does have the opportunity to play his own Koska Reeves.
Very interesting. So I think what Dennis did with the killing of Krennic was nearly some sort of soft pass, but it's a soft pass that allows him to be on 7 resources now. And I think on 7 resources, there are many cards. Like there could be a Chimera, but depending on the list, there might be a lot of different things, from Nihilus to First Light to really a lot going on here. And this is a pretty nice spot to be in. I think well played from Dennis, going with a backup plan.
I'll tell you what, if we see a Nihilus get dropped here, I will not believe it. I love Darth Nihilus. I love all of the Old Republic style Sith Lord cards. Nihilus, Scion, I think they're just so much fun. Would love to be able to see it here. Is Dennis going to give us our wish, or is there something that's maybe a little bit scarier in mind?
I think Nihilus is a very good card in Krennic. It works better if you have like Owen Lars, because it's a Force unit. So we haven't seen any of that, so we might not be there. But even like a more normal, so to speak, Cantwell still would be, I mean, not ideal, but it would be a unit you can play for 7 here, and it's certainly annoying to deal with.
Well, Dennis isn't going to contribute any of his resources just yet. He's just happy to trade dueling Koska Reeves. Now 4 damage into the base with the advantage tokened up Mandalorian. Now the swing in there from Dennis's Mandalorian to pop his own shield and get rid of Latsrazi. And now 6 resources, or 5 resources, should say, for Tina, is going to be Queen Amidala coming down now.
There used to be no board, and now there's everything. Are we seeing a Previsla here? That would be kind of devastating. Let me say, but yes, that's what we're seeing.
It is.
It's an humble Previsla, respecting the Queen instead of taking 3 Mandalorians, but it's still a pretty severe Previsla. And the fact that Previsla hits the board before Ahsoka, which I would like to remind our listeners, readers, and friends, deploys on 6. So the fact that you do turn 5 Previsla means that Krennic, I mean, I don't think Krennic could kill Ahsoka on deploy, but Previsla came so early that I think Krennic still needs to wait a turn. Am I right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're on 6 normal resources as we go through the regroup phase, and Krennic is a 7 deployer leader, so the leader won't be able to deploy, but this is the value that this leader can generate with all of these credit tokens, being able to bring out some super impactful units onto the board and make it so even for Tina's leader unit here with the Ahsoka Tano, it's almost kind of gatekeeping it from thinking about deploying. Tina is going to bring it out into play, though, and smiles and laughs at Dennis, saying, please don't just immediately kill it with Previsla.
I mean, we're not seeing any plot yet, which is not good news for Tina's side of the board either. But yeah, when your leader is a 5/6 and there is a 6/6 on the ground with an evil sword staring at your face, this is not exactly the kind of weekend you wish.
No, it's certainly not. And especially when it's a kind of weekend and it's turned into the kind of weekend where you're playing for your tournament life in the last
Right.
round of day one. We are seeing the spy token here. And it's
So the spies, yes, showcasing the power of friendship, buffing one another. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but that's a cool interaction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think just double checking and making sure that they've got all the rulings and everything right here, because obviously Ahsoka does have support when she deploys, so we'll be able to, on attack, give a unit with less power than it the +2 boost once again. So the advantage tokens being spent on the first spy token to grant advantage tokens to the second one.
Right. Yeah, the thing with Ahsoka's ability is that trade kind of goes on before the support from Ahsoka, so any raid transforms into effective attack, making sure that the support, the +2 can go wherever it has more hits, let's say. So some mercy shown from the side of Dennis, not immediately killing Ahsoka and getting
he's gonna get
immediately for
punished.
it.
Huge punish with nothing left to fear coming down, giving the +2/+2 boost and essentially being a single target overwhelming barrage. Gets rid of Prey Vizsla, and now Dennis will just resupply Carrier to resource the top card of his deck. Now with his Prey Vizsla gone, this Krennic deployment looks quite weak.
I mean, I don't know if it's enough, but this was a beautiful mind trick from Ahsoka, like putting all the attention on an expendable spy to bamboozle the Prey Vizsla, and making sure the Mandalorian traded into the spy, letting the Ahsoka survive. So I think there is an argument for what Dennis did. He didn't want the Prey Vizsla to die off a spy, but and Ahsoka in a way is still gonna die. So I don't think it's a final blow, but it was a cool play to see. Very cool.
Yeah, it's still going to go down, you have to imagine, during this phase, because we do still have that shielded Mandalorian on the board. We're going to see Krennic attack into the spy with the advantage tokens, and then there is going to be the Mandalorian token dealing with Ahsoka, making sure that we're taking the least amount of damage in all of that exchange on our units as possible, and then a pass of the phase into the next one, with plenty of units on board for Dennis.
Yeah, and the very good thing is that math is relentless. So if you spend 5 resources to remove a unit, and you have 6 resources, you don't have that many resources to play other units. So in a way, this was like Prey Vizsla was implicit removal, because it demanded an answer, and then it forced Tina to use those resources to answer Prey Vizsla, as opposed to playing another Queen Amidala or do some even more evil shenanigans.
But now comes the question of, like it did in last game, what comes next for Tina? Up to 7 resources here, already behind a resource as well because of the ramp that was done from the resupplier carrier that's now being hit with a direct hit. 4 of them being spent on that event to deal with the unit. Is there enough that Tina's going to be able to do here to rebuild her board? Here's Lats Razi coming down. That will answer the active Mandalorian token, at least.
She's fighting her ground pretty well, given the situation. But the question is, how do you deal this final 17 damage and the control boards, the Krennic's board, at the same time? Not even counting whatever circus might come from Krennic's hand in this stage of the game. And I think a lot is going to come out of that. Like, if Krennic only draws ants for 3 or 4 rounds in a row, and Tina draws the nuts, probably she has a chance. But if this is the start, where Prey Vizsla even decides to update the old Mandalorian with a new shield, it's not looking good.
Yeah, and that's an insane interaction as well, giving the extra shield token for the new Mandalorian. So really, really strong work here from Dennis to continue to manipulate and mitigate any board presence that Tina tries to create. A second copy of Prey Vizsla now indicating, what, 6, 10, 14 damage represented on board to put Tina up to possibly 20 on this turn before any kind of damage modification or anything else comes down from either of these players.
And we do see some nasty cards in Tina's hand in the form of the Dark Saber, which, we saw earlier made Babu Freak a leader. So what's really fascinating seeing these matchups is that, like, these matchups, like, even if the matchup is not that bad, like, seem to go in favor of Krennic. But, like, earlier on, we saw Krennic struggle into the Mandalorian, which in turn really, really struggles into Ahsoka. So this is a prime example in these final matches that we are seeing of the kind of, what's the expression in English? Like scissors, paper, rock, scissors.
Yeah,
kind of
rock, paper, scissors.
Kind of situation. Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah,
thank you.
absolutely. Yeah, it's this cool triangle that it creates of one beats the other beats the third, and then the third can beat the original. As here is that Darksaber that's coming down here onto Ezra Bridger. We do see Moff Gideon in hand. I also see the no glory only results, but of course that's not going to work now because the Darksaber makes Ezra a leader unit.
And potentially, any double blue, double green cards in Tina's hand are playable now with no aspect penalty because, even double heroic, technically speaking. It's a powerful card. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Like, that Ezra needs to swing twice undisturbed before the Krennic army deals 14 damage. So it's not very likely, but it's not something you want to see when you have no board. And then now Moff Gideon. The MVP, I would say, of these matchups, like with his very, very annoying early stat line, which has proved pretty clutch. But
yeah, it has indeed. And the little motion and expression there from Tina saying the top of my deck is not giving me any kind of answers or options to be able to deal with this Sentinel, to deal with this Mandalorian army that Director Krennic has enlisted in for his own support. I see Nell, Leppy Lookout, and I think a Koska Reeves as the 3 cards in hand at the moment for Tina. So none of those are going to be able to help out. Is there anything that Tina can do? There is more than game on board.
It's another case of, like, I think Nebula Ignition would be good here, Bo-Katan, but these are not cards that you're planning to play in Ahsoka to counter an army of Mandalorians. So, yeah, it makes sense. Like, she has to sadly trade into this annoying Moff Gideon, always protecting an ultra buffed army of Mandalorians. But
yeah. There's the first of only 2 attacks needed to go through. Tina looks, nods, and smiles and says, I don't think I've got anything to stop this Director Krennic from being able to defeat me in one action. She says, I've got the Koska Reeves, but I've got no friendly units that are going to go down in this phase. So she scoops up the cards with a laugh and a smile. Her tournament run in Berlin is over. Dennis on Krennic Vigilance will advance to day 2. But look at that smile. Everyone's having fun and enjoying themselves here in Berlin.
She just showed, like, Prey Vizsla a Darksaber in his face, telling him that there is only one true ruler of Mandalore, and that's Ezra Bridger. So I think that might not be, like, what she was planning to do all day long, but it's still a very, very nice consolation prize. And 5-3 is still a very, very good run in an event this big. Like, let's not forget that. Ahsoka is a pretty good deck.
Yeah, absolutely. We started off with over 500 players, and to say that you're going to be in at least the top half of those is definitely a really, really strong place to finish at the end of day 1. Let's jump over to feature match 2 now, because we're hearing that that is ready to go, and we've got a real treat in terms of player caliber. Mikolai Wendowski is in the feature match area after his super strong performance, top 8 at the Galactic Championships just last month. He's getting right back into order in Season 2.
Yes, very, very nice. And like, I mean, I don't know how to pronounce the other player's name without butchering, but I mean, Yohi.
Yeah.
It's looking like this is a matchup we showcased earlier as well, even though the MVP caliber maybe makes it even more enticing. But we are seeing Boba Fett against Cad Bane. And as we've seen, however, in this game, a very unusual start. So Boba Fett is starting on the ground, maybe trying to surprise Cad Bane, which might have been ready with a lot of ships. But still, like so far, the aggression from Boba Fett has been held, even if the star was on the ground. So
yeah, and we're jumping in at game 2 here as well, with Mikolai up by 1 game already. So being able to take game 1 in pretty quick fashion against Boba Lake Country at the moment, and with the Hammerhead, that Hallcraft spaceship up in space at the moment, and a HK-47 on the ground, seeing the 000 attack here, putting a card to the bottom of the deck. There goes the HK-47 now, just putting a bit of damage into 000. And there is that first motion into space. Yeah, Fett's Fire Spray coming down, so this will do the damage.
It's very interesting because ideally, if you're a pilot, you don't really want to lose game 1 and have to find an uphill battle when the opponent gets to play all their sideboard. But on the other hand, like, I mean, clearly Boba was expecting to face some Cad Banes. Maybe he was hoping to dodge Mikolai, but yeah, it didn't happen. But so on the one hand, Boba might have like a strong sideboard against Cad Bane that they fought through to make sure that, you know, okay, these kind of interactions are not as nasty as they look. So 1 card per player in the board at the moment. It's not that bad. 10 damage already on Cad Bane's base. But the thing is, like, this Boba needs to really pull something extraordinary to find the way to deploy in space. So the only ship that was played was answered very, very fast. This is one of the problems when you start with on the ground with a deck like Boba, which can keep up both arenas at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. So into the 5 resource action phase, we are going to go ahead and go. First order of business will just be to swing with the 000, get the 1 damage onto base and the indirect damage as well from the Pilot Boba leader action. And Mikolai just considering about if this is going to go on the IG or just get it tanked on into base.
I mean, 15 damage on turn 5, it's a lot. Like, you know, it's a pretty decent spot. Now, the board is looking very much into Cad Bane's favor. And especially now, like, you know, I think, yeah, like barring this exact ship, anything that Boba has access to could have been defeated. But this ship, I forgot the name. This is insane for drop with
Hunting Aggressor.
It's 6 health. Hunting Aggressor. It's probably the one ship, if not in the game, at least in the Boba deck, that it's not in the game, but like in these colors is one of the very few ships that could have resisted an onslaught from that TG2000. So very nice find. And now that ship is going to go to 1 health, but 1 health is a lot more than 0. So potentially it can swing for free. It can host Boba Fett. It can do a lot of things. It can play atop of the summit plus Boba Fett, which would kill the Justifier. So very interesting.
Yeah, still very much a game on a knife edge at the moment, even with Mikolai having taken almost half the damage of his health already. Hunting Aggressor is just going to go in for 3 to kick things off, so it's not going to get the Boba pilot jumped up into it. Here is Marok now coming down into ground to just dissuade Yoji from putting the Boba Fett straight into the ground arena thanks to that Sentinel.
This is a pretty effective strategy. Like the Sentinels are so efficient that I think it's absolutely reasonable to play them against pilots, because you force them to deploy in the space arena where, you know, very often there's a lot going on, like in this scenario. Yeah, look at that, boom, boom. And now the board is empty for Boba, and what is he gonna do? Deploy a lonely Boba Fett to be killed by the combination of Cad and Marok? That's not bad,
like
but
it
it's
might be.
certainly not good. Yeah.
No, it's not at all. So there comes the Cad Bane ping. There is the attack in with the Boba Fett into Marok. Cad Bane will now have the chance to deploy, claiming the initiative. Cad Bane will take out Boba just as predicted. And all of a sudden, Mikolai looking at a board state that is heavily damaged, but at the very least, as you've just mentioned, Mattia, 1 or 2 health is better than having 0.
Yes, it's a lot better than having 0. Like, I think it took a bit more damage than he would have liked, but like from this position, it's all gonna depend upon what kind of top end the Boba player brought from its sideboard. Like, if we are looking at 3 devastators, like multiple bombardments and sisters and whatnot, this could be very, very nasty. If these cards are not in the Imai's Yohi's hand, of course, this might be a little bit better for Mikolai.
So the first action for Yohi is just going to be this Special Forces TIE Fighter, just a 2/3, which would be able to enter in ready if the opponent controlled more space units than you. But Cad Bane, not a deck that's typically known for trying to have some escapades up into the space arena. Justifier now going to join the TIE Fighter up in the space, is able to deal 1 damage to a unit with the when played if Yohi wants it.
I mean, he might opt not, but I mean, it's free, so I guess like it brings an indirect as well. Any damage matters because the emptier the board, the more any indirect damage it's gonna be likely going onto the base. And now we see a Chimera here saying, nastily, getting rid of that Marok. He did his job, I believe, and now putting a big clock onto Yohi, onto Boba, because the healing could easily, very, very quickly undo all of Yoa's efforts.
Yeah, absolutely can. And of course, the 6 power just on itself as well, either be able to trade really advantageously into that Special Forces TIE Fighter or just chunk a load of damage into the base in and of itself. Mikolai has 8 resources available as well, so we know that's the sort of Prey Vizsla territory available if we have it. We are just going to see Cad Bane attack first, putting the 1 damage ping into the Special Forces TIE Fighter on its attack as well.
Yeah, Mikolai knows it's a long trip to 44. And the thing is here, there you go. If he had traded that Chimera into the 2/3, then it would have been a big gift for Boba, because the Devastator could have killed Chimera, which is currently, on the other hand, a nightmare to deal with. And now this is the possible world, like the best scenario for Boba, because now this Boba can do basically whatever it wants. It has an infinite board, plenty of healing, and I don't think this version is running single reactor ignitions, so very hard to turn the tide here for Boba.
Yeah, it will be very, very difficult with the amount of damage that is being represented. That's what, 12, 16, 18 damage, if I've got my maths right. It's not exact lethal thanks to the 4 extra starting HP for Lake Country, but against any other deck, and a lot of decks out there in the format, it absolutely would. Droid missile platform isn't the most remarkable thing in the world to try and answer this huge threat board that Mikolai has at the moment. We are going to deal 1 damage into it with the Cad Bane on attack ability, while also putting 4 damage into the base, putting Yohi up to 16 out of 34. Now here comes Punishing One.
I mean, Punishing One, if left unanswered, could really be a big problem. Like with an aggressive negotiation, it could push a lot of damage. But the thing is here, I don't see that punishing one being unanswered. It might slightly slow down the gameplay from Boba, but like Boba has plenty of for CAD, but CAD has plenty of health to use as a resource for the indirect. So
yeah. Ironically enough, there is actually game on board presented here for Yoji, thanks to the 3 damaged units on the board with the punishing one. We've got raid 3 on that unit at the moment, so that swings in for 6, and then the droid missile platform swings for 4 and does enough. Obviously, not going to be the board state to end this action phase, I can imagine, with the Chimera still active and ready to attack, and 7 resources, in fact, available for Mikolai here. So we could see something like no glory only results to deal with the other unit that doesn't get defeated by Chimera.
Right, yeah. I mean, the ping makes me think he has even more answers. 6 resources. This Chimera could. The thing is, the Chimera could trade profitably with the punishing one, and he wouldn't even die. And then the other unit could be no glories to add further injury. Okay, so that can happen as well. I think Nikolai doesn't really mind if indirect. He's healed so much that, like, is he putting that on the base? Like, I wouldn't be surprised. It could even be putting that on his ship to make sure that he heals instead of taking damage. And then he just no glories that he doesn't even trade. And this board is like, I mean, atop of the summit would be very funny, but like Mikolai was extremely wise, and like even atop of the summit would allow his big threats to survive. So
yeah. And this is exactly why you've got the caliber and quality of player like Nikolai Rendowski, one of the best in Europe, top 8 at Galactics, finalist in the Bilbao Regionals as well in Premier in 1. We see the top of the summit, so it is the funny option, but the Chimera says there is nothing to laugh about. Nikolai Rendowski firmly into day 2, as will Yoji be as well at a 6-1 record, but putting himself there with an exclamation point.
Yes, very, very good. And well done to all these players. Like, if they were there sitting facing one another, it's because they won 6 games before this. And they've done so like round after round. Like, the hours time to pile up. There was no lunch break. And Boba might have been more likely to get some lunch. Cat Bane less likely. Like some of those Krennic lists, Mandalorian, like absolutely no lunch. So, yeah, very well done to all our players which endured this day and made day 2 or made like impressive records anyways.
Yeah, absolutely. And that means that we are going to be able to see them all taking place and putting in the work to try and get into top 8 tomorrow morning. There'll be 4 more rounds of Swiss that the players that have qualified into day 2 will have to go through. And then we will bring ourselves down to 8, 4, 2, then 1 shall stand and be the first sector qualifier champion of season 2 for Star Wars Unlimited. It's been a great day's coverage here on day 1, live from Berlin. And that means we get the opportunity to do it all again tomorrow. So be sure to stick around to the Fanfinity channel to make sure that you do not miss any of the action from day 2 tomorrow. But for now, we have nothing else to do but say goodbye. Thank you to each of you, every one of you, for tuning in. Thank you to everybody for today that's made it happen. But we will see you all tomorrow morning for Championship Sunday. Take care.
You said it all. See you tomorrow. Beautiful.